Chapter 164. Sorry, the third watch was posted a little late. It was mainly because there was a last-minute matter to deal with, so it took some time. Since there were no traces of the Devil Clan, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect did not have to be vigilant at all times, as if they were facing a great enemy. They still followed the usual practice of building cities and migrating people throughout the territory. Most of their remaining energy was spent on developing the strength of the sect, taking advantage of the peaceful time to increase the strength of the sect to the greatest extent. Now, Yi Tianzong's energy was used to cultivate and guide his family, and the rest of his time was spent on teaching the most outstanding disciples selected from the sect. Perhaps it was because the world was constantly recovering and strengthening, various kinds of martial arts cultivation geniuses with outstanding aptitudes were emerging one after another. Until the sixth time the seal of heaven and earth was broken, every year when the Hao Ranjun sect recruited disciples, they would find dozens of talented disciples with special constitutions and outstanding aptitudes. Over the years, when Yi Tianzong's mind wandered around the world in the sect, he did find some good seedlings with outstanding aptitude that had not been discovered yet. Yi Tianzong found a total of 10 young disciples whose aptitudes and potential far exceeded that of ordinary geniuses. These 10 disciples had not been discovered, not because they were deliberately targeted, but because their aptitudes and talents had not been activated. There was not much difference between them and ordinary warriors, and even they themselves did not know what kind of talents they had. However, this could not be hidden from Yi Tianzong's soul. These 10 disciples were all born with a special constitution at the high level of the profound level, which was definitely 1 in a billion people. However, activating their respective constitutions required a specific method and a huge amount of energy, which was naturally a piece of cake for Yi Tianzong. There was no difficulty at all. Yi Tianzong directly brought them along with the selected outstanding disciples to receive guidance in martial arts cultivation. At the same time, he also activated their respective innate constitutions. After completely activating their respective constitutions, these 10 disciples showed cultivation speed and comprehension that far exceeded that of ordinary geniuses, which made all the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect very happy. In fact, it was not just the Hao Ranjun sect. All the major forces in the Central Plains, whether it was the human clan or the demon clan, had discovered more and more outstanding juniors and disciples in the past few decades. Their overall strength was developing rapidly. Just as the entire Central Plains was developing peacefully, in the boundless ocean several billion li away, due to the world's recovery and expansion, the ocean creatures in the boundless ocean also began to evolve and gain intelligence. The boundless sea was 5 times larger than the Central Plains, the western regions, the northern borderline, and the southern wilderness combined. Because it was a sea, even during the mythological era, humans and demons rarely set foot in it. It had always been the domain of the sea race. In the boundless ocean, there were countless races of all sizes. The sea race was just a general term for all the races in the boundless ocean. In this boundless sea, about 300 million miles away from the Central Plains, there was a huge island that spanned tens of millions of miles. It was like a small piece of land lying across the boundless sea. Around this gigantic island, there were countless other islands of various sizes, spread out over hundreds of millions of miles in the ocean. On the largest island in the center, the vitality of the world was so dense that it formed a thin mist. All kinds of exotic flowers and herbs that had never been seen on the land appeared in a special pattern, embellishing the island with mystery and nobility. In the center of the gigantic island, within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, the vitality of the world was so dense that it filled the air like rain. At this moment, on top of a divine mountain in the center of the gigantic island, a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a noble aura was talking to a handsome young man with a fierce and arrogant expression. He said in a serious tone, "Chen, now that the world has recovered, there is hope for it to return to the mythological era. As the divine child of our sect, your purpose in coming to the Central Plains is to let the Central Plains know of the name of our Penglai sect. At the same time, you can also measure the strength of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the Hao Ranjun sect." The young man called Chenna said, "Don't worry, father. I know what to do." However, in my opinion, apart from the God King faction that had been passed down along with us, The other sacred grounds are all useless. At the peak of the mythological era, there were a total of 14 God King champions. Our founding master, the Penglai God King, was one of the top 3 and founded our Penglai sect in the boundless seas. Our Penglai sect sits on the vast seas and was not affected by the abyssal demons in ancient times. Since the mythological era, we have not encountered any major problems, preserving our strength and foundation well. On the other hand, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect must have lost much of their strength and talents because of the abyssal demons. This time, we will definitely make the name of our Penglai sect known. Also, is that so-called young master of the Hao Ranzhen sect really as invincible as the rumors say in the Central Plains? Yes, Chenna has a point. With your strength and the Penglai sect's present strength, only the Lingyun Palace and the Kunlun sect, which are both God King's legacies, would be worthy of our attention. Those other sacred grounds and whatnot are no more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. Still, don't let your guard down because of that. The human heart is sinister and there are times when you don't need a direct confrontation to win. All right, you can go now. The middle-aged man nodded after hearing the young man's words. After giving him some instructions, he let the young man lead 500 experts who were at least at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm to the Central Plains through the teleportation formation. Far away in the Central Plains, Yi Tianzong, who was at the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the Hao Ranzhen sect naturally did not know that the Penglai sect's godchild from the boundless seas was about to arrive with 500 superb champions who were at least at the 7th heaven of Wu Sheng, intending to measure their strength. Even if he did know, that was something to be considered in the future. Now, both the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect were in big trouble as they were attacked by the abyssal demons. That's right. In the 10 years since the seal of heaven and earth was broken, the abyssal demons, who had not taken any action, once again used the previous surprise attack strategy. However, this time, their target was the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect instead of the Hao Ranzhen sect. The last time they attacked the Hao Ranzhen sect, they had underestimated Yi Tianzong's strength as well as the Hao Ranzhen sect's defense and foundation, which led to a great loss. Therefore, in order to be foolproof, the abyssal demons changed their target to the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect this time. The abyssal demons were quite familiar with the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. In the hundreds of thousands of years since the ancient times, the abyssal demons had fought with the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect countless times. They also knew that the current strength of the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect was at most 30% of what it was in the ancient times. With the current strength and status of the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect in the Central Plains, as long as these two forces were severely damaged, the next step would be to focus on dealing with the Hao Ranzhen sect. On this day, the Lingyun Hall master and many experts of the Lingyun Hall suddenly felt uneasy. After knowing each other's feelings, all the higher-ups of the Lingyun Hall immediately felt that something was wrong. Therefore, they hurriedly issued all kinds of orders to mobilize all the disciples and experts of the Lingyun Hall to prepare for battle and to activate the protective mountain array. At the same time, the Kunlun sect, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, also made the same arrangements. The Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect simultaneously asked for help from the Hao Ranzhen sect and the 10 Great Holy Lands. Chapter 165. I'm sorry that I posted it a little late. I don't know why, but after drinking a bottle of Harmony Qijing herbal tea after dinner today, I've been having diarrhea. Every time I sit down, I have to go to the toilet in less than 20 minutes. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm still writing the second chapter and will probably post it around 11:30 p.m. I'm sorry. After requesting help from the Hao Ranzhen sect and the 10 Great Holy Lands, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect immediately requested help from the Demon-Killing Alliance. However, they didn't have much hope. After receiving the request for help from the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect, the Hao Ranzhen sect and the 10 Great Holy Lands didn't delay. They immediately began to mobilize and gather their forces to support the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect through the transmission formation. In addition to the forces that needed to be guarded in their respective headquarters, the first to rush to the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect were the Hao Ranzhen sect and the masters at the level of Wu Sheng and Wu Zun from the 10 Great Holy Lands, Tai Xian, Zhen Yang, Tian Shui, Piao Miao, Tian Jian, Xian Luo, Liu Yun, Wu Ji, Jiyu Lan, and Xiao Yao. Before breaking the seal of heaven and earth for the 6th time, the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, and the 10 Great Holy Lands had already set up 3 long-distance large-scale transmission formations between them. In the previous classification of transmission formations by Yi Tianzong, the long-distance large-scale transmission formation had a transmission range of 30 million to 100 million miles. After studying the transmission channel of the Abyss Devil clan and improving it, the current long-distance large-scale transmission formation had a transmission range of 30 million to 300 million miles. At most, it could transmit 3,000 people at a time. With the large-scale transmission formation, the masters at the level of Wu Sheng and Wu Zun from the Hao Ranjun sect and the 10 Great Holy Lands quickly rushed to the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect to support them. In order to avoid the appearance of the so-called demon envoy like last time, Yi Tianzong, who had just finished his closed-door training, first went to the Lingyun Hall, which was relatively close to him. From the time Hao Ranjun sect received the request for help from Lingyun Hall, to the arrival of Wu Sheng from Hao Ranjun sect, and finally to the arrival of Yi Tianzong, less than 6 hours had passed. However, at this time, Lingyun Hall had already been attacked by the Devil Clan. This time, the demons that attacked Lingyun Hall were much stronger than the ones that attacked Hao Ranjun sect. There were more than 3,000 Devil Clan masters who were at least at the 7th heaven of Wu Sheng, which was twice as many as the 1,000 Wu Sheng 7th heaven of Lingyun Hall. There were more than 200,000 Devil Clan masters who were at the Martial Saint level and more than 5 million Wu Zun level Devil Clan masters. Although Lingyun Hall had already activated the mountain protecting formation, it was still on the verge of collapse under the attack of hundreds of thousands or millions of Devil Clan masters at the Martial Saint level and Devil Clan masters at the Venerable level. When Yi Tianzong arrived through the transmission formation, he directly appeared in Lingyun City, which was outside the Lingyun Peak. He scanned the area with his divine soul and immediately noticed the battlefield on Lingyun Peak in the distance. At this time, there were countless Devil Clan masters who were constantly attacking the Lingyun Sky-filling formation on Lingyun Peak. The Lingyun Sky-filling formation was a set of super formations that combined defense, illusion, and entrapment, which were specially set up by Lingyun God King in the mythological era after he founded Lingyun Hall. Its main function was defense. However, with the decline of heaven and earth, the complete Lingyun sky-filling formation had been damaged over a long period of time. Although heaven and earth had begun to recover and Lingyun Hall had not stopped repairing the Lingyun sky-filling formation, it was still damaged. This was different from the Haoran Wuji formation on Hao Ranjun sect's Tiangang Peak. The Haoran Wuji formation had been set up by Yi Tianzong before he broke the seal of heaven and earth for the first time. It was a composite formation that combined defense, illusion, entrapment, and attack. It was complete from the beginning. Later on, as the heaven and earth continued to recover, the vast and infinite great array also expanded due to the heaven and earth. Under the heaven and earth's good fortune, it continued to improve, becoming more and more mysterious and powerful. Now, it was a super array that could attack and defend as one, and was no longer a compound array. Moreover, the Haoran Wuji formation was the Hao Ranjun sect's mountain protecting formation. Because everyone in the Hao Ranjun sect practiced the Haoran righteous path, they naturally had the vast and masculine nature of the Haoran righteous energy. Therefore, it had a restraining effect on the Abyss Devil clan. Unlike the Lingyun sky-filling formation, which only had a defensive function now, it was in imminent danger under the all-out attack of the Devil clan and could be broken through at any time. Yi Tianzong did not pay attention to those ordinary Devil clan experts. What attracted Yi Tianzong's attention was that among all the devils attacking the Lingyun sky-filling formation, there were 2 blue-violet devils in the center. They had almost the same aura as the 3 devil envoys that Yi Tianzong had encountered more than 100 years ago. Under the scan of Yi Tianzong's spirit, the 2 blue-violet devils were also in the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng. Their attacks and strength were far beyond ordinary Devil clan experts of the same level. After discovering these 2 blue-violet devils, Yi Tianzong's heart trembled. He had guessed correctly. It seemed that the Devil clan was really determined to attack the Lingyun Hall this time. Since the Lingyun Hall was like this, the situation of the Kunlun sect would not be much better. But since the Devil clan had a super expert like the Devil envoys as their trump card, then in ancient times, How did the human clan and the demon clan resist? Or did they not encounter such a situation in ancient times? Little did they know that Yi Tianzong had guessed correctly. In ancient times, whether it was the human clan or the demon clan, they had never encountered such a blue-violet devil envoys. The reason why these blue-violet devil envoys could appear was because Yi Tianzong and the people of the Hao Ranjun sect had broken the seal of heaven and earth, causing the seal of heaven and earth to be damaged. The existences suppressed in the depths of the world began to recover their strength. After paying a certain price, they could attach their blood to the devil clan through the broken seal of heaven and earth, transforming them into devil envoys. If the seal of heaven and earth was still intact, the existences suppressed would not even have enough strength to protect themselves. How could they waste their strength to create devil envoys? Not only did Yi Tianzong notice these two blue-violet devil envoys, even the people of the Lingyun Hall, the Hao Ranjun sect, and the 10 great holy lands who had come to support them also noticed these two devil envoys that were different from the rest. They could feel the monstrous devil flame aura from the two devil envoys even through the formation. Even the supermasters of the Wusheng Ninth Heaven in the Lingyun Hall felt their scalps tingle. Just when they did not know the identity of these two blue-violet devils that they had never heard of before, Yi Haoyun, the leader of the Hao Ranjun sect, said the two words devil envoys with an ugly expression. The masters of the Lingyun Hall and the 10 great holy lands, especially the master of the Lingyun Hall, asked in a somewhat urgent tone, "Does Lord Yi know the identity of these two devil envoys?" At this time, not only the master of the Lingyun Hall, but all the masters of the Wusheng Seventh Heaven and above present were looking at Yi Haoyun. Yi Haoyun still nodded with an ugly expression and said, "These two blue-violet devils are devil envoys. Last time, when the devil clan attacked my Hao Ranjun sect, 3 devil envoys stopped my nephew Yi Tianzong. You have also felt that the strength of these devil envoys cannot be judged by common sense. Ordinary masters of the same level can't even last 3 moves in their hands. The strength of each devil envoys of the same level is only slightly weaker than my nephew Yi Tianzong. Last time, the 3 devil envoys joined forces and even my nephew Tianzong could only be suppressed by them. If Tianzong didn't have a unique skill to turn the tables, my Hao Ranjun sect would really be in danger. This time, there are 2 devil envoys. It seems that the devil clan is determined to win this time. If we are in such a situation, the Kunlun sect must be in a bad situation as well. The only thing we can do now is to hurry to my Hao Ranjun sect and ask my nephew Tianzong. Only he can deal with these 2 devil envoys." Chapter 166. That's 2 chapters for today. Originally, he planned to write 3 chapters to finish the plot of attacking Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect in one go. But he didn't expect that he still couldn't finish it. He would never raise flags again. After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, the master of Lingyun Hall glanced at the supermasters of Wusheng Ninth Heaven. When he saw that they didn't oppose and even evaded, he was shocked. He immediately knew that the masters of Wusheng Ninth Heaven were not sure that they could resist the 2 devil envoys outside. They might be able to hold them back with more people, but what about the other masters of the devil clan? They had fewer masters than the devil clan. If they didn't ask for help to hold back the 2 invincible devil envoys, they would be at the mercy of the devil clan when the Lingyun sky formation was broken. So the master of Lingyun Hall hurriedly said to Yi Haoyun, "In this case, please invite the young lord of your sect." Yi Haoyun didn't refuse. He directly sent people to Hao Ranjun's sect through the transmitting formation. But then Yi Haoyun said, "Master Ling, when I came here, Tianzong was still in closed-door training. It will take some time for him to come here. During this time, we have to rely on ourselves. Now the mountain guarding formation is about to collapse. Is there any other way to stall for time?" After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, the master of Lingyun Hall said in a heavy tone, "The Lingyun sky formation is already the most powerful defensive formation of our Lingyun Hall. But I didn't expect that the devil clan would attack with such a powerful lineup. Although our Lingyun Hall also prepared some other defensive formations, we didn't have enough time to arrange them." After the master of Lingyun Hall finished speaking, everyone's heart sank. So when the formation was broken, they could only fight with the devil clan face to face. Yi Haoyun wasn't that pessimistic. After listening to the Lingyun Hall master's words, he said, "Since that's the case, when my Hao Ranjan sect came this time, we considered the possibility that such a problem might arise. Therefore, we brought a set of array disks that should be useful. This set of array disks is the Great Mountain Protection Array of my Hao Ranjan sect. However, this set of array disks is a one-use item. Once it's used up, it will become useless. I think it should be able to last for about 2 hours. I just don't know if Hall Master Ling would mind if my Hao Ranjan sect's people set up this array disk on Lingyun Peak. After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, the Lingyun Hall Master immediately said in surprise, "There's no need to think about it. Hall Master Yi, just order your people to quickly set up the formation plate. There are no rules in this critical moment." After the Master of Lingyun Hall finished speaking, all the experts present in the Lingyun Hall didn't object. At this time, they were about to fight with the Devil Clan in close quarters. How could they care about rules? It wasn't that they were afraid of the Devil Clan, but when they saw the overwhelming army of the Devil Clan outside, once the Great Mountain Protection Array was broken, their Lingyun Hall's current strength was no match for the Devil Clan at all. Although as the inheritance of the Divine King, their Lingyun Hall naturally had a lot of trump cards and contingencies, in the hundreds of thousands of years of entanglement with the Devil Clan in ancient times, most of those trump cards had been used up. Even if they took out those trump cards that could be used this time, they would definitely be able to defeat the Devil Clan's invasion. However, the Devil Clan's attack was too fast. They simply didn't have time to go to a secret place to take out those powerful trump cards. Since the formation plate brought by the Hao Ranjan sect could delay the Devil Clan for 2 hours, of course, they couldn't ask for more. It just so happened that they had time to take out those dust-covered contingencies. After receiving permission from the Master of Lingyun Hall, Yi Haoyun didn't delay. He turned around and led the saint-level experts of the Hao Ranjan sect to set up the formation plate of the Haoran Everlasting Formation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the formation plate was set up. At this time, the Lingyun sky-filling formation was about to be broken by the Devil Clan. Yi Haoyun gave the order to activate the formation plate of the Haoran Everlasting Formation. Suddenly, a layer of dazzling golden light enveloped the entire Lingyun Peak. Just as the vast infinitum array enveloped the Lingyun Peak, the Lingyun sky-filling array, which had been on the verge of collapse, was immediately destroyed by the countless demon powerhouses outside. After breaking through the Lingyun sky-filling formation, the Devil Clan didn't even have time to rejoice when they saw the dazzling golden light cover. Why was this light cover so familiar? That golden light was really disgusting. This was the formation of the Hao Ranjan sect. Those experts of the Devil Clan who had once attacked the Hao Ranjan sect and successfully escaped, after seeing the golden light cover that enveloped the Lingyun Peak, they recalled what this golden light cover was. But after thinking about it, the anger in their hearts surged. They couldn't help but roar, "Hao Ranjan sect, it's you bastards again. Why are you everywhere? You really deserve to die. I'll definitely make you die without a burial place." The enraged demon race experts immediately began to attack the golden light shield below them. The roars of those experts of the Devil Clan were not only heard by the Devil Clan outside, but also by everyone inside the formation. Regarding the crazy behavior of the Devil Clan outside, the people of Lingyun Hall and the 10 Great Holy Lands felt for the first time that the Abyss Devil Clan hated the Hao Ranjan sect so much. Yi Haoyun couldn't help but reach out to touch his nose. Well, okay. The Devil Clan really hated the Hao Ranjan sect. When the 2 devil envoys at the center of the Devil Clan heard the Devil Clan say that this golden light cover was the mountain protection formation of the Hao Ranjan sect, a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Although they were devil envoys that had been personally guided by the Wushang Demon Lord, they were extremely powerful and didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, they still didn't dare to take Yi Tianzong, a human that even the Wushang Demon Lord wanted to kill. After all, during the previous attack on the Haoran Orthodox sect, 3 devil envoys with the same status as them had fallen at Yi Tianzong's hands. This operation was to first eliminate or severely damage the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect and break off the support of the allies of the Hao Ranjan sect. Then, they would focus on dealing with the Hao Ranjan sect. But now, it seemed that attacking the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect wouldn't be so easy. The golden light cover in front of them carried Howren's masculine aura and had a partial restraining effect on the Devil clan. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least an hour to break it. If Yi Tianzong of the Hao-Ran-Zhen sect arrived by then, it would be troublesome. They had to break this light cover before Yi Tianzong arrived. Therefore, the two devil envoys looked at each other and respectively took out a fist-sized black-red hexagonal crystal from the token engraved with black devil flame patterns on their waists. This black-red hexagonal crystal was refined from the blood and resentment of countless creatures killed by the Devil clan and the 9 nether devil chi bestowed by the Wushang demon lord over a period of 10 years. It was used to deal with the Hao-Ran-Zhen sect. To be precise, it was used to resist the Howren's righteous aura between heaven and earth. The moment the black-red hexagonal crystal appeared, a corrosive, filthy, and monstrous resentment aura filled the space within 100 miles. The two devil envoys didn't dare to hold the black-red hexagonal crystal for a long time. Instead, they hurriedly threw the two crystals at the golden light cover below them. After the black-red crystals landed on the golden light cover of the Howren's everlasting formation, the golden light cover suddenly became unstable. Yi Haoyun sensed that the power of the formation plate was rapidly depleting. At this rate, the Howren's everlasting formation would disappear due to insufficient energy in less than a quarter of an hour. Just as Yi Haoyun and the others were feeling anxious, Yi Tianzong finally arrived at the Lingyun Peak and launched an attack on the two devil envoys. After 100 years, Yi Tianzong once again clashed with the devil envoys. Chapter 167. When the two demon envoys took out the black-red hexagonal crystals, Yi Tianzong had already concealed himself and arrived near the two demon envoys. After the two demon envoys threw out the hexagonal crystals, Yi Tianzong knew the threat of the black-red hexagonal crystals. Therefore, he directly attacked the demon envoys. Two domineering suppressing world fists blasted towards them. While the two demon envoys were somewhat flustered to resist Yi Tianzong's attack, Yi Tianzong took the opportunity to use a martial skill to capture the two hexagonal crystals that were corroding the Howren everlasting array into the immortal mansion. After retrieving the hexagonal crystals that were corroding the Howren everlasting array, Yi Tianzong didn't stop and continued to fight with the two demon envoys. When the two demon envoys saw Yi Tianzong attack, they knew that Yi Tianzong had arrived. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Yi Tianzong was the biggest enemy of the entire Abyss demon race. The two demon envoys knew that Yi Tianzong was very difficult to deal with, so they didn't care about anything else and focused all their attention on fighting Yi Tianzong. In a short period of time, Yi Tianzong and the two demon envoys had exchanged dozens of blows. This time, Yi Tianzong didn't get careless and get trapped in the middle like last time. Instead, he fought with the two demon envoys head-on like an invincible war god. He used suppressing world fist, heaven-covering palm, god-shattering finger, space-rending claw, and other powerful martial skills one after another. The three of them were invincible powerhouses that far surpassed Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer. Even if they faced a first heavenly layer existence, they could still fight head-on. Therefore, the three of them fought with great momentum. The scene was intense and shocking. Within a radius of several hundred li, violent energy surged and wreaked havoc. The powerful attack's aftermath swept through everything. Even an ordinary Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer powerhouse couldn't get close. As Yi Tianzong fought with the two demon envoys, everyone within the Howren everlasting array was rejoicing in their hearts. Those who could cultivate to Wu Sheng's 7th heavenly layer and above were all experienced and knowledgeable people. When the Howren everlasting array was activated, as long as they were knowledgeable people, they would discover the wonders and power of the array formation. Moreover, that layer of golden light could faintly restrain the abyss demons. They originally thought that it would be enough to last for an hour, but before they could rejoice for too long, they saw the two demon envoys outside take out two black and red hexagonal crystals and throw them onto the array formation. Then, they discovered that the originally impregnable array formation started to become unstable. Those two black and red crystals emitted a monstrous aura of resentment, corrosion, and filth, making everyone tremble in fear. Just when they thought that the array formation was about to be destroyed, Yi Tianzong appeared in time. Not only did he take away the two black and red crystals of the corrosive array formation, But he also fought with the 2 demon envoys who suppressed everyone to the point that they could hardly breathe with just their aura. Seeing Yi Tianzong fiercely fighting with the 2 demon envoys across the array formation like an invincible god of war, those experts above the 7th heavenly layer of Wu Sheng who woke up from the secret realm after the expansion of heaven and earth immediately extinguished the disapproval and unwillingness in their hearts. Instead, they were deeply shocked. Especially those who stood at the peak of Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer. Many of them had seen the power of the myth realm experts. Compared with the myth realm experts in their memories, the strength and power displayed by Yi Tianzong and the 2 demon envoys were not weaker than some ordinary experts at the 1st heavenly layer of the myth realm. Among the 9th heavenly layer of the myth realm, even the lowest 1st heavenly layer of martial god was a far cry from Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. A martial god at the 1st heavenly layer of the myth realm could easily crush 100 experts at the 9th heavenly layer of Wu Sheng. In the millions of years of history of the spirit world, there were countless peerless geniuses, and it was common for them to fight above their level. However, there had never been a peerless genius who could fight against an expert at the 1st heavenly layer of the myth realm at the 9th heavenly layer of Wu Sheng. There had never been one, not even the descendants of the God King. But today, in front of their eyes, whether it was Yi Tianzong or the 2 demon envoys, both of them had shown extraordinary strength that could fight against the myth realm experts. Forget about the 2 demon envoys, but Yi Tianzong, according to their understanding, as long as he did not fall midway, he would definitely become the strongest God King in the future. Fortunately, they had Yi Tianzong to block the 2 demon envoys. Otherwise, even though they had the advantage in numbers, as long as the Great Formation was broken, no matter how many people there were, they would be nothing more than food to the 2 demon envoys. It would only be a matter of time before they were destroyed. The people of Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, and the 10 Holy Lands nervously watched the golden light shield of Howran's limitless Great Formation become dimmer and dimmer under the attack of countless experts of the demon race outside. The experts of Lingyun Hall who went to open the secret vault finally returned. There were 3 of them, each holding a white sphere with a diameter of half a foot. These 3 white spheres with a diameter of half a foot were a one-time offensive forbidden weapon that was specially made by the myth realm experts of Lingyun Hall. These 3 white spheres were sealed with a magical attack of the 1st heavenly layer of the myth realm martial god, cloud shrouding the sun. It was a group attack. Once the white sphere was activated, it would kill any enemy below the 1st heavenly layer of the myth realm within 100 miles of the attacking direction. It was suitable for dealing with the demon race outside the Great Formation. Thousands of miles high in the sky, the battle between Yi Tianzong and the 2 demon envoys was coming to an end. Without using the boundless godly sword and the boundless sword technique, Yi Tianzong was evenly matched with the 2 demon envoys. Strictly speaking, Yi Tianzong had a slight upper hand. However, Yi Tianzong did not have the mood and time to be entangled with the 2 demon envoys. The Kunlun sect was still waiting for him to save the situation. Therefore, after fighting with the 2 demon envoys for a while, Yi Tianzong took out the boundless godly sword and used the sword technique to fight with the 2 demon envoys. Yi Tianzong, who had used his most powerful attack, immediately suppressed the 2 demon envoys. Under the attack of the sword technique, Yi Tianzong killed the 2 demon envoys in less than a quarter of an hour. After that, he collected the 2 drops of demon blood left behind by the 2 demon envoys. After Yi Tianzong killed the 2 demon envoys, the countless demon envoys on the Lingyun Peak below finally broke through the Howran everlasting formation under the frenzied attacks of the countless demon envoys. The golden light shield disappeared. Just as the countless Wu Zun and Wu Sheng level demon envoys were about to slaughter the people on the Lingyun Peak, 3 9th heavenly layer Wu Sheng experts of the Lingyun Hall stood in 3 different directions and activated the white spheres in their hands towards the ferocious and brutal demon envoys. The moment the white spheres shattered, 3 attacks containing boundless divine power poured out towards the countless demon envoys who were attacking the Lingyun Peak. The boundless divine power rapidly formed 3 dense black clouds in 3 different directions. At the same time, it aroused the power of heaven and earth. With an irresistible crushing force, it strangled the countless demon envoys within 100 miles of the 3 directions. Under such a powerful group attack, tens of thousands of demon envoys fell. In total, more than 100,000 saint-level demon envoys and 400,000 Wu Zun-level demon envoys were killed. After losing more than 500,000 saint-level and venerable-level demon envoys at once, the remaining demon envoys immediately stopped their attacks in horror. Then, they rapidly retreated hundreds of miles away, looking at the people on the Lingyun Peak with lingering fear. Just when the demon envoys were still in shock and uncertainty, Yi Tianzong, who had killed 2 demon envoys, had already arrived in front of the Lingyun Peak. Looking at the demon envoys who were in disarray and fearful of advancing forward, Yi Tianzong immediately activated his divine soul to launch a large-scale divine soul attack. All the demon envoys within a radius of 300 miles were attacked by Yi Tianzong's divine soul sword. After launching the divine soul attack, Yi Tianzong immediately raised the boundless godly sword high and performed the second style of the boundless sword technique, sword sweeping demons. The vast and boundless Dharma power in his body was injected into the boundless godly sword. The golden sword pillar that soared into the sky turned into countless Howran sword chis, and then formed a torrent of sword chis that attacked the demon envoys whose primordial spirits were severely injured. With this move, Yi Tianzong consumed 80% of his Dharma power and killed hundreds of thousands of saint-level and venerable-level demon envoys within a radius of 300 miles. Chapter 168. The damage caused by Yi Tianzong's divine soul attack and the sword-sweeping demons was almost comparable to the 3 forbidden weapons used by the experts of Lingyun Hall, which shocked everyone on Lingyun Peak. Looking at Yi Haoyun and the others on Lingyun Peak, Yi Tianzong said, "I'll leave the rest of the devil tribe to you. I'll go to Kunlun sect first." After that, Yi Tianzong turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in Lingyun City. Then, he activated the transmitting formation and went to Kunlun sect. After Yi Tianzong left, Yi Haoyun proudly said to the master of Lingyun Hall on Lingyun Peak, "Lord Ling, now that the strength of the devil tribe has been greatly reduced, we might as well take the initiative to attack and eliminate the devil tribe. We also need to find the underground lairs of the devil tribe as soon as possible to prevent the devil tribe from expanding and killing everywhere." After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, the master of Lingyun Hall regained his composure and replied, "Lord Yi is right. We really can't waste time. Everyone of Lingyun Hall, listen to my orders and kill the devil tribe." After that, the master of Lingyun Hall launched an attack on the devil tribe in the distance. Yi Haoyun led the people of Haoranzhen sect and the experts from the 10 Holy Lands to help. They also launched an attack behind the people of Lingyun Hall. Through the transmitting formation, Yi Tianzong arrived at Kunlun City under Kunlun sect in less than half an hour. At this time, Kunlun City had been attacked by the devil tribe. Looking from afar, countless devil tribes surrounded Kunlun City. However, because of the defensive formation set up by Kunlun City, the devil tribe did not break into the city for the time being. However, seeing that the defensive formation was not stable under the attack of countless devil tribe outside, it should not be able to hold on for too long. In this regard, Yi Tianzong did not take any other action. Instead, he first entered the immortal mansion and swallowed the crisis reversal pill. Then, with the help of the rich qi of heaven and earth in the immortal mansion, he recovered his lost Dharma power at the fastest speed. In less than half an hour in the outside world, Yi Tianzong recovered all his Dharma power. Then, he walked out of the immortal mansion, directly broke through the defensive light shield of Kunlun sect's formation, and appeared outside Kunlun City. Seeing Yi Tianzong's formation, the devil tribe, who had been attacking the defensive formation outside Kunlun City, immediately rushed toward Yi Tianzong excitedly. Yi Tianzong's devil tribe had a demon tribe and below was realm. Although their numbers was uncountable demons realm and below realm were countless numbers, realm and below, were realm and below realm and realm and realm. And realms realm and realm. Looking at the numerous devils blocking his way, Yi Tianzong snorted coldly and took out a jade talisman that he had made before. These jade talismans were made by Yi Tianzong in his spare time after he reached the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng. These jade talismans were low-quality purifying talismans. These low-quality purifying talismans were more difficult to make. They could only purify all the Devil's Realm level 3 of Wu Sheng within a radius of 15 miles. Compared with the purifying talismans that Yi Tianzong had made in his heyday, these jade talismans were much weaker. However, they were more than enough to deal with the Devil's Realm and below realm of Wu King. If it were not for the fact that he did not want to waste time and Dharma power, Yi Tianzong would not have used these low-quality purifying talismans. Yi Tianzong looked at the demons that were about to attack him and directly crushed the inferior version of the purifying god talisman on them. A pure white halo with a purifying power spread out from Yi Tianzong within a short period of time, covering the area within a radius of 15 miles. Wherever the white halo passed, all the devils were turned into ashes. Instantly, a huge blank area with a radius of 15 miles appeared in the black screen formed by countless devils. Paying no attention to how many devils this low-quality purifying talisman had killed, Yi Tianzong rose into the sky and transformed into a beam of light, flying towards Kunlun Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Kunlun Mountain, which was tens of thousands of miles away. At the moment, Kunlun Mountain was in a very dangerous situation. As Yi Tianzong expected, the devil army that attacked Kunlun sect was also led by 2 devil envoys, who were at the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng. The defensive formation of Kunlun sect, Kunlun Shentian Great Formation, had long been broken by countless devil experts. As for Yi Yuanshan and a group of righteousness powerhouses who came to support Kunlun sect, they carried a set of vast and infinite array discs, which were corroded by the black-red hexagonal crystals taken out by the 2 demon envoys. When Yi Tianzong had just arrived at Kunlun City, the vast and infinite array discs had already been scrapped. Fortunately, Kunlun sect had prepared a set of composite defensive formations in the past few years. Although it was broken by the 2 devil envoys and countless devil experts in just a quarter of an hour, they had at least gained some time. By the time Yi Tianzong arrived at Kunlun Mountain, the 2 devil envoys and countless devil experts had just broken the final defensive formation prepared by Kunlun sect. They had already started fighting with the people of Kunlun sect, Hao Ranzhen sect and the 10 Holy Lands on Kunlun Mountain. The people of Kunlun sect, Hao Ranzhen sect and the 10 Holy Lands were in a very precarious situation. The number of Wu Sheng and Wu Zun level experts of Devil Clan was at least double that of Kunlun Mountain, not to mention that there was no one on Kunlun Mountain who could resist the 2 devil envoys. Even though Kunlun Mountain had sent more than 30 Wu Sheng 9th heaven experts to stop the 2 devil envoys, more than half of them were killed in less than 5 minutes. Kunlun Peak had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in just a brief exchange of blows. Yi Tianzong searched the battlefield with his spirit and found that his grandfather was being besieged by 5 Wu Sheng 9th heaven experts of Devil Clan. He directly activated the power of his spirit and attacked those 5 devil experts. The 5 9th heaven experts of Devil Clan were caught off guard and their primordial spirits were directly destroyed by Yi Tianzong. They died instantly. When Yi Tianzong was still in a daze and didn't know what had happened, he took out a low-quality version of the Divine Purification Talisman and directly crushed it. Then, hundreds of thousands of devil experts below the 3rd heaven of Wu Sheng 9th heaven within a radius of 30 miles were all turned into ashes under the holy white purifying halo. Even the devil experts above the 3rd heaven of Wu Sheng 9th heaven were more or less injured. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. When everyone, including the Devil Clan, was looking at the gradually dissipating white purifying halo, Yi Tianzong's figure directly stepped out of the white halo and appeared in front of everyone. After throwing out 2 low-quality divine purification talismans to Yi Tianzong, he locked onto 2 devil envoys who had killed more than 20 Wu Sheng 9th heaven experts in a short period of time. Yi Tianzong directly said, "2 devil envoys, your opponent is me. The 2 who went to Lingyun Hall have already been killed by me. It's your turn now." Before Yi Tianzong could finish his words, 2 incomparably fierce god-shattering finger forces, which could penetrate all things in the world, attacked the 2 devil envoys. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the 2 devil envoys were skeptical. However, facing Yi Tianzong's attack, they didn't panic. After all, they were powerful existences who could fight evenly with Yi Tianzong in a normal state. When the 2 devil envoys dispersed the 2 god-shattering finger forces, they simultaneously launched a counterattack against Yi Tianzong. The battle between Yi Tianzong and the two demon envoys had already reached the level of myth realm. It was not a battle that the other experts present could participate in. Therefore, the three of them were fighting at a height of over 10,000 miles. They were displaying their full strength without any scruples. They were using everything they had learned in a fierce confrontation. After Yi Tianzong fought with the two devil envoys below and left, Yi Tianzong looked at the situation where he was outnumbered and shouted to all the experts of Hao Ranzhen sect, "Haoran, watch me. After you escape, form groups of 7 and form Haoran's Big Dipper sword formation to fight against the enemy." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he quickly came to a place where the devil envoys were more concentrated. Then, he crushed a low-quality divine purification talisman, and a purifying halo spread out. All the devil envoys within the range of the purifying halo abandoned their opponents under the threat of the purifying halo and avoided the range of the purifying halo. Taking advantage of this opportunity, all the experts of Hao Ranzhen's sect formed groups of 7 and formed Haoran's Big Dipper sword formation to fight against the enemy. When the 7 people formed Haoran's Big Dipper sword formation and cooperated with each other, it was enough to resist 5 times the number of the devil envoys. Although Yi Tianzong crushed 2 low-quality divine purification talismans and made most of the people of Hao Ranzhen sect form groups of 7 and form Haoran's Big Dipper sword formation to hold back nearly 30% of the devil envoys, the devil envoys still had the upper hand in the overall battle situation. The trump card that Kunlun sect had originally used to deal with the devil envoys was blocked by the 2 devil envoys in the battle just now, so it did not cause much damage to the devil envoys. If they really wanted to reverse the battle situation, they still had to see the result of the confrontation between Yi Tianzong and the 2 devil envoys. Just as the people of Kunlun sect, Hao Ranzhen sect, and the 10 Holy Lands were struggling to resist the attack of the devil envoys, high up in the sky, the result of the battle between Yi Tianzong and the 2 devil envoys was about to be decided. Without using the boundless godly sword and sword techniques, Yi Tianzong had a slight upper hand in the battle against the 2 devil envoys. However, Yi Tianzong felt it was a pity that the timing was not right. The battle below was at a disadvantage, and the situation was not good. There was no extra time for Yi Tianzong to fight to his heart's content with the 2 devil envoys and seek to improve his strength further. Therefore, Yi Tianzong could only end the battle as soon as possible. Taking out the boundless godly sword, Yi Tianzong performed the boundless sword technique, and his battle prowess and attack power instantly increased by more than 2 times. The 2 devil envoys immediately fell into a disadvantageous position, and in a short period of time, they were surrounded by danger. Even if they wanted to retreat and escape, they were blocked by Yi Tianzong's sharp sword qi. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 2 devil envoys were killed by Yi Tianzong. Waving his hand, Yi Tianzong collected the 2 drops of devil blood, and directly descended to the battlefield below. Holding the boundless godly sword in his hand, he began to slaughter the devil envoys without any scruples. As Yi Tianzong broke the balance and entered the battlefield with invincible battle prowess, after a round of slaughter, the devil envoys began to flee, and the crisis of Kunlun sect was finally resolved. Chapter 169. Holding the boundless swordsman in his hand, Yi Tianzong wantonly slashed out streams of sharp sword qi that could destroy everything in their path. Among the countless devils, he was invincible, and no one could stop him. Yi Tianzong had killed more than 1 million devils at the level of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng. As for the rest of the devils who fled in disorder, Yi Tianzong left them to the people from Kunlun sect, Hao Ranzhen sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. Tens of thousands of miles away from Kunlun Peak, there was an underground lair of the devils. There were hundreds of millions of devils in this lair. Now, the devils at the level of Marquis Wu and above were escaping through the teleporting tunnels, while the low-level devils at the level of Marquis Wu and below appeared on the ground through 10 huge tunnels under the orders of the devils. After that, they began to expand in all directions and began to slaughter the devils without any scruples. It seemed that because of the failure of the plan to attack Kunlun sect, the devils had decided to go all out. They did not want Kunlun sect to have an easy time. Taking advantage of the fact that the main forces of Kunlun sect had not arrived yet, they expanded as much as they could. As for the extermination of these low-level devils, it was left to the people from Kunlun sect, Hao Ranzhen sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. After killing more than 1 million devils, Yi Tianzong bid farewell to Yi Yuanshan and the others, and then returned to Hao Ranzhen sect. The leader of Kunlun sect and the people from the 10 Holy Lands did not have any objection to this. Yi Tianzong was so powerful that when they fought with the devils in the future, they would still need his help to deal with the devil envoys. Moreover, Yi Tianzong had already helped them to kill many devils, so it was reasonable for them to deal with the rest of the devils. Because Yi Tianzong acted in time and killed the 4 devil envoys that were the trump card of the devil clan, causing the devil clan's meticulously planned plan against the Cloud Over Palace and the Kunlun sect to fail completely. Because of this, the devil clan also lost a lot of high-end combat power. All the higher-ups of the devil clan hated Yi Tianzong and the Haoran Orthodox sect even more. They couldn't wait to gather all their forces to destroy the Haoran Orthodox sect. Unfortunately, they were too far away. Time continued to pass. With the help of the Devil-Killing Alliance, Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect cleaned up all the devils who had escaped from the underground nests to the surface in their respective territories. When Yi Tianzong took action, Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect defeated the devils with the help of Hao Ranzhen sect and the 10 Holy Lands. The reinforcements from the Devil-Killing Alliance only came late when they were cleaning up the underground nests in their territories. Just like the previous time when Hao Ranzhen sect was attacked by the devils, this time when Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect were attacked, the Devil-Killing Alliance was once again held back by the devils from all over the Central Plains. It was not until the devils' plan failed that the reinforcements from the Devil-Killing Alliance arrived at Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect. Fortunately, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, Hao Ranzhen sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had already established large-scale teleportation portals to prevent a similar situation from happening. They could quickly support each other. Therefore, the two factions did not expect the Devil-Killing Alliance to come to their aid in time. Otherwise, by the time the Devil-Killing Alliance arrived, Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect would have been done for. The attack on Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect ignited the flames of war between the Devil-Killing Alliance and the Abyssal Devils after the 6th seal of heaven and earth was broken. The Devil-Killing Alliance and the Abyssal Devils returned to the situation where they had been fighting for years. This time, the Devils' plan to attack Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect failed, and they lost a large number of high-end combat forces. The strength that was originally stronger than the Devil-Killing Alliance was once again pulled back to the same level as the Devil-Killing Alliance. With the support of all the major factions in the Central Plains, the Devil-Killing Alliance and the Abyssal Devils were once again evenly matched. Just as the battle between the major factions in the Central Plains and the Abyssal Devils was in full swing, the Penglai sect party from the Endless Seas finally arrived at the Central Plains after crossing the distance of hundreds of millions of miles. After setting foot on the Central Plains, the group from the Penglai sect was not in a hurry to head straight for the Over Cloud Palace and the Kunlun sect. Instead, they first found a place to rest for 7 days while they inquired about the recent happenings in the Central Plains from nearby warrior mercenary guilds. With a plan in mind, they took a warp portal and headed for the Over Cloud Palace. It took them less than 3 days to reach Lingyun City, and the Penglai sect party followed the procedure of visiting. They handed over the invitation card to the Lingyun Hall elder who was in charge of Lingyun City. In the Lingyun Hall on Lingyun Peak, the master of Lingyun Hall and the other upper echelons were looking at the Penglai sect's invitation card with a sour expression. Even if the Penglai sect had handed over the invitation card according to procedure, every Lingyun Hall's upper echelons were very displeased with the way the Penglai sect spoke. That was when a supreme elder of Wu Sheng's 9th heaven pinnacle in Lingyun Hall said in dissatisfaction, "Humph. The Penglai sect's arrogance and self-righteousness is really passed down from generation to generation." Setting aside the Penglai god king of the mythological era, everyone from the Penglai sect had always been prideful. In ancient times, the Abyssal Devils were so powerful that the Penglai sect, a member of the human race, was inferior to the Sea tribe. Not only did they not fight the Abyssal Devils, they even took the opportunity to suppress us, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. Over hundreds of thousands of years, we and the Kunlun sect had lost at least 60% of our resources, while the Penglai sect took the opportunity to strengthen themselves. Now that the world is slowly recovering, those bastards from the Penglai sect are trying to strut around again. They are simply inhumane. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Lingyun Hall master's dignified face as he looked at the upper echelons in the hall and said, "The Penglai sect's visit this time is actually a provocation. They just want to measure the depth of our Lingyun Hall and see how much power we have." The invitation card states that the Penglai sect's divine child and some other prodigies would like to compete with the prodigies of our Lingyun Hall. If that's the case, we'll grant them their wish. It's a good opportunity to measure their depth and see what's so special about these prideful Penglai sect people. Tell them to enter the mountain the day after tomorrow. With that, the Lingyun Hall master discussed with the other upper echelons about how they should deal with the Penglai sect the day after tomorrow. The news that the Penglai sect's divine child and other prodigies had come to the Lingyun Hall to teach the prodigies of the Lingyun Hall spread throughout the entire Lingyun Peak. Once the news spread, the prodigies of the Lingyun Hall were all enraged. Being the prodigies of the Lingyun Hall, they naturally had some understanding of the Penglai sect, which was also a legacy of the Divine King. They also had a basic understanding of some of the doings of the Penglai sect in ancient times. Therefore, when they suddenly heard that the Penglai sect was here to teach them, they knew that they were just here to pick a fight. Teaching them? Who do you think you are, despicable and shameless things? Ever since the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect had achieved dazzling results in every prodigy tournament, the triennial Dragon Phoenix leaderboard of prodigies of the Hao Ranjun sect was also familiar to the major factions of the Central Plains. After that, the major factions followed the rules of the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard of prodigies of the Hao Ranjun sect and formulated their own competitions for their prodigies. In the first place, the Lingyun Hall had its own internal competitions for its disciples as well. However, it was only held once every 5 years and was not as meticulous as the Hao Ranjun sects. After using the Hao Ranjun sect's Dragon Phoenix leaderboard of prodigies as a reference, the Lingyun Hall came up with its very own Lingyun Prodigy leaderboard. Similarly, it also came up with 5 prodigy leaderboards based on the ranks of the outer, inner, elite, core, and personal disciples. Each leaderboard had 108 names, and the competition was held once every 3 years. Needless to say, with that method, the Lingyun Hall really discovered some prodigies that it had not noticed before. These prodigies who were selected through the Lingyun Prodigy leaderboard of prodigies were the main force of the Lingyun Hall in the Central Plains Prodigy Tournament that was held once every 10 years. Aside from the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect, only the disciples of the Kunlun sect were on par with them. The prodigies of the other sacred grounds and superfactions were no match for the Lingyun Hall in terms of overall strength and individual performance. Chapter 170. Finally, it was Saturday and Sunday. The author was lazy and only updated 2 times today. 3 times tomorrow. Please recommend and bookmark me. Thank you. The Penglai sect's provocation left every disciple of Lingyun Hall fuming, especially those who had participated in the Central Plains Heaven's Chosen tournament. Each of them were seething with murderous intent when they heard that the Penglai sect had come to provoke them, and were determined to teach them a lesson. 2 days passed quickly. Under the guidance of the Lingyun Hall's elders, the Penglai sect had arrived at Lingyun Peak from Lingyun City. After meeting the leaders of Lingyun Hall and the other Lingyun Hall leaders, the Penglai sect remained haughty despite knowing that the Lingyun Hall was a faction that inherited the Divine King's legacy. Even so, they spoke as if they were above the Lingyun Hall. That left the leaders of Lingyun Hall so pissed that they could not wait to kill the Penglai sect's people, and naturally did not treat them kindly. Even as they were angry at the Penglai sect's arrogance, the people of Lingyun Hall were secretly shocked at the Penglai sect's depth and power. It was merely a single trip of the Penglai sect's divine child and a dozen of their elite disciples, and yet they had sent 500 Wu Sheng's 7th heavenly tier and above to protect them. It appeared that the Penglai sect's power was much greater than they had estimated, since the Lingyun Hall only had around 1,200 over Wu Sheng's 7th heavenly tier and above. Still, despite their shock, the people of Lingyun Hall were not at all afraid of the Penglai sect's people who were much more powerful than they were. Aren't you Penglai sect's people arrogant and lofty? I'm not going to spoil that bad habit of yours. A bunch of arrogant bastards who doesn't know how to make a face. What can you do in our territory? We'll teach you a lesson if you dare to make a fuss. If the Penglai sect had the guts to cross the ocean and cause trouble at Lingyun Hall, even if we can't beat you, we still have allies. Could you be more powerful than the 13 of us combined? With such a mindset, even the leaders of the Overcloud Palace spoke with sarcasm and indifference towards the haughty Penglai sect party, not giving the Penglai sect any face at all. When they saw that the people of the Lingyun Hall were not giving them any face, the Penglai sect's divine child and the hundreds of elites were gloomy as well. Their displeasure was clearly written all over their faces. Perhaps they had realized that there was something wrong with their attitude. Still, the Penglai sect was powerful, and so what if they were a little arrogant? It was impossible for them to lower their heads and ease the unpleasant atmosphere. Amidst the tense atmosphere where everyone looked down on each other, Chen, the Penglai sect's divine child, spoke stiffly to the Lingyun Hall's master, Hallmaster Ling. "We're here to spar with your prodigy disciples and see what they're capable of. When should we begin?" Chen's words were matter-of-fact, as if he was certain that the Lingyun Hall's disciples would lose for sure. At Chen's words, the Lingyun Hall's master almost could not hold back from slapping the so-called Penglai sect's divine child of the fifth heaven of Wu Sheng to death. Looking at the Penglai sect's divine child expressionlessly and indifferently, the Lingyun Hall's master said nonchalantly, "Oh, you want to spar with my disciples? Let's talk about it tomorrow. My Lingyun Hall's disciples should be free tomorrow, and I'll ask them to spare some time to spar with you then. Everyone in the Lingyun Hall is very busy, and I can only spare some time to play with you guys for such a messy and time-wasting thing." Being rebutted by the Lingyun Hall's master, Chen's heart was burning with rage. In the boundless ocean, in the Penglai sect, when had he, Chen, ever been mocked like this? Sparing time to spar with your disciples? What's more, it's a messy and time-wasting thing. Are you trying to humiliate me? Fortunately, Chen still remembered that this was the Lingyun Hall's base camp. Being presumptuous here would not end well. The powerful aura that was faintly rising on the Lingyun peak made them not dare to be too presumptuous here. After calming down a little of his anger, Chen said with a gloomy face, "Then I'll have to trouble Hall Master Ling to arrange a place for us to stay. We'll spar with your disciples tomorrow." The Lingyun Hall's master did not mind Chen's ugly expression and said nonchalantly, "Oh, no problem. We've already tidied up some of the places where we used to store miscellaneous items yesterday and vacated a room. I'll send someone to lead you there now. I hope you have a good time." With that, the Lingyun Hall's master called for a disciple of Wu Zongjing and led the Penglai sect's people to the accommodations arranged for them. After the Penglai sect's people left with ugly expressions, the Lingyun Hall's elder of punishments laughed and said to the Lingyun Hall's master, "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so infuriating with your words, Hall Master. I'm happy to see those Penglai sect's grandsons' ugly faces." The elder of punishment's words immediately gained the approval of the other elders. The Lingyun Hall's master smiled nonchalantly and said, If it weren't for the fact that fighting now would only do us more harm than good, I wouldn't have let them leave the Lingyun Hall in one piece. They're just a bunch of arrogant, despicable people. They're just trying to trample on our Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect while we're fighting the demons to spread their Penglai sect's name. They want to use this opportunity to reach their hands into the Central Plains and continue to ride roughshod over us like they did in ancient times. If we Lingyun Hall were alone before, we would still be wary of the Penglai sect. But now, they want to trample on us to get to the top. They're just delusional and ignorant. Humph. After the Lingyun Hall's elder of punishments had spoken, the Lingyun Hall's elder of punishments said, "You're right, Hallmaster. Our Lingyun Hall had lost more than 60% of our resources in ancient times when we were fighting the demons, and the Kunlun sect situation is similar. It's fine if the Penglai sect is hiding overseas and not helping us in the fight against the demons, but they're even taking advantage of the situation and secretly plotting against the factions of the Central Plains, wantonly plundering the various resources of the Central Plains and increasing their power by leaps and bounds. Now that the world has recovered, we're no match for the Penglai sect in terms of power, but we're on the same side as the Hao Ranjin sect, the Kunlun sect and the 10 Holy Grounds. Could the Penglai sect be stronger than the 13 of us? There's no need to fear them at all. If the Penglai sect still wants to ride roughshod over the Central Plains and plunder resources like they did in ancient times, we could just join forces with the Hao Ranjin sect, the Kunlun sect and the 10 Holy Grounds and use the power of the Demon Slayer Alliance against them. But now is different from ancient times. We're evenly matched against the demons, and there's no need for us to rope in the Demon Slayer alliance. Many factions could not stand their ugly table manners and despicable behavior back then, and many factions in the Demon Slayer alliance would never let go of the chance to take care of the Penglai sect. I don't believe that we can't take care of those bastards. The Elder of Punishment's words were a reflection of the thoughts of the Lingyun Hall's higher-ups. After hearing that, the Lingyun Hall's Hall Master said, "It's only a matter of time before we take care of a faction like the Penglai sect that has forgotten their ancestors. Now, what's in front of us is how to teach these people a lesson that they won't forget. We, the Lingyun Hall, must not lose tomorrow's match." The elder in charge of the daily affairs of the Lingyun Hall then replied, "Rest assured, Hall Master. The disciples of the Lingyun Hall are already prepared. This time, we'll have the disciples who participated in the Prodigy Tournament in Tianjiao City. It's not that I'm looking down on the Penglai sect, but it's undeniable that the dozen or so disciples that came this time are indeed powerful, especially that Penglai son of God. Although he's only at the 5th heaven of Wu Sheng, he should be at the 6th heaven of Wu Sheng's strength. On the other hand, our disciples are the most outstanding prodigies in the Central Plains and would only be stronger than them. We won't embarrass the Lingyun Hall in tomorrow's match." With the elder's assurance, the higher-ups of the Lingyun Hall nodded in relief. Apart from the disciples of the Hao Ran Zhen sect, the disciples of the Lingyun Hall were definitely not weaker than any other faction. As for the disciples of the Hao Ran Zhen sect who had always been above them, all the higher-ups of the Lingyun Hall could only shake their heads helplessly when they thought about it. There was still a long way to go, and it was better to slowly catch up in the future. On the other side, in the courtyard where the Penglai sect disciples were, the Penglai son of God was throwing a tantrum. He, Xianichen, was born with the Wuji Xian body. Whether it was his potential or his cultivation speed, he was far superior to ordinary people. His life had always been smooth sailing since he was born, and the prideful Xianichen had never been so mercilessly mocked like today. Just now, he was holding back his anger, but after the people of the Lingyun Hall left, he could not hold back the anger in his heart and threw a tantrum, roaring that he would definitely defeat the people of the Lingyun Hall tomorrow and let them know the prestige and power of the Penglai sect. Chapter 171. Time passed quickly and the next day soon arrived. After breakfast, hundreds of Lingyun Hall's most outstanding disciples were ready and waiting at the arena. The Penglai sect, who could not wait to teach the people of Lingyun Hall a lesson, had also arrived at the arena under the lead of the people of Lingyun Hall. The Penglai divine child looked at the Lingyun Palace Master with a haughty expression and said, "Palace Master Lingyun, this divine child will not be participating in the battle with your disciples this time around. The 15 disciples of my Penglai divine sect will be more than enough. When shall we begin?" The Lingyun Hall Master did not mind the Penglai sect's provocation since he did not want to see this bunch of eyesores from the Penglai sect. Therefore, the Penglai sect's refusal to participate was exactly what he wanted. The sooner the battle was over, the sooner they could scram. Hence, he said calmly, "Oh, it's up to any of you. My disciples of Lingyun Hall will accept your challenge. Since you are in such a hurry to leave, my Lingyun Hall won't keep you any longer after the battle. Let the battle begin now. Who from your Penglai sect wants to go up?" After being mercilessly retorted by the Lingyun Hall Master once again, the Penglai sect's divine child's rage that he had calmed down over the night flared up again. He was so angry that he really wanted to fight the Lingyun Hall Master before him. After taking a few deep breaths, the Penglai god's son calmed down. He ordered the 15 disciples who had come with him, "Liu Yu, you go up first. Give some pointers to the prodigies of the Lingyun Hall." One of the Penglai sect's disciples known as Liu Yu bowed slightly at the Penglai sect's divine child's words. "Yes, divine child." Liu Yu then flew down to the arena that was 3,000 feet wide. Looking at the tens of thousands of people from Lingyun Hall, Liu Yu did not have stage fright. Instead, he said with some arrogance, "I am Liu Yu, a core disciple of the Penglai sect. Wu Zun is at the pinnacle. Who dares to challenge me? F***CK, this bastard is really arrogant. This is Lingyun Hall's territory. Do you think this is your home?" As soon as Liu Yu finished speaking, a disciple of the Lingyun Hall at the pinnacle of Wu Zun realm who had participated in the Central Plains Heaven's Chosen competition, also flew down from the spectator stand above. After landing on the arena, he said to Liu Yu of the Penglai sect with a cold expression, "I am Han Lin, a core disciple of the Lingyun Hall, Wu Zun pinnacle." In the Lingyun Hall, an elder of Wu Sheng's seventh heaven announced the start of the competition. Liu Yu of the Penglai sect and Han Lin of the Lingyun Hall turned into two streaks of light and shadow as they engaged in a fierce battle. Under the restrictions of the battlefield's array, the two of them could only fight in a small area with a radius of 3,000 feet and a height of 2,000 feet. The violent energy and powerful shockwaves from the fierce battle collided with the array of the battlefield, causing waves of ripples to appear. As time passed, the battle between Liu Yu and Han Lin was still going on fiercely. Both of them were using the Penglai Divine Technique and the Lingyun Immortal Sutra to fight against each other. During the battle, they were also probing the depth of each other's strength and familiarizing themselves with each other's fighting style. After getting a general idea of Liu Yu's strength, Han Lin immediately launched an even fiercer attack, pushing Liu Yu into a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, Liu Yu of the Penglai sect was having a hard time resisting Han Lin's sudden increase in ferocity. However, as time passed, it became harder and harder to resist and he was about to lose. Any martial artist above the realm of Wu King could see the situation of the battle below. If Liu Yu of the Penglai sect did not have any tricks up his sleeve, Han Lin of the Lingyun Hall's victory was already set in stone. Naturally, the upper echelons of the Lingyun Hall were delighted and nodded in satisfaction. The Lingyun Hall's elder of internal affairs even said to the Penglai divine child rather smugly, "It seems that the disciples of your Penglai sect are just SOSO. But before the Penglai divine child could say anything, another Penglai sect elder of the Penglai sect who was at the seventh tier of Wu Sheng said with a displeased look, "The outcome is still uncertain until the end. Our Penglai sect's disciple was merely careless. How could he be so weak?" Even so, the elder of internal affairs of the Lingyun Hall was not worried that his disciple would lose. After all, Han Lin was a disciple groomed by the Lingyun Hall and had experienced many life-and-death battles. Naturally, he would not make the low-level mistake of underestimating his opponent and failing miserably. In his view, victory was assured. Hence, he smiled and said, "Oh, let's keep watching then. The outcome will be decided soon." And just as the elder of internal affairs of the Lingyun Hall had expected, as a core disciple who had experienced countless battles, Han Lin would go all out and unleash a torrent of attacks once he gained the upper hand, not giving his enemy any chance to turn the tables. Liu Yu of the Penglai sect might have other ultimate moves that could turn the tables, but Han Lin kept him suppressed and could only defend passively without any chance to use his ultimate move. After resisting dozens of moves with great difficulty, Han Lin kicked Liu Yu in the chest. Even as Liu Yu was sent flying and vomiting blood, Han Lin did not let his guard down and continued to press forward, brandishing his sword and attacking Liu Yu mercilessly. It was only when Liu Yu was heavily wounded and completely defenseless that Han Lin pointed his sword at Liu Yu and said coldly, "You've lost. Do you admit defeat?" Liu Yu was vomiting blood and his entire body was in excruciating pain. Without any strength left, he glared hatefully at Han Lin. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I admit defeat." Hearing Liu Yu's surrender, Han Lin sheathed his sword and did not turn around. Instead, he faced Liu Yu and retreated until he was 10 feet away. Throughout the process, Han Lin did not let his guard down and kept a close eye on Liu Yu. It was only when the formation of the arena was closed and the elder who acted as the referee came to the arena to announce Han Lin's victory that Han Lin returned to his seat outside the arena. In the first match, Han Lin of the Lingyun Hall had won, while Liu Yu of the Penglai sect was heavily wounded. Everyone from the Penglai sect was looking gloomy and unhappy. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the Lingyun Hall, as well as the elders and disciples who were watching the match, were all secretly delighted. Especially after the match was over but before the outcome was confirmed, Han Lin's calm and vigilant behavior left the upper echelons of the Lingyun Hall very satisfied. After suffering such a crushing defeat in the first match, the calm expression of the Penglai sect's divine son turned ugly instantly. He had been boasting before the match, but he did not expect to be slapped in the face in the first match. Where should he put his face now? Somewhat annoyed, the Penglai sect's divine son turned to another disciple of the Wusheng First Heaven and said, Yuan Kuan, you're up for this match. You must win. After the Penglai sect's divine son had said that, the Penglai sect's disciple named Yuan Kuan stepped out and said, Yes, divine son. After answering the Penglai sect's divine son, Yuan Kuan flew down to the arena and looked at the disciples of the Lingyun Hall with contempt. His tone was still haughty as he said, Yuan Kuan of the Penglai sect, Wusheng First Heaven. Who dares to challenge me? Damn it. You're the ones who lost and yet you're still acting all high and mighty. You really don't know what's good for you. Yuan Kuan's haughty attitude really angered the disciples of the Lingyun Hall who were in a good mood. They could not wait to punch him in the face. Chapter 172. I'll do it. With a slightly cold answer, a disciple of the Lingyun Hall who was also at the first heaven of Wusheng, Lin Yuan, flew and landed on the arena. Looking at Lin Yuan on the opposite side, Yuan Kuan of the Penglai sect said arrogantly, The people of my Penglai sect were careless in the last round and let you win by luck. However, I will not make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. In this round, I will let you know that the dignity of my Penglai sect is not to be offended. If you... Before Yuan Kuan could finish, Lin Yuan of the Lingyun Hall interrupted him unceremoniously, You're so long-winded and long-winded like an idiot. Are you going to fight or not? If you want to fight, then shut up. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Yuan's words directly embarrassed Yuan Kuan, who was still feeling good about himself. He said with an ugly face, Well, you're very good. I'll let you. As a result, Lin Yuan did not wait for him to finish and directly launched an attack on him. He was the typical type of person who did not say much. Lin Yuan's sudden attack caught Yuan Kuan, who had not finished speaking, a little stuffy and unprepared. However, he was also a genius of the Penglai sect, so he quickly adjusted his state and fought with Lin Yuan. He fully operated the Penglai divine tactics and was on par with Lin Yuan, who was at full strength. However, his heart was filled with anger toward Lin Yuan, and he could not wait to tear Lin Yuan into pieces. However, although he could not wait to kill Lin Yuan, as the battle continued, Yuan Kuan found a reality that he could not accept. That is, he could not beat Lin Yuan on the opposite side and was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. No matter how he attacked with all his strength, Lin Yuan of the Lingyun Hall on the opposite side received all of his attacks. On the contrary, it became more and more difficult for him to resist the attacks launched by Lin Yuan. How is this possible? How can the people of the Lingyun Hall be stronger than me? Yuan Kuan of the Penglai sect was at a disadvantage, and this situation was naturally seen by the people of the Lingyun Hall and the Penglai sect. While the Lingyun Hall side was naturally delighted, the faces of those from the Penglai sect turned even uglier. They truly did not expect that they would still be at a disadvantage even after fighting for so long in the second round. By the looks of it, they were about to lose again. What in the world was going on? Each and every one of them were the cream of the crop in the Penglai sect. Why couldn't they even beat someone from Lingyun Hall the moment they stepped into the arena? Were their mental fortitude that weak? What a bunch of trash. Penglai's son of God thought angrily. The way he saw it, the disciples of the Penglai sect must be stronger than those of the Lingyun Hall. It was just that their mental fortitude was lacking. The result of the battle between Yuan Kuan and Lin Yuan was as expected. In the end, Lin Yuan won. Yuan Kuan of the Penglai divine sect was the same as Liu Yu in the previous battle. He was seriously injured and had no power to resist. That left the people of the Penglai sect disgruntled, with one of the Penglai sect's 8th Wusheng ranting, Isn't your Lingyun Hall going overboard? Why did you beat up our people so badly when you've already won? Did you do it on purpose? The elder of punishments of the Lingyun Hall retorted without hesitation, What do you know? It's inevitable to get injured in a competition. Besides, our Lingyun Hall is not like your Penglai sect, which is hiding overseas. Our disciples have been fighting against the devil race for a long time. It's a battle of life and death. In order to save our lives, it's natural for us to kill. Over time, it's become a habit. We've already shown mercy by sparring with your disciples. Do you think our Lingyun Hall's people are flowers in a greenhouse? You, the Penglai sect's Wusheng powerhouse who spoke just now, was aggrieved by the words of the Lingyun Hall's elder of punishments. He was so angry that he was speechless. Well, there's no need to flaunt your sharp tongue. It's just 2 losses. Our Penglai sect was too careless. The real competition is coming up next. Zhao Xian, you're up for this battle. Seeing that his own elder could not win against the Lingyun Hall's people, the Penglai sect's divine child quickly came to the rescue and sent out another disciple to fight. For victory, he sent out Zhao Xian, whose martial arts cultivation had reached Wu Sheng's 3rd heaven. The Penglai sect disciple named Zhao Xian strode into the arena. Dressed in an embroidered robe, he stood at the center of the arena and lifted his head slightly, staring coldly at the Lingyun Hall disciples around him without saying a word. What the hell? What kind of sick habit was that? How could they be so arrogant even after being defeated? How could they be so awesome? At first, the Lingyun Hall disciples around them had been delighted by their 2 consecutive victories. But when they saw that the Penglai sect's people were still behaving arrogantly as if the heavens were their number 2, they blew their top at once. Then, another Lingyun Hall disciple named Zhu Xian, who was also Wu Sheng's 3rd heaven, strode into the arena as well. After the Lingyun Hall's elder, who was acting as the referee, gave the order to start, Zhao Xian and Zhu Xian did not waste any time and started fighting at once. There were no restrictions in this battle. Zhao Xian used the Penglai sect's Penglai godly sword technique, while Zhu Xian used the Lingyun Hall's Lingyun immortal sword technique. Both men soared thousands of miles into the air, unleashing their full power in the boundless skies as they clashed fiercely, with streaks of incomparably sharp sword chi shooting out from the vast skies from time to time. Of the 2 fighting, Zhao Xian was born with the 10,000 swords mystic body, a mystic low-tier special constitution. Zhu Xian, on the other hand, was born with no special constitution. Even so, his comprehension and aptitude were high, and he later cultivated the mystic Wu Ling physique, a middle-tier spirit-tier constitution by chance. Moreover, he had participated in breaking the world's seal twice, greatly increasing his potential and elevating his constitution to spirit-tier pinnacle. But unlike Zhao Xian of the Penglai sect, Zhu Xian had gone through countless battles against the demon race, and his combat experience and ruthlessness were much stronger than Zhao Xian's. As such, the 2 were evenly matched in their battle. The fierce battle lasted for 4 hours. Zhu Xian held a slight advantage, but it was not obvious and could be turned around by Zhao Xian at any moment. Overall, the 2 were still in a stalemate. At the sight of the result, everyone from the Penglai sect and the Lingyun Hall appeared rather surprised. To tell the truth, neither side had expected that Zhao Xian and Zhu Xian would be evenly matched after fighting for so long. Both men were among the top 5 among the disciples of the Penglai sect and the Lingyun Hall. They had thought that victory was in their grasp, and did not expect that they would be evenly matched. In response, those from the Penglai sect could not help curbing some of their arrogance, and their evaluation and status of the Lingyun Hall rose a little. At the same time, the Lingyun Hall also put away the disdain and belittlement towards the Penglai sect after their 2 victories. Seeing that this could not go on, the 2 men might fight for an entire day and night without a clear outcome if they did not stop them. The master of the Lingyun Hall shot a look at the elder of technique imparting, who then cleared his throat and said to the Penglai son of God, "Since they are evenly matched and there's no point in dragging things out, why don't we call this a draw?" Deep down, those from the Penglai sect agreed with the Lingyun Hall elder's suggestion. They did not want to drag things out either, which was why the Penglai son of God pretended to consider it before saying reservedly, "If that's the case, the Penglai sect will let him off." "It's a draw, Zhao Xian. Please stop." At the Penglai son of God's words, the higher-ups of the Lingyun Hall inwardly cursed the Penglai son of God for being so prideful, even as they ordered Zhu Xian to stop. After hearing the orders from their respective factions, Zhao Xian and Zhu Xian watched warily as they distanced themselves from each other before returning to their respective camps. Chapter 173. Please recommend and bookmark me. Thank you, everyone. The 3rd match ended in a draw between the Lingyun Hall and the Penglai sect. After 3 matches so far, the Lingyun Hall had 2 wins and 1 draw. It was a result that the Lingyun Hall could accept gladly, but the Penglai sect could not, and would have to get back at them. The Lingyun Hall master then told the Penglai divine child and the others nonchalantly, "It's getting late. The Lingyun Hall would at most have 2 more matches with you. Now that we're fighting the abyssal demons, every disciple has things to do and missions to complete, and we don't have much time to waste on such things." Hearing the Lingyun Hall master's implied words, the Penglai sect's disciples were at once aggrieved and furious. Even so, they could only endure with 2 losses and 1 draw, who told them to boast and look down on the Lingyun Hall's disciples, only to have their faces slapped resoundingly in the face. Gritting his teeth, the Penglai divine child sent out 2 Wu Sheng 4th heaven prodigies who were second only to him. Although those 2 disciples were at a higher level than Zhao Xian, that was only because they had cultivated for a longer time than Zhao Xian. They might not beat Zhao Xian even if they were at the same level. He hated himself for saying that he would not fight in the first place, or he would have won for sure. While the Penglai sect sent out 2 Wu Sheng 4th heaven prodigies, the Lingyun Hall's disciples were not to be outdone. Similarly, 2 Wu Sheng 4th heaven prodigies stepped out and faced off against each other. To save time, the 2 matches were held at the same time this time. After the Lingyun Hall elder who was the referee gave the order to start, the disciples of the Penglai sect and the Lingyun Hall began to fight each other. 4 Wu Sheng 4th heaven prodigies unleashed their power without restraint in the vast skies, fully focused on the intense battle against their opponents. The 2 simultaneous battles continued for almost 4 hours under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Lingyun Hall and the people of the Penglai sect each employed their own methods, unleashing powerful attacks and moves in a grand display of force. This time, the 2 disciples of Lingyun Hall began to gain the upper hand. Although it wasn't very obvious, as time passed, the situation was developing in a favorable direction for Lingyun Hall. He believed that as long as the spectators could afford to wait, the final victory would be Lingyun Hall's. Just as the champions of the Lingyun Hall could see the direction and the final outcome of the battle, those of the Penglai sect could naturally see it as well. Even so, there was no need to mention the annoyance, embarrassment, and resentment in the hearts of those from the Penglai sect. It was especially so when the Penglai sect's son remembered the words he had said to the master of Lingyun Hall before the start of the battle. Comparing the results of the 5 matches, he could not wait to find a hole to crawl into, it was simply too embarrassing. Seeing that the final 2 matches were about to end with the Penglai sect's defeat, those from the Penglai sect wanted to stop the battle and end it in a draw. However, their long-standing pride prevented them from swallowing their pride and taking the initiative to call it quits. Since they kept their airs and did not say a word, the people of Lingyun Hall were even less likely to say anything. After all, they were not the ones who were in a hurry, and the worst that could happen was that they could just wait for the final outcome. After another hour, the 2 disciples of the Lingyun Hall were gaining an increasingly greater advantage. Finally, those from the Penglai sect could not hold back any longer. They could not afford to lose the last 2 matches, or their sect would be utterly humiliated if they were to lose 4 out of 5 matches and 1 draw. Therefore, among the Penglai sect's ranks, one of Wu Sheng's 9th heaven super champions said to the master of Lingyun Hall, "Lord Ling, it's not a good idea to keep dragging things out. Since both sides are in a deadlock and there's no clear winner, why don't we end it in a draw? Since your disciples are pressed for time, there's no need to waste any more time. Damn it. You guys are really shameless. You have the nerve to spout such nonsense. One could not help but be impressed by your ability to lie through your teeth." Upon hearing the words of the Penglai sect's expert, the group of experts from the Lingyun Palace were left dumbfounded. They were clearly the ones who had the upper hand and the outcome would have been decided in another 4 hours. But in the end, they were the ones who claimed that it was a tie. The arrogance, shamelessness, and pride of the Penglai sect was something that they could only concede defeat to. The master of Lingyun Hall stared blankly for a moment at those words, before turning to glance at the expressions of the Penglai sect's people with a puzzled expression, especially when he saw the Penglai sect's arrogant and matter-of-fact attitude. Inwardly, he found the Penglai sect and the others as if they were a bunch of clowns. These clowns were still immersed in the memories of the Penglai sect's tyrannical and unbridled glorious deeds back in ancient times, arrogantly and blindly believing that their sect was the best in the world and that everyone should indulge and serve them. Even if they were about to lose, they still assumed that the Lingyun Hall would give them face and agree to end the match in a draw. All of a sudden, the master of Lingyun Hall pitied the Penglai sect's people, and could no longer raise the thought of being angry with them. He recalled a saying he once heard from the Hao Ranjun sect that applied to the Penglai sect: factions like the Penglai sect are arrogant, conceited, and immersed in their own world. Most of their members suffer from the halo of retarded villains who think too highly of themselves. In fact, they are merely stepping stones used by those with great fortune or factions to harvest experience and reach the pinnacle. The master of Lingyun Hall found that saying very fitting at that very moment. With that kind of character, they still want to measure the depth of the Hao Ranjun sect. Why don't they ascend to the heavens? The Hao Ranjun sect. That's right, he could have the Haoran Orthodox sect teach the Penglai sect a lesson. After forming an alliance with the Hao Ranjun sect for more than 160 years, the master of Lingyun Hall was very familiar with the way the Hao Ranjun sect did things. It was the kind of style that did things openly but not pedantically, and specialized in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. With Yi Tianzong, who was recognized as an invincible champion in the Central Plains, the Hao Ranjun sect feared no one. If you treat me with sincerity, I'll treat you with sincerity. If you harbor ulterior motives and play tricks, I won't play the gentleman's game with you, and I'll have no qualms about using underhanded means. But if you dare to provoke me and cause trouble, I won't let you get away with it and will teach you a lesson. Let's see how the hot-tempered people of the Hao Ranjun sect will deal with you then. The master of Lingyun Hall could not help but feel that his sudden idea was very wise, and his mood improved in an instant. Hence, he said, you have a point. Since that's the case, let's call it a draw and have them stop. Although the other higher-ups of Lingyun Hall did not understand why the master of Lingyun Hall would agree to such a ridiculous suggestion, none of them objected, and directly sent someone to instruct the two disciples and the people of the Penglai sect to stop. After both sides stopped fighting, the master of Lingyun Hall said to the Penglai Shenzi and the others, since the competition is over, and you all want to go to other forces to compete as soon as possible, the Lingyun Hall will not keep you any longer. I'll send someone to lead you out of the Lingyun Peak later. Pausing for a moment, the master of Lingyun Hall continued with an inexplicable look on his face, of course, if you all want to see the prodigies of the major forces of the Central Plains as soon as possible, it just so happens that the Lingyun city beneath the Lingyun Peak has a portal that connects to the Kunlun sect and the Hao Ranjun sect. You can go to the Kunlun sect first, and then to the Hao Ranjun sect. The Hao Ranjun sect's strength is not bad. Although they have only been around for a few thousand years and only have one Wusheng 9th Heaven elite, their disciples are still very outstanding, and not weaker than the disciples of our Lingyun Hall. You can go after challenging the disciples of the Kunlun sect. That way, you will have a better chance. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to lead you down the mountain. With that, the master of Lingyun Hall arranged for two Wusheng 3rd Heaven elders to lead them down the Lingyun Peak under the gloomy faces of the Penglai Shenzi sect disciples. After the Penglai Shenzi sect disciples left, the elder Chuan of Lingyun Hall said with a strange look, "Master, don't you think you're being a little too cruel? The Penglai Shenzi sect disciples had a bad start here. You didn't tell them about the strength of the Hao Ranjun sect and let them go to the Hao Ranjun sect first. They must think that you're up to no good and will go to the Hao Ranjun sect first. Just look at how arrogant and condescending they are. If they challenge the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect, the people of the Hao Ranjun sect would never let them get away with it. Let's not talk about the final result, whether they can come out alive is another matter altogether. You're being a little too cruel here." After the elder Chuan finished speaking, the higher-ups of Lingyun Hall reacted as well. They immediately understood the master of Lingyun Hall's intention and could not help laughing. That's right. According to the elder Chuan, if the Penglai Shenzi sect disciples really did not believe in heresy and went to the Hao Ranjun sect first, whether they could come out alive was another matter altogether. While the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect might be a little wary of the Penglai Shenzi sect, the Hao Ranjun sect was not afraid of them at all. With Yi Tianzong's strength alone, even if the Penglai Shenzi sect sent 3,000 Wusheng 7th Heaven elites to attack the Hao Ranjun sect, as long as the Hao Ranjun sect activated their defensive formation, Yi Tianzong would definitely be able to wipe out the Penglai Shenzi sect disciples. Therefore, the upright people of the Hao Ranjan sect would never let the Penglai Shenzi sect disciples have such bad habits. It was very likely that a fight would break out at the slightest disagreement. When that happens, one could only imagine what would happen to the Penglai Shenzi sect disciples. The Soaring Cloud Palace master chuckled and said indifferently, "Elder technique imparting technique, you're wrong. I'm just being kind. I know that they can't beat the disciples of the Howran Orthodox sect, so I kindly reminded them to go to the Kunlun sect first to accumulate some experience. If they stubbornly refuse to listen to my advice, then they can only blame themselves for not knowing the good intentions of others. It has nothing to do with me." After the Soaring Cloud Palace master finished speaking, the higher-ups of the Soaring Cloud Palace around him suddenly laughed tacitly. Chapter 174. On the other hand, the Penglai sect's party who had failed at the Lingyun Hall had arrived at Lingyun City with a gloomy look on their faces. After Liu Yu and Yuan Kuan recovered from their injuries, the Lingyun Hall master and the others did as they expected. They did not heed the Lingyun Hall master's suggestion and headed straight to the Hao Ranjan sect. Moreover, the Lingyun Hall master had already informed the Hao Ranjan sect of the Penglai sect's intention to challenge the Hao Ranjan sect. In the message that the Lingyun Hall master had sent to the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect, he had briefly explained the Penglai sect's actions in ancient times, as well as their arrogant style of doing things. Having understood the situation, the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect had also thought about how to deal with the Penglai sect's party who was about to challenge them. 7 days later, the Penglai sect's party appeared in Howran City. According to normal procedure, they would first hand in their visiting card and wait for the Hao Ranjan sect's response before entering Tiangang Peak to meet with the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect. However, the Penglai sect clearly did not want to do that. They had gathered a lot of information and intelligence before this and knew that the young master of the Hao Ranjan sect was known as the #1 elite of the Central Plains. The Hao Ranjan sect was also very powerful and was one of the overlords of the Central Plains, just like the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. Even so, in the eyes of the Penglai sect, the Hao Ranjan sect could not be mentioned in the same breath as the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. It was all just someone else's bragging. The Hao Ranjan sect only had one Wu Sheng at the 9th heaven, and that was the young master of the Hao Ranjan sect. Even if he was the most powerful elite of the Central Plains, how powerful could he be? At best, he was equivalent to dozens of Wu Sheng at the 9th heaven, and that was already giving him a lot of face. How powerful could such a sect be? It was not even worth the Penglai sect's visiting card. It should be the Hao Ranjan sect who took the initiative to curry favor with them. Otherwise, they would destroy the Hao Ranjan sect if the Penglai sect was in a bad mood. With more than 500 Wu Sheng at the 7th heaven, it was more than enough to deal with the overblown Hao Ranjan sect's exaggeration. With such a sense of superiority, the people of the Penglai sect caused a huge commotion the moment they arrived at Howran City. All 500 Wu Sheng at the 7th heaven and above unleashed their powerful aura. Then, one of them said arrogantly, "The Penglai sect has arrived. Where are the people of the Hao Ranjan sect? Come and greet us." His arrogant voice spread across the entire Howran City. Everyone in Howran City at the moment, be it ordinary people, major factions, or independent cultivators, all looked at the Penglai sect's people who were standing in the air above Howran City in surprise when they heard that voice. Everyone was puzzled. Where did these self-proclaimed Penglai sect people come from? How could they have the guts to cause trouble in Howran City? In Howran City, the people from Lingyun Hall were the most surprised. These people were specially sent by Lingyun Hall to Howran City to gather information about the Penglai sect. Still, what they did not expect was for the people of the Penglai sect to be so brazenly provoking the Howran Orthodox sect right in the middle of Howran City, asking for the people of the Howran Orthodox sect to hurry up and greet them. Damn, why are you guys so awesome? What the hell are you guys thinking? Don't you know anything about the Hao Ranjan sect? You're so arrogant to look down on the Hao Ranjan sect. It would be strange if the people of the Hao Ranjan sect didn't kill you. It was not just the people from Lingyun Hall who thought so. The people from the other major factions thought so too. After so many years, this was the first time they met someone who dared to come to Howran City and provoke the Hao Ranjan sect. Sure enough, after the Penglai sect's people were done talking, they stood proudly in the sky and waited for the people of the Haoranzhen sect to come and greet them. Yi Tianzong, who was in Haoran City, was annoyed. His annoyance meant that the Penglai sect's people were in for a bad time. Bastards, how dare you cause trouble in Haoran City? You don't know what's good for you. Yi Tianzong bellowed. Then, his entire person appeared in the sky in an instant. He slapped out a heaven-covering palm at the Penglai sect's people who were still standing proudly in the sky. After the golden palm print appeared, it slapped towards the Penglai sect's people at an extreme speed. Moreover, it was still expanding rapidly. By the time it got close to the Penglai sect's people, the golden palm print had already reached a size of 200 feet and completely shrouded the Penglai sect's people. Sensing the majestic power contained in the huge golden palm print, the faces of the Penglai sect's people who were standing in the sky changed drastically. They quickly unleashed all their strength and launched all kinds of powerful attacks to destroy the golden palm print that was right in front of them. However, was the heaven-covering palm that Yi Tianzong slapped out with all his strength that easy to break? As the Penglai sect's people watched in disbelief, the power of the golden palm print became weaker and weaker after being attacked by them. However, it still carried a powerful aftershock and slapped on their bodies. At the same time, Yi Tianzong urged the power of his spirit to launch an attack on their primordial spirits. Under the double attack, the Penglai sect's people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. They suffered serious injuries and fell from the sky. This was especially true for the Penglai sect's man who was shouting for the Haoranzhen sect's people to pay their respects. His primordial spirit was directly destroyed by Yi Tianzong and he was dead. After Yi Tianzong made his move, Yi Haoran and the other Wu Sheng class experts of the Haoranzhen sect immediately appeared. These Wu Sheng class experts came directly to the ground where the Penglai sect's people had fallen. They were not interested in talking to the Penglai sect's people at all. They only said, "You've got guts to come to Haoran City and behave atrociously." Then, they continued to attack the Penglai sect's people. Although the Penglai sect's people were injured, they were not to be outdone by the attacks of the Haoranzhen sect's experts. Immediately, their anger boiled as they fought against the Haoranzhen sect's experts. Wu Sheng of the Haoranzhen sect deliberately led the Penglai sect's people to the sky. The Penglai sect's martial artists who wanted to vent their anger on the innocent people in Haoran City had their primordial spirits destroyed by Yi Tianzong's spirit power. The Penglai sect's people felt aggrieved, stifled, and angry. They could not understand why they kept hitting walls after coming to the Central Plains. First, they wanted to show off their strength by fighting in the Lingyun Hall, but they ended up suffering a terrible defeat. They thought that they could pick on a soft persimmon first, but before they could show off, they were slapped to the ground and injured badly. Now, they were being ganged up on by this Wu Sheng of the Haoranzhen sect. This was especially true for the Penglai sect's Shenzi. Although he was injured, he still had most of his strength. But now, he was being suppressed by a Wu Sheng's fourfold heaven. This feeling made him feel so aggrieved and angry that he was about to go crazy. The Penglai sect's people were seething with anger as they fought with the Haoranzhen sect's Wu Sheng's experts thousands of miles up in the sky. The Penglai sect's people were of high realms and powerful. But because they were injured by Yi Tianzong's attack, they could not use their full strength. Therefore, they were surrounded and beaten by the Haoranzhen sect's Wu Sheng's simple Haoran Tiangang sword formation. No matter how the Penglai sect's people roared and attacked, they were trapped in the middle and could not break free. The fierce battle lasted for more than 4 hours. In the end, the Penglai sect's people were defeated. On the other hand, the Haoranzhen sect's Wu Sheng's experts did not listen to the Penglai sect's people's cries for them to stop. They continued until they were all heavily injured and could not fight back. Chapter 175. Yi Tianzong and the elites of Haoranzhen sect arrived at a spacious manor with the Penglai sect members who had no power to resist. Looking at the severely injured Penglai sect member who was lying on the ground in front of him, Yi Tianzong asked, even though he already knew the answer, "What is your Penglai sect trying to do by openly provoking our Haoranzhen sect in Haoran City?" The Penglai sect's son of God's expression was full of hatred as he said coldly with a venomous look in his eyes, "You Haoranzhen sect people are very good. Since you know that we are from Penglai sect, You have the audacity to attack us. You are finished. Let me tell you this, when I return to my sect, I will gather all my forces to destroy your Haoranzhen sect. I will tear you all to pieces. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianzong felt that he was not on the same channel as the other party and could not communicate at all. Ever since the Lingyun Hall master sent the news, Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of Haoranzhen sect had made the necessary preparations. According to the Lingyun Hall master's description of the Penglai sect's moral conduct, Yi Tianzong had been staying in Haoran City for the past few days to avoid any uncontrollable accidents. And the result did not disappoint him. The Penglai sect members began to cause trouble as soon as they arrived in Haoran City. Hearing their arrogant words, Yi Tianzong could not help but attack. Now that they were severely injured and held captive, they were at his mercy. And yet, they still dared to threaten the Haoranzhen sect and even wanted to settle the score with them after returning to Penglai sect. Yi Tianzong really could not understand what the so-called Penglai sect's son of God was thinking. Why did he think that he could return to Penglai sect alive? Did he think that Haoranzhen sect and himself would not dare to kill him? Looking at the somewhat deranged Penglai sect's son of God, Yi Tianzong could not help but recall the world he had been in before. There were many people like the Penglai sect's son of God, but in the end, they were all uprooted by him and his faction. Looking at the Penglai sect's son of God with pity, Yi Tianzong lost interest in talking. He looked at the Penglai sect's son of God indifferently, then reached out and pressed his hand on the top of his head to search his soul. Penglai sect's son of God's soul searched him. The indescribable son of God screamed in agony. His 7 orifices began to bleed, and his injured body, which was unable to move, began to woes. After obtaining the information he wanted, Yi Tianzong glared at the Penglai sect's son of God in disgust before slapping him to death with a single palm. According to the worldview of a normal person, the Penglai sect's son of God was unpardonably evil. He bullied men and women, ran amok, killed people for their treasures, raped women, and so on. His crimes were innumerable and could be considered heinous. Still, because he was the son of the Penglai sect's leader, his outstanding talents and special constitution, the Penglai sect's leaders turned a blind eye to his crimes. After the Penglai sect's son of God, Yi Tianzong selected several Wu Sheng 9th Heaven champions from the Penglai sect to search their souls. In the end, at Yi Tianzong's signal, the Haoranzhen sect's son of God wiped out the rest of the Penglai sect's son of God. With that, the Penglai sect, who had intended to flaunt their prowess in the Central Plains, were utterly defeated in the righteous sect because of their prideful and arrogant behavior. After wiping out the Penglai sect's son of God, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, and the rest of the Haoranzhen sect's son of God returned to Qiangang Peak. In the Haoran temple, Yi Tianzong spoke to the leaders of the Haoranzhen sect. We've just obtained some information from the Penglai sect's son of God after searching their souls. The Penglai sect is located on a massive island in the boundless seas, more than 300 million miles away from the Central Plains. This time, they had come to the Central Plains with the intention of taking advantage of the time when the various factions of the Central Plains are at war with the demon race to challenge the Heaven's Son of God of the various factions and show off their might. Then, they would extend their reach into the Central Plains and loot a burning house like they did in ancient times, abusing their power and plundering the various cultivation resources of the Central Plains. Yi Haoran said after hearing that, it seems that the Lingyun Hall master was right. Even though the Penglai sect is a true faction of the human race, they have never done anything beneficial to the human race. In ancient times, not only did they stand idly by in the face of the powerful demon race in the abyss, they even looted a burning house and used despicable means to plot against the factions of the Central Plains. They are truly a disgrace to the human race. Yi Tianzong sneered and said, "Humph. The Penglai sect is a scourge sooner or later. Even now, they still refuse to change their ways and still want to revert to their old ways of ruling over the various factions and abusing their power. For their own benefit, I can't rule out the possibility that they would cooperate with the demon race. I already know the location of the Penglai sect. In a couple of days, I'll go overseas and give them a big gift so that they won't be able to fend for themselves and cause trouble for us." Yi Haoyun said with some concern, according to the Lingyun Hall master, the Penglai sect is very powerful, even more powerful than the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect in their heyday in ancient times. Tianzong, don't you think you should reconsider? Don't take risks so easily. Yi Tianzong smiled and said, Don't worry, uncle. I'm not stupid enough to fight the Penglai sect head-on. I'm just going to give them something. Aren't they powerful and have a lot of experts? Then I'll help them reduce the number of experts they have. That way, they won't have the strength and energy to make trouble for us. Yi Haoran said, Well, in that case, Tianzong, you must be careful. If you can't do it, then give up. Now that the Hao Ranzhen sect is not to be trifled with, we don't need to be afraid of any other faction. Yi Tianzong said, Yes, I know, father. Later, Yi Tianzong discussed the future development plan of the Hao Ranzhen sect with the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect, as well as some accumulated problems of the sect. Then, they went their separate ways. The Hao Ranzhen sect continued to operate and develop as usual, but the news of the Penglai sect's annihilation had reached the ears of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the major factions of the Central Plains. After hearing the story, the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master could not help but shake their heads helplessly. They could only sigh that the Penglai sect had kicked an iron plate. The other factions of the Central Plains had different reactions. Some were happy, some were indifferent, and some were hostile. But in the end, they did not express any opinions publicly. 2 days later, Yi Tianzong left the Hao Ranzhen sect alone without Ling Xinyu and headed for the Boundless Sea. At the border between the Central Plains and the Boundless Sea, Yi Tianzong looked at the boundless and unfathomable sea. His mind was in turmoil and he was inexplicably excited. After he calmed down, Yi Tianzong found that his state of mind, which had been stagnant for a long time, had improved a little. Although he was happy, Yi Tianzong did not forget the business of this trip. Without stopping for too long, he directly soared into the sky and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the distant sky. Yi Tianzong's flying speed was very fast. He could fly millions of miles in a quarter of an hour. After flying for a day, Yi Tianzong finally saw a huge island in the distance that looked like a continent, spanning tens of millions of miles. Since he had arrived at his destination, Yi Tianzong was not in a hurry to act rashly. Instead, he stopped on an island with a radius of tens of thousands of miles in the surrounding sea and planned to rest for a day. Chapter 176. The gigantic island that the Penglai sect occupied was called the Penglai Divine Island, with tens of thousands of islands of various sizes spread out over 100 million miles around it. There were also martial factions and clans of varying strength on those islands. Although there were many factions, all of them were willing to submit to the Penglai sect's tyrannical might out of fear. Aside from handing over huge amounts of resources to the Penglai sect every year, they also had to send their best disciples to the Penglai sect. In the name of gaining better opportunities for cultivation and having a bright future, the Penglai sect was actually trying to cut off any possibility of other factions threatening them. Therefore, those talented disciples would be controlled by the Penglai sect using secret techniques after they were sent to the sect, becoming their slaves. One could only imagine what their future would be like. The Penglai sect's intentions were not difficult to understand. That was why even if the factions of various sizes within 100 million miles around did not dare to voice their anger or openly rebel, they would basically hide any talented disciples that appeared, never letting the Penglai sect get wind of it. The island that Yi Tianzong stopped at was called Liyuan Island, which was about 50 million miles away from the Penglai Divine Island where the Penglai sect was located. Liyuan Island spanned 50,000 miles and was ruled by the Liyuan sect. The most powerful person in the sect was a Wu Sheng 6th Heaven elite. That was what Yi Tianzong heard from the martial artists on Liyuan Island after he stopped at the edge of the island. However, that had nothing to do with Yi Tianzong. With the information he obtained from the Penglai Divine Child Soul, Yi Tianzong had a good understanding of the Penglai sect. At the same time, he also had a plan to infiltrate the Penglai sect, which was basically no problem. With a plan in mind, Yi Tianzong naturally had nothing to be anxious about. He had not seen the scenery of the ocean ever since he was reincarnated into the profound spirit realm, and it was a good time to enjoy the scenery. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. When dawn broke, Yi Tianzong turned invisible and left Liyuan Island. To avoid trouble, Yi Tianzong flew directly to the Penglai sect. After spending more than 2 hours, Yi Tianzong finally arrived at Penglai Island. The Penglai Divine Island spanned over tens of millions of miles. Although it was occupied by the Penglai Divine sect, they only occupied a large portion of the island. The remaining areas, which were millions of miles in radius, were all designated by the Penglai Divine sect for people from other islands to come and go. Casting invisibility, Yi Tianzong's body melded into space, concealing himself as he headed straight for the central divine mountain of the Penglai sect. With the information he obtained from the Penglai Divine Child soul-searching, Yi Tianzong spent almost 6 hours before he finally arrived at the heart of the Penglai Divine sect. He was only tens of thousands of miles away from the Penglai Divine sect's main camp, the central divine mountain. Given Yi Tianzong's speed, he could cover tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Still, he did not act immediately. Instead, he entered the immortal mansion, his lips curling into a sinister smile as he cast a secret technique from the heaven's expanse mystic scripture, form shift. In just a few breaths, Yi Tianzong had assumed a different appearance. If anyone from the Hao Ranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, or the Kunlun sect were here, they would be surprised to find that Yi Tianzong's presence was almost identical to the demon envoy who had ambushed them before, with the only difference being his appearance. At Penglai Divine Sect, didn't you say you'd rather ambush your own kind than fight the demons? Well, I'll add fuel to the fire and let you have a taste of what it's like to be ambushed by demons. Hee. In his demon envoy form, Yi Tianzong took out a long black blade used by demonic martial artists from the Heaven's Expanse Immortals collection, as well as a jade bottle containing the drowsy powder. The drowsy powder was a smoke that could confuse a martial artist's spirit, causing them to hallucinate. This was something Yi Tianzong had created in his previous life. Once the jade bottle was broken, all martial artists below Myth Realm within a circular area of 250 miles would start hallucinating due to the effects of the drowsy powder. The effect lasted for 6 hours. Now that he was fully prepared, Yi Tianzong kept his body concealed after leaving the immortal mansion and headed straight for the Penglai Divine Mountain. Following the memories of the Penglai Divine Child, Yi Tianzong headed straight for the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's room. Simply making a scene was not Yi Tianzong's style. The resources that the Penglai Divine Sect had accumulated over millions of years had moved Yi Tianzong, and there must be many treasures of heaven and earth that would be very useful to him. And the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain was the best medium to obtain those resources. Even if it was impossible to obtain all of them, Yi Tianzong's trip overseas would not have been in vain even if he could obtain just a portion. Stealthily evading the eyes and ears of the Penglai Divine Sect and the elites of Wu Sheng, Yi Tianzong headed straight for the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's room. It was almost evening and the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain was not in the room. Therefore, Yi Tianzong did not look around and instead hid in the room, quietly waiting for the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain to return. Yi Tianzong concealed all of his presence and waited patiently, and the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain finally returned at night. With the memories of the Penglai Divine Child, Yi Tianzong was very certain that the chieftain of the Penglai Divine Sect was the one who had returned. The Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain did not notice anything out of the ordinary after returning to his room. As usual, he went to the cultivation room deep within the room, sat cross-legged on a piece of 10,000-year-old warm jade and began to cultivate. After the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain entered his cultivation state, Yi Tianzong revealed himself and took out a formation plate that could block out sound and yuan qi ripples. Injecting mana to activate the formation plate, Yi Tianzong covered the cultivation room of the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain. Having made all the preparations, Yi Tianzong retracted his own aura. Like an assassin hiding in the shadows, he approached the Penglai Sect master who was in the midst of cultivation. Naturally, the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain did not expect that someone would be able to evade his layers of defenses and security to silently enter his room. That was why when Yi Tianzong's single blow left him heavily wounded and on the brink of death, there was a look of disbelief on the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's face. To avoid any accidents, Yi Tianzong put away the formation plate and carried the immobilized Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain into the immortal mansion before soul-searching him. The chief of the Penglai Divine Sect had already reached the early 8th heavenly realm of the martial saint realm. If one wanted to search his soul, only a myth realm expert who had grasped the secret art of searching souls would be able to obtain some information. Still, for Yi Tianzong, who had once fought his way up to the pinnacle of mythical sixth heaven, soul-searching the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain was quite easy. Even as the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain screamed, Yi Tianzong finally obtained the information he wanted from his memories. It was only after the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain had completely lost all signs of life that Yi Tianzong obtained enough information through soul-searching. Looking at the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's corpse, a cold glint flashed across Yi Tianzong's eyes. Like son, like father. Just as the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain had committed heinous crimes, his father was a sinister and despicable sinner as well. His crimes were no less than the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's, and it was truly too easy for him to die just like that. Reaching out, he took a storage belt from the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's corpse. The belt was 20 meters in size and had a certain degree of defensive capabilities, being of a higher grade than a storage bag. It contained most of the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's collection, as well as some of the sect's martial arts and techniques. Since it was still early, Yi Tianzong took a closer look at the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain's collection, and found that there was indeed quite a lot of good stuff. For example, there were spirit herbs, strange fruits, elixirs, and miraculous medicines that could aid in martial arts cultivation, as well as all sorts of crafting materials. There were also some vicious poisons, forbidden items, and so on. But what surprised Yi Tianzong the most was that he found a million-year-old cold steel that was half a foot in size. The million-year-old cold steel collected by the Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain was at least 3 million years old, an excellent material for crafting divine items. Even Yi Tianzong did not manage to find such a material after he had dominated the world in his previous life. Even 10,000-year-old cold steel was an excellent material for crafting divine items, let alone a million-year-old cold steel, which was more than enough to craft God-Emperor items. Such million-year-old cold steel could only be found in the depths of the ocean in a high-level medium-class world or above, and was something that could only be found by chance. To think that the dead Penglai Divine Sect's chieftain would give Yi Tianzong such a pleasant surprise, he probably thought that the cold steel was only 10,000-year-old. Chapter 177. Yi Tianzong did not find anything else that could surprise him after finding the million-year frost iron. Still, that was enough. Even if he failed to steal from the Penglai Sect's treasure vault, Yi Tianzong felt that this trip was worth it. After checking everything, Yi Tianzong looked down at the dead Penglai Sect chieftain at his feet, conjuring a flame with a wave of his mana to incinerate the corpse into ashes. After some thought, Yi Tianzong did not leave the immortal mansion. At the moment, many Wu Sheng elites must have gathered in the Penglai Sect chieftain's room, and he would have to fight if he went out now. In truth, Yi Tianzong had learned from the Penglai Divine Child's memories that every person above Wu Zun tier in the Penglai Sect would leave a Yuan Spirit Life token in the sect. As long as the person who left the token dies, the corresponding Yuan Spirit Life token would shatter, and the guardian of the token would know. The Penglai Sect must have learned that the Penglai Divine Child's party had been wiped out in the Haoranzhen sect, and would investigate to the end to find out why the Penglai Divine Child's party had fallen, where they died, and who did it. From the Penglai Sect chieftain's memories, Lin Feng learned that the Penglai Sect would send a group of Wu Sheng elites to the Central Plains tomorrow to investigate the cause of the Penglai Divine Child's death. Still, since Yi Tianzong was already here, he would not let the Penglai Sect's people reach the Central Plains so easily. And Yi Tianzong's guess was right. The entire Penglai Sect was on high alert right now, with every Wu Sheng Ninth Heaven elite gathered outside the Penglai Sect chieftain's room. There were 600 of them. That was twice the number of Wu Sheng Ninth Heaven elites combined from the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. The shattering of the Penglai Sect's chieftain's Yuan Spirit Life tablet meant that he was dead, having been killed in his own home base. What did that mean? It was an unbridled provocation and disregard for the Penglai Sect. Moreover, if the culprit could kill Wu Sheng's 8th Heaven chieftain without a sound, it meant that they could do the same to anyone else. That's right. All the 9th Heavenly Layer martial saints present believed that their chief had been plotted against. Otherwise, how could he have been killed without a sound? Although the world was currently recovering, it could only accommodate experts below the myth realm. Because the strength of myth realm experts far surpassed that of martial saints, it was impossible for them to appear. Therefore, the sect chieftain's ninth heaven chieftain had been ambushed. There is no one who could be allowed to sneak past our Penglai sect's defenses sexes of goddess ninth heaven chieftains, who could sneak past our sect's defenses and defenses to get close to Yi's. Who could not be that person persons must be a traitor. I must seek justice for Yi Hai. If anyone has anything to do with Yi Hai's death, I will kill their entire family. Although the chieftain's words were harsh, none of the Wu Sheng ninth heaven elites present objected. After all, the deceased Penglai sect chieftain was the son of this ninth heaven chieftain of Wu Sheng. Both his son and grandson were dead in just a few days. Although there were still descendants, Xian Yi Hai and Xian Ichen were his most outstanding descendants. Both of them being dead was definitely a huge blow. Moreover, they themselves believed that the traitor had something to do with this matter. Otherwise, would the Penglai sect's defenses be just for show? How could that be? Therefore, the only explanation was that there was someone else within the sect who was dissatisfied with Xian Yi Hai and wanted to replace him. Therefore, they planned to kill him. None of them would allow such an action that clearly crossed their bottom line. If the traitor could kill Xian Yi Hai, the sect chieftain, then the traitor could do the same to them. They would never allow such a potentially fatal danger to appear. Every member of the Penglai sect above the realm of Wu King was mobilized. They thoroughly investigated any possible anomalies in the past month and would not rest until the culprit was found. After 4 hours in the outside world, Yi Tianzong estimated that there were not many Wu Sheng elites outside. Therefore, he appeared in the Penglai sect chieftain's room while maintaining his abyssal demon envoy appearance. After Yi Tianzong appeared, he quickly scanned the situation within 100 miles with his soul. He saw that there were more than 3,000 experts above the 7th heavenly layer of Martial Saint, and more than 100 experts above the 9th heavenly layer of Martial Saint. At the moment, there were still 10 Wu Sheng 8th heaven elites standing guard in the Penglai sect chieftain's room. Seeing Yi Tianzong's sudden appearance in his abyssal demon envoy appearance, the 10 Wu Sheng 8th heaven elites in the room were taken aback. Then, they bellowed, "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Penglai sect?" With that, the 10 Wu Sheng 8th heaven elites attacked Yi Tianzong. Naturally, Yi Tianzong did not hold back. He came to the Penglai sect to stir up trouble, so he naturally would not show mercy to the people of the Penglai sect. Therefore, he held the demonic blade in his hand and launched a counterattack against the 10 Wu Sheng 8th heaven elites who attacked him. With Yi Tianzong's strength, he brandished his saber 10 times in an instant. The condensed and domineering saber light easily split apart the attacks of the 10 martial sages. Under their terrified and incredulous gazes, the 10 of them were cleanly cut into 2 halves. After wiping out the 10 in the blink of an eye, Yi Tianzong then took to the air right before the eyes of the Penglai sect elites who had rushed over, breaking through the roof and heading straight for the skies. Having noticed the commotion, the Penglai sect elites naturally did not let Yi Tianzong go. Each of them furiously chased after Yi Tianzong into the skies. Yi Tianzong did not fly too high. After flying for just over 100 miles, he stopped and launched an attack at the Wu Sheng 8th heaven elites who were hot on his tail. Shifting the true yuan in his body and mimicking the nature of the abyssal demon tribe's power, Yi Tianzong held the demonic blade and engaged in a fierce battle against the Penglai sect elites. At first, the Penglai sect elites thought that it would be a piece of cake to take down Yi Tianzong since they had so many people on their side. However, the outcome of the battle was beyond their expectations. Although he did not use the boundless godly sword and sword techniques and could not reach the peak of his power, Yi Tianzong was very familiar with the Tao of Sword. However, Yi Tianzong was also very familiar with the study of the blade technique. Although the strength of the demonic blade was not as strong as when he used the sword technique, it was still stronger than when he was barehanded. Therefore, the Penglai sect elites who were not mentally prepared suffered a great loss. In just a few exchanges, 7 Wu Sheng 9th heaven elites were slain by Yi Tianzong, while a dozen others were injured. That result gave them a fright. Hence, they quickly called for reinforcements while using all their strength to delay Yi Tianzong. They could not let Yi Tianzong take the opportunity to escape. Yi Tianzong had no intention of running either. He simply slashed at the Penglai sect elites in front of him. He was much stronger, faster, and more powerful than them. Yi Tianzong was even using a spiritual attack, attacking them from 2 angles at once. 1 or 2 slashes was all it took to kill a Wu Sheng 8th Heaven elite. The Penglai sect elites who surrounded Yi Tianzong fell down one after another like dumplings. On Mount Penglai, a large number of Wu Sheng elites who received the news rushed to the scene. These Wu Sheng elites who rushed to the scene felt chills all over their bodies when they saw the falling corpses. Then, they joined the ranks of those who besieged Yi Tianzong. As more and more elites arrived, all Wu Sheng 9th Heaven elites of the Penglai sect joined the ranks of those who besieged Yi Tianzong, becoming the first to clash with Yi Tianzong. The remaining 8th Heavenly Layer and 7th Heavenly Layer martial saints formed an encirclement around them. And with the arrival of these elites, Yi Tianzong was left with nothing but defense. He had no power to fight back. Of course, Yi Tianzong did not know how shocked and horrified the Penglai sect elites were right now. If they had not seen it with their own eyes and experienced it for themselves, they would never have believed that an unfamiliar enemy of the same level as them could withstand the attacks of so many of them. Seeing that it was about time, Yi Tianzong decisively threw out the jade bottle containing the drowsy powder and disappeared instantly, entering the immortal mansion. Outside, the jade bottle that Yi Tianzong threw out was directly shattered by the Penglai sect elites. The moment the jade bottle shattered, the drowsy powder spread to an area of 500 miles in a very short time. More than 50,000 martial sages within a radius of 500 miles instantly fell into a hallucination because of the drowsy powder. This was especially true for the remaining 600 Wu Sheng 9th Heaven elites who had been attacking Yi Tianzong. Because of Yi Tianzong's sudden disappearance, these people who were still attacking immediately mistook the person they saw as Yi Tianzong. As one could imagine, they immediately started fighting. Because of the drowsy powder, what was originally a normal encirclement turned into an internal fight, with their own people fighting their own people. After those Wu Sheng 9th Heaven elites started fighting, the other Wu Sheng 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th Heavens elites who were under the influence of the drowsy powder all started fighting one after another. Once they started fighting, the other Wu Sheng elites of the Penglai sect who were not under the influence of the drowsy powder were left dumbfounded. They could not understand why the encirclement had suddenly turned into an internal fight. Looking at how desperate they were, it was as if they could not wait to kill each other. What was going on? Although the remaining Wu Sheng elites who were sober did not understand what was going on, they knew that they must not let the fight go on. Therefore, they joined the ranks of mediators. But what they did not expect was that their intervention to be treated as enemies and attacked as well. This gave them a headache and it was too late for them to escape. They had no choice but to fight desperately to save their lives. When they could not hold on any longer, they hurriedly called for others to help them. Therefore, more and more Wu Sheng elites joined the ranks of the battle and started fighting. The originally beautiful and sacred Penglai Divine Mountain was suddenly turned into a mess by these tens of thousands of Wu Sheng elites. Pieces of the mountain were destroyed and potholes were everywhere. Yi Tianzong's bottle of drowsy powder had thrown the entire Penglai sect into chaos. Just as the Wu Sheng elites of the Penglai sect were fighting fiercely, Yi Tianzong's defense had been raised to its peak. Even so, he maintained the appearance of an abyssal demon envoy and came out of the immortal mansion. The moment he came out, Yi Tianzong was attacked by 2 different forces. It turned out that he was at the center of the battle between 2 Wu Sheng elites. After wiping out the 2 Wu Sheng elites with his demonic blade, Yi Tianzong immediately retracted his aura, concealed his figure and disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, he headed straight for the Penglai sect's treasury. With the memories of the Penglai sect's sect master, Yi Tianzong's search for the treasury went smoothly. After setting up a seclusion disc outside, he concealed himself and ambushed the 4 Wu Sheng 9th Heaven elites guarding the treasury. Yi Tianzong then opened the Penglai sect's treasury according to the method he obtained from soul-searching. Instead of standing in the treasury like an idiot to see what was inside, Yi Tianzong did not even bother to look. Instead, he used a grappling martial technique. Instantly, 2 giant palms that were hundreds of feet in size violently grabbed everything they saw in the Penglai sect's treasury. One had to admit that the treasure vault of the Penglai sect was truly huge and rich. Yi Tianzong controlled the two giant palms that were 1,000 feet in size and kept grabbing for almost half an hour before he managed to collect most of the items in the vault. Seeing that there was nothing left in the treasury, Yi Tianzong did not linger. Putting away the disc, he headed for the next treasury. According to the soul-searching information Yi Tianzong obtained from the Penglai sect's sect master, the Penglai sect had a total of 7 treasuries. However, the sect master only knew the location and method to open 4 of them. The remaining 3 treasuries were prepared for beings above the myth tier and had existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It was not something the current sect master of the Penglai sect could know. Chapter 178. After Yi Tianzong was done with the first treasure vault, he immediately concealed his figure, retracted his aura, and left for the location of the next treasure vault. Using the same procedure, he first set up an isolation array disk and a defensive demonic cloud array disk. The demonic cloud array disk was a simplified version that Yi Tianzong refined using the materials in the Immortal Mansion before he left for the Penglai sect using the materials in the Immortal Mansion. It was based on the grand defensive formation of a demonic sect in his previous life. This devilish cloud formation disk could be used 4 times. After activating the formation disk, it would be able to form a defensive formation permeated by endless devilish clouds within a radius of 50 kilometers, which would be able to withstand the attacks of 29th heavenly level martial saints. After setting up the 2 array disks, Yi Tianzong broke the defensive formation of the second treasure vault and killed the guards. After opening the vault, without looking at what was inside, 2 giant palms that were hundreds of feet in size reappeared, and large swathes of items were collected by Yi Tianzong into the Immortal Mansion. After spending nearly half an hour, Yi Tianzong was almost done collecting the items in the second treasure vault. Then, Yi Tianzong put away the array disk and headed for the third treasure vault without stopping. Soon, he arrived at the location of the third treasure vault. By then, Yi Tianzong's theft of 2 treasure vaults had been exposed, and the elites of the Penglai sect who did not join in the battle had all gathered at the remaining 3 treasure vaults. Yi Tianzong looked at the endless stream of elites gathering in front of the third treasure vault and knew that his purpose had been exposed. It did not take him long to figure out that it was because he had killed the guards of the treasure vault. Their primordial spirit life tablets had shattered and the people of the Penglai sect had found out about his intentions. But it did not matter. These people were not enough for him to kill at all. It would just take a little more time. Imitating the tone of the abyssal demon envoy, Yi Tianzong cackled a few times before charging the power of his spirit to attack the people of the Penglai sect in front of him. Then, with a sweep of his demonic blade, countless murderous black blade flashes were unleashed, and the people of the Penglai sect who were hit by the double attack were instantly killed by Yi Tianzong. After killing the guards of the treasure vault again, Yi Tianzong did not have time to set up the demonic cloud array disk before he opened the third treasure vault and began collecting the treasures inside without stopping. This treasure vault was at least twice as big as the 2 treasures that Yi Tianzong had collected before, and was a secret realm with a radius of 20 miles. As Yi Tianzong began collecting the treasures in the Penglai sect's treasure vault again, there was still an endless stream of people from the Penglai sect coming from all directions. Yi Tianzong killed the people of the Penglai sect as he collected the treasures in the treasure vault. This time, it took him almost 2 hours to collect everything in the treasure vault. Knowing that more people must have gathered in the other 2 treasure vaults, Yi Tianzong had no intention of continuing. Instead, he turned and concealed himself as he headed towards the 10,000 Laws Pavilion where the Penglai sect kept their martial arts manuals and martial arts manuals. After arriving at the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Yi Tianzong once again set up the isolation array and the demonic cloud array. Then, he used the boundless godly sword to cut open the protective array of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. After that, he put away the boundless godly sword and used the demonic blade to wipe out the 6 Wu Sheng 8th heavenly layer elites guarding the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. After that, Yi Tianzong directly entered the 10,000 Laws Pavilion and began collecting all the secret manuals without restraint. By the time the people of the Penglai sect arrived, Yi Tianzong had already collected most of the secret manuals. However, the demonic cloud array formed by the demonic cloud array that Yi Tianzong had set up outside stopped the people of the Penglai sect in their tracks. At the moment, the Penglai sect was in complete chaos and lacking in high-end combat forces. Therefore, only dozens of Wu Sheng's 6th heavenly layer elites came to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion to lead them. In the face of the demonic cloud array that could stop 20 Wu Sheng 9th heavenly layers, the people of the Penglai sect could do nothing at once and were hopping mad. After collecting all the secret manuals in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Yi Tianzong directly used the demonic blade to send out hundreds of black sword lights that were dozens of feet wide, completely destroying the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Then, he removed the demonic cloud array and directly wiped out the people of the Penglai sect. After wiping out those people, Yi Tianzong did not go anywhere else. Instead, he headed straight for Wu Sheng's battlefield. Concealing his figure and aura, Yi Tianzong rapidly approached the center of Wu Sheng's battlefield. Ignoring the others, Yi Tianzong specifically targeted the Wu Sheng 8th and 9th heavenly layer elites, ambushing them. With Yi Tianzong's extraordinary power and weapon-wielding sneak attacks, who in the world could stop him? No one. Therefore, under Yi Tianzong's sneak attacks, the Penglai sect's Wu Sheng 8th and 9th heavenly layer elites died one after another, cut in half by the demonic blade. Even their primordial spirits were destroyed by Yi Tianzong, cutting off any possibility of reincarnation through possession. On the vast battlefield, Yi Tianzong's sneak attacks were stealthy and unpredictable. Wherever he passed, no one was spared. The purplish-blue body and the pitch-black demonic blade were synonymous with death in the eyes of the Penglai sect elites. Affected by the drowsy powder, the elites of the Penglai sect began to hallucinate and treat everyone other than themselves as enemies. Even if they were well aware of the threat Yi Tianzong posed, they could not care less about him due to his elusiveness. Just as Yi Tianzong thought that the chaotic battle would continue until the effects of the drowsy powder wore off, an earth-shattering, thunderous chime of a bell pierced through the clouds, reverberating across hundreds of thousands of miles. Under the influence of the soul-shattering chime, everyone who was hallucinating under the influence of the drowsy powder woke up. After waking up, the people of the Penglai sect looked at each other and stared blankly at their fellow sect members who were about to attack them. After a moment of blankness, they abruptly realized that they had been ambushed and made a blunder. At the moment, the father of the Penglai sect's chieftain who was still alive, the purple-robed supreme elder Wu Sheng of the 9th heaven roared furiously, "That purplish-blue evil thing must not be allowed to leave our Penglai sect alive." With that, he made a beeline for Yi Tianzong who was still engaged in a massacre. Yi Tianzong knew that the drowsy powder had lost its effect the moment the bell chimed. According to his understanding, it was at least a heavenly divine weapon that produced the chime, a divine weapon used by a 6th heaven heavenly god. From that, Yi Tianzong understood that the Penglai sect's foundation was not as simple as it seemed. Even so, Yi Tianzong did not care even if the people of the Penglai sect had come to their senses. The reason why he was not retreating now was so that he could wipe out the Penglai sect's upper echelons as much as possible. This time, Yi Tianzong was not going to stay where he was and wait for the people of the Penglai sect to surround him. Instead, he relied on his strength, speed, and attack that far surpassed Wu Sheng of the 9th heaven to weave through the 100,000 Wu Sheng elites of the Penglai sect at breakneck speed. Even as he weaved through them at breakneck speed, he directed his spirit to attack Wu Sheng's Yuan spirit while brandishing his demonic blade to unleash streaks of murderous, tyrannical, and invincible blade light that did not linger in one place for even a tenth of a second. Even so, the price to pay for that was that Yi Tianzong's mana was rapidly depleting. Yi Tianzong's speed was simply too fast. In the eyes of the Wu Sheng elites of the Penglai sect, he simply ignored space and distance as if he was a beam of light. Before they could react, Yi Tianzong had disappeared from their side and from their sight, reappearing in another direction and massacring the people of the Penglai sect without restraint. How could they know that Yi Tianzong's understanding of the mysteries of space had already exceeded their imagination? Naturally, his speed was unbelievably fast. The people of the Penglai sect could not do anything to Yi Tianzong at all. Some of their trapping techniques could not be used in time due to Yi Tianzong's speed. Stamping with rage, they had no choice but to order everyone to disperse and not gather together. Then, some of the Wu Sheng elites above the 8th heaven landed on the Penglai Divine Mountain, took out piles of various materials and stood according to special positions to form the Dragon Lock and God Trap formation. As the name suggests, the Dragon Lock and God Trap formation was a formation used to trap and seal the enemy. It was one of the trump cards that the Penglai sect used to intimidate the Endless Sea tribe in the Boundless Seas. After the formation was ready, the rest of the Penglai sect members below the ninth heaven of Wu Sheng had long retreated far away. Only the ninth heaven elites of Wu Sheng were still contending with Yi Tianzong. Afterward, those ninth heaven's martial saint experts led Yi Tianzong downwards. When they approached the Penglai Divine Mountain, those of the Penglai Divine sect activated the dragon-locking god-trapping grand formation, which instantly enveloped the space within a radius of 50 miles. Chapter 179. Yi Tianzong had already noticed the Penglai sect when they set up the dragon-locking god-trapping formation. Still, he wanted to experience the power of the formation for himself, which was why he went with the flow and followed the Penglai sect's people into the formation's perimeter. Once Yi Tianzong entered the range of the dragon-locking god-trapping formation, he could clearly feel the powerful binding and sealing power around him. Not only was the space around him extremely solid and viscous due to the formation's influence, even the mana within his body was mostly sealed by the formation's power. Even with his abilities, he found it difficult to move within the formation, and could not even use a tenth of his power. Anyone else would never have been able to escape. While Yi Tianzong was trapped in the dragon-locking god-trapping formation, the Penglai sect's 8th and 7th heaven champions who had once stayed far away from the formation gathered once again outside the formation, glaring at Yi Tianzong who was trapped by the formation with resentment and delight. The Penglai sect champions who were certain that Yi Tianzong would not be able to escape and thought that victory was within their grasp were promptly relieved of the tension in their hearts caused by Yi Tianzong's pursuit. Only those who had personally fought Yi Tianzong would know what kind of tension and despair it was to face Yi Tianzong. It was fortunate that they managed to trap him in the end. The Penglai sect's chieftain's father who had survived multiple battles, the purple-robed supreme elder of Wu Sheng's ninth heaven glared at Yi Tianzong with cold hatred and asked coldly, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Penglai sect? Did you kill my son, Xian Yihai, the chieftain of the Penglai sect? Speak quickly. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you taste all kinds of punishment, and make you beg for death." Yi Tianzong's face did not show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his purplish-blue demoniac face. He. You've been tricked. As long as we wipe out Wu Sheng of the 8th and 9th heaven, the entire Penglai sect would eventually be reduced to ashes by the army of the demons. Care with that. Yi Tianzong mustered all his strength and threw out a jade bottle of soul annihilation powder. Then, as he unleashed his final attack, he vanished from the sight of the Penglai sect and entered the immortal mansion. Seeing that it was yet another jade bottle, the people of the Penglai sect thought that Yi Tianzong was using the same trick again by using something that could induce Yuan spirit illusions. However, they were not worried because they had a peak heavenly divine artifact, the Soulbuster clock. With that careless attitude, Yi Tianzong's attack shattered the sealed jade bottle of soul annihilation powder. Soul annihilation powder was actually a very powerful poison specifically used against the Yuan spirit of martial artists. It was colorless and odorless, and would rapidly evaporate once it was exposed to the air. It could spread over 100 miles in a very short time. Its effect was so overbearing that even third heaven myth elites might not be able to withstand it. None of the Wu Sheng elites below the myth tier would be spared. Yi Tianzong had once used this thing to deal with the Blood God Palace in the Azura Mountains. This was the second time he had used it. It just so happened that most of the experts above the 7th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm of the Penglai divine sect had gathered around Yi Tianzong because they thought that victory was in their hands when Yi Tianzong was trapped in the dragon-locking god-trapping formation. Therefore, after the jade bottle had exploded, the soul annihilation powder had rapidly spread to a radius of 100 miles. All the martial saints of the Penglai divine sect who had not left suddenly felt their vision darken. Then, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, their primordial spirits had been annihilated without knowing anything. Even the Wu Sheng elites who had set up the formation were not spared, and every Wu Sheng elite within 100 miles died. It was only after half an hour in the outside world that Yi Tianzong reappeared between heaven and earth. His soul scanned the area within a radius of 10,000 li. Other than less than 500 experts of the Seventh Heavens Martial Saint realm and above who were further away, the Penglai Divine sect's over 10,000 experts of the Seventh Heavens Martial Saint realm and above were all finished. The death of those 10,000 Wu Sheng elites above the seventh heaven would be a blow and impact to the Penglai sect that would turn the world upside down. Without the deterrence and suppression of such a powerful force, the factions on the 10,000 islands around the Penglai sect would definitely not submit to the Penglai sect's rule. The hatred and resentment that had accumulated over countless years would definitely lead to a crusade against the Penglai sect in the future. After wiping out the high-level martial sage experts of the Penglai Divine sect, Yi Tianzong did not stop. Instead, he followed the Penglai Divine Mountain for hundreds of miles in the form of a demon envoy. Then, he poured a huge amount of mana into the Penglai Divine Mountain and waved his demon saber, slashing out a dark saber light that was 20 miles long. With boundless power that seemed to be able to split the world, the dark saber light that reached the sky slashed at the damaged part of the Penglai Divine Mountain. After unleashing that dark blade light, Yi Tianzong did not stop. Instead, he slashed out 10 more dark blade lights of the same size, creating a bottomless crack as the boundless blade light struck the Penglai Divine Mountain. The Penglai Divine Mountain, which had already been ruined beyond recognition by the battle between tens of thousands of Wu Sheng, was directly cut in half by Yi Tianzong's slash. The towering Divine Mountain was split in half. Suddenly, it was as if the sky was falling down. The upper half of the Penglai Divine Mountain, which was more than 70 miles high, carried an unparalleled weight and boundless power that could crush everything. It directly fell down from the lower half of the mountain, which was more than 200 miles high. It smashed open an incomparably huge pit, and then rolled down to the ground. When the mountain rolled down, a loud rumbling sound spread across tens of thousands of miles. At the same time, everyone on the lower half of the Penglai Divine Mountain stared blankly at the rolling mountain, as if they had lost their souls. Their eyes were empty as if they had lost their souls. With the Penglai Divine Mountain cut in half and most of the sect's leaders wiped out, the faith and perseverance of every member of the Penglai sect was violently destroyed by Yi Tianzong in no time at all, leaving them at a loss for what to do. After cutting off half of the Penglai Divine Mountain, Yi Tianzong really did not stop this time. He did not forget that the Penglai Divine sect had a heavenly divine weapon and many myth-tier elites were waiting in the Grotto Heaven's secret realm. Yi Tianzong would not be able to stop them if the Penglai sect were to activate their heavenly divine weapon at all costs. Therefore, he simply said, "Wait for the arrival of my demon legion." Kek, 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 kek. Then, he shot into the air, reaching the altitude of tens of thousands of miles, turning into a black flash and disappearing over the horizon. Yi Tianzong was flying at top speed at the altitude of tens of thousands of miles. Coupled with the profound meaning of space, he could cross tens of thousands of miles in every second, rapidly leaving the core area of the Penglai Divine sect. Just over 10 seconds after Yi Tianzong left the Penglai Divine Mountain, a powerful presence that was not much weaker than Yi Tianzong's appeared in the heavily damaged Penglai Divine sect's secret realm. After a furious roar, a middle-aged man in blue robes with a cold expression and a raging aura appeared, holding a palm-sized ancient bell in his hand as he gave chase in the direction where Yi Tianzong left. Even so, Yi Tianzong clearly knew that there could be trouble, which was why he kept flying at top speed at the altitude of tens of thousands of miles. It was clear that the powerful middle-aged man in blue robes who appeared later on in the Penglai Divine sect could not keep up with Yi Tianzong in terms of speed. After giving chase for around an hour, he could not catch up, and finally returned to the Penglai Divine sect, which was in shambles and had suffered heavy losses. However, Yi Tianzong was not concerned about how the Penglai Divine sect, which had suffered heavy losses and lost a great deal of power, would deal with the coming crusade from the tens of thousands of islands around them. His objective in coming to the Penglai Divine sect had been more than accomplished, and he had even gained a lot. Therefore, Yi Tianzong was in a good mood. After flying for tens of millions of li and leaving the Penglai Divine Island, Yi Tianzong directly entered the boundless immortal abode to recover his dharmic powers that were almost depleted. At the same time, he also checked on his gains from the Penglai Divine sect's treasure vault. 2 days had passed in the outside world, and Yi Tianzong had stayed in the immortal mansion for 8 days. In those 8 days, Yi Tianzong first recovered his mana. After recovering to his peak condition, Yi Tianzong checked on his gains delightedly. One could tell that the results were delightful just by looking at Yi Tianzong's spirited look. The 3 treasure vaults plundered from the Penglai Divine Sect had more than twice as many items as the entire Hao Ranzhen sect's treasure vault put together. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs, medicines, and exotic flowers and fruits that were hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years old. There were even more than 1,000 rare treasures and treasures of heaven and earth that were over 10,000 years old. There were also more than a dozen spiritual herbs with heaven-defying effects. Some could improve comprehension, some could strengthen the level of the primordial spirit, some could make up for the congenital deficiencies of martial artists, and some could directly raise Wusheng's cultivation by 3 levels without any side effects. Yi Tianzong was very surprised, and all of them were carefully planted by Yi Tianzong in the herb garden of the Immortal Mansion. Apart from that, there were also all kinds of refining materials, especially the specialties of the Endless Seas. There were also innumerable weapons, armors, and so on. There was also the 10,000 Laws Pavilion that Yi Tianzong had emptied. There were all kinds of martial arts, secret techniques, and secret manuals that explained formations. There were all kinds of things, and some of them were very helpful and enlightening to Yi Tianzong. If the Hao Ranzhen sect had more of these things, the foundation of the entire sect would be greatly improved. Yi Tianzong, who was a little excited, left the Heaven's Expanse immortal abode after changing into a stranger's face. He identified the direction and flew away from the Penglai Divine Island at a normal speed. Because he had changed his aura and appearance, Yi Tianzong was not nervous along the way, nor was he worried about being discovered by the people of the Penglai Divine Sect. Yi Tianzong flew all the way, landing on any island with martial artists to inquire if there was any news about the Penglai Divine Sect. It was clear that the Penglai Divine Sect had kept a tight lid on information, or it could be said that the low-level martial artists did not know. Either way, Yi Tianzong did not find any news about the Penglai Divine Sect's unrest. Even so, Yi Tianzong was not disappointed that there was no news, since it would be leaked sooner or later anyway. Moreover, the Penglai Divine Sect, which was severely lacking in high-end strength, would not have the courage or energy to go to the Central Plains to cause trouble for the Hao Ranzhen sect. Just the matter of the Endless Seas alone was enough to keep them busy. Having nothing else to do, Yi Tianzong turned back to look in the direction of the Penglai Divine Island, before turning into a stream of light and flying towards the Central Plains. Chapter 180. In less than 2 days, Yi Tianzong finally flew from the boundless seas to the Central Plains, and then took the warp portal back to the Hao Ranzhen sect. Yi Tianzong's safe return allowed Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the other family members, as well as the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect, to let go of their worries and breathed a long sigh of relief. After Yi Tianzong rested for a day, Yi Haoran and the others asked Yi Tianzong about the process of his trip to the Penglai sect. Yi Tianzong was already prepared. He did not want to repeat the same thing to others. Therefore, when he began to sneak into the Penglai sect master's room, Yi Tianzong used the luster mirror to record everything that happened in the Penglai sect. The luster mirror, on the other hand, was a mystic item that Yi Tianzong crafted based on the function of a video camera when he was still on Earth in his first life. It had the ability to record and store things. In the profound spirit world, the auxiliary items used by martial artists were divided into mortal items, spiritual items, mystic items, and divine items. Among them, mortal items, spiritual items, and mystic items were divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and pinnacle. Under normal circumstances, mortal items were suitable for people below Wu Zongjing, spiritual items were suitable for people from Wu Zong to Wu Zun, mystic items were suitable for people of Wu Sheng's level, and divine items were suitable for people of myth tier and above. The luster mirror recorded all of Yi Tianzong's experiences in the Penglai sect. Except for some secret places that were deleted by Yi Tianzong, all of his other actions, including disguising himself as a demon envoy, stealing the treasury, and destroying the convention pavilion, were all recorded in the mirror. In the Haoran Hall, in front of his family and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong took out the luster mirror and injected the mana in his body. After a burst of colorful brilliance, the luster mirror grew to a size of 3 feet and floated in the middle of the Haoran Hall. Then, it began to show all of Yi Tianzong's actions after infiltrating the Penglai sect. It played for a full 6 hours before the scene recorded by the luster mirror was completed. Everyone in the Haoran Hall knew the details of Yi Tianzong's trip. After regaining their senses, the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect looked at Yi Tianzong with eyes full of admiration and admiration. Through what was recorded in the luster mirror, everyone in the Hao Ranjin sect knew how dangerous Yi Tianzong's trip to the Penglai sect was. When they saw more than 600 Wu Sheng 9th Heaven elites of the Penglai sect besieging Yi Tianzong, everyone in the Haoran Hall was not only shocked by the strength of the Penglai sect, but also worried about Yi Tianzong. Let alone 600, even if there were 60 Wu Sheng 9th Heaven elites, the Hao Ranjin sect might not be able to withstand it without Yi Tianzong, let alone 600 attacking Yi Tianzong alone. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw that Yi Tianzong had successfully escaped from danger and caused internal strife in the Penglai sect. Later, when they saw how Yi Tianzong, as a demon, robbed the Penglai sect's treasure vault, destroyed the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, wiped out most of the Wu Sheng 7th Heaven elites of the Penglai sect, and finally cut down the Penglai Divine Mountain, everyone was only filled with admiration and admiration for Yi Tianzong. After everyone in the Haoran Hall was done watching, Yi Tianzong put away the luster mirror and said to Yi Haoran, "Father, the Penglai sect's high-end strength has been greatly reduced. They probably won't have the time and energy to trouble us in the next decade or so. Those factions in the boundless seas that have been oppressed by the Penglai sect for a long time would never let go of such a good opportunity. The Penglai sect will be very busy. It just so happens that we can improve our strength in peace. The 3 treasure vaults and all the secret manuals in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion that we have robbed from the Penglai sect are twice as many as all the treasures in the Hao Ranjin sect's treasure vault combined. There are also many good things that can help everyone here improve their cultivation without any side effects. Let's take advantage of today and put these things in the sect's treasure vault." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, all the top brass of the Hao Ranjin sect, including Yi Haoran, looked at Yi Tianzong in disbelief. Yi Haoran looked at Yi Tianzong with some excitement and said, "Tianzong, is what you said true? You want to give the huge amount of resources and secret manuals that you have robbed from the Penglai sect to the sect?" The Penglai sect was the inheritance of the King of Gods. Since the mythological era, it had not experienced the calamity of the demon clan in the abyss. Instead, it had plundered countless resources and secret manuals from the Central Plains and the Boundless Sea. This huge amount of resources and secret manuals was more than twice the amount that the Hao Ranjin sect had accumulated. The Hao Ranjin sect's help would be immeasurable. Now that Yi Tianzong had given it to the sect so easily, the top brass of the Hao Ranjin sect were so excited that they did not know what to say. As the top brass of the Hao Ranjin sect, the people in Haoran's main hall knew how many resources there were in the 5 treasure vaults of the Hao Ranjin sect. It was an unimaginable amount of wealth. After all, with the teleportation formation and the super composite formation that could produce vitality dans, true energy dans, and shenyuan dans, the Hao Ranjin sect's accumulation of wealth and speed would definitely surpass that of many holy lands. If this more than twice the amount of resources and the various secret manuals collected by the Penglai sect were added, then the foundation of the Hao Ranjin sect would catch up with the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. The only thing that they lacked was the top combat strength of Wu Sheng's 7-fold heaven and above. Yi Tianzong smiled faintly and said, "Although there are a lot of resources, there are very few that are useful to me. I'll just let the sect have it. However, I can't give it to you for free. After you've finished counting these resources and secret manuals, please exchange them for merit points." Yi Haoran smiled and said, "Haha, no problem. With these resources and secret manuals, the development of our Hao Ranjin sect will reach another level." At the same time, the top brass of the Hao Ranjin sect present did not have any objections. It was just merit points. The real resources and secret manuals were the most practical. Yi Tianzong's intention was no different from giving them away for free. There was almost nothing in the entire treasure vault of the Hao Ranjin sect that was useful to Yi Tianzong. No matter how many merit points Yi Tianzong had, they were almost useless to him. Then, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, and the other top brass of the sect came to the little cave secret land that Yi Tianzong and the others had moved back from the Azura Mountains. After opening the little cave secret land that had been idle for a long time, Yi Tianzong and the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect entered the secret land one after another. Perhaps because the little cave secret land was located on Tiangang Peak, it had received the favor and fortune of heaven and earth in the process of breaking the seal of heaven and earth many times. The space that was originally only about 10 miles in radius had now expanded to 30 miles in radius. The huge space could be used to store the countless resources that Yi Tianzong had snatched from the Penglai sect. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yi Tianzong leaped into the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless colorful spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, exotic flowers and fruits, rare treasures, various refining materials, finished weapons, armors, elixirs, and other resources fell into the secret land, forming a 3,000-foot wide torrent. Because Wu Sheng had comprehended the mysteries of space, he could open up a small world in his body to store non-living things. Therefore, the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect, including Yi Haoran, thought that the resources they had snatched from the Penglai sect were stored in the small world that Yi Tianzong had opened up. The 3,000-foot wide torrent lasted for more than half an hour before it stopped. At this time, in the entire 30-mile wide grotto secret land, countless resources were piled up in a layer that was almost 30 meters thick. At the sight of so many resources and treasures, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranzhen sect were so happy that they almost fainted. After releasing his power, Yi Tianzong landed on the ground. Then, he instructed the 8 lords of the Hao Ranzhen sect's Administration Hall, Merit Hall, Punishment Hall, 100 Herbs Hall, Array Tools Hall, Spiritual Plants Hall, Training Hall, an Examination Hall to each lead 3,000 people to identify and sort out the massive amount of resources. Then, he led the Scripture Hall Lord and the Elder Hall Lord, Yi Yuanshan, to the Scripture Hall of the sect and handed over all the secret manuals that he had snatched from the Penglai sect's 10,000 Laws Pavilion to them to sort them out. Chapter 181. I've caught a cold. I'm short of breath and my mind is a little muddled. I'm not in a good state. That's 2 chapters for today. By the way, please subscribe and bookmark me. After a trip to the Penglai sect, Yi Tianzong brought back a variety of cultivation resources and secret manuals, which increased the foundation of the Hao Ranzhen sect by several times. In the following period of time, except for the routine dispatch of forces to the Demon Slayer Alliance to fight against the Abyss Demons, the entire Hao Ranzhen sect quietly lay dormant and rapidly improved their strength. In order to fully utilize these huge resources to improve the strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong used what he had learned and a large number of rare materials and spiritual herbs on the Tiangang Peak to set up 5 formations to assist in cultivation: the Raging Fire Formation, the Xian Ice Formation, the Sumeru Formation, the Heart Refining Formation, and the Wanxiang Formation. The Raging Fire Formation and the Xian Ice Formation were filled with high-temperature flames and extremely cold mysterious ice respectively, which were used to assist the Hao Ranzhen sect's disciples in refining their bodies. The Sumeru Formation was filled with countless layers of intertwined space, which was used to assist the experts of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng to comprehend the profound meaning of space. The Heart Refining Formation was set up to enhance the state of mind and will of the Hao Ranzhen sect's disciples. Everyone who entered the Heart Refining Formation would experience 2 reincarnations, 3 reincarnations, until they could persist for 10 reincarnations. The Wanxiang Formation was set up to help the Hao Ranzhen sect's disciples cultivate their martial skills and improve their combat strength. The Wanxiang Formation was divided into 5 levels of difficulty. At the same time, Yi Tianzong roughly divided the combat strength of each realm of martial arts into 5 levels. They were Ordinary, Elite, Heaven's Pride, King, and Supreme. Every person who entered the Wanxiang Formation would face an opponent of the same level as them. They would start from the normal level. Every time they passed a level of difficulty, they would be rewarded with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, divine weapons, or secret manuals. According to Yi Tianzong's classification, the normal difficulty was based on the combat power of the ordinary disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect. Most of the outstanding disciples on the Dragon Phoenix list were at the elite level. A small number of them were specially trained by Yi Tianzong. Those outstanding disciples with special constitutions were basically at the prodigy level. Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and Yi Tianzong's family were all at the king level, while Yi Tianzong himself was at the supreme level. With the support of these 5 formations, the people of the righteous Orthodox sect, with the support of countless resources, not only did their strength soar rapidly, elite experts of various levels were emerging one after another, and even the number of heavens chosen had increased by leaps and bounds. The entire righteous Orthodox sect was developing rapidly. Even Yi Tianzong often stayed in the immortal mansion to comprehend and organize the various secret manuals, such as cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques that he had snatched from the Penglai divine sect. He then extracted the essence of them and integrated them into his Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture. At the same time, he continued to improve the Hao Ranjin sect's cultivation methods, Haoran's true heavenly spirit technique and Haoran's heavenly spirit technique. Moreover, Yi Tianzong also put the creation of cultivation methods that were suitable for the experts of the Hao Ranjin sect after they stepped into the myth realm on the agenda. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, the strength of all the forces in the Central Plains, including the demon race, was constantly increasing. The battle between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race of the Abyss was still in a stalemate. Every year, there would be a great battle. Both sides had victories and losses, and the casualties were equal. Overall, the demon race of the Abyss had more casualties. However, compared to the past, the demon race of the Abyss and the demon-killing alliance had much fewer casualties. The reason was that the demon race of the Abyss had also mastered the method of making the flaming beads. The demon race found the method of making the flaming beads in the secret manuals that they had seized from the superforces and holy lands that they had destroyed in the past. After the demon race used the flaming beads, they were no longer passively bombarded by the demon-killing alliance in the battle with the demon-killing alliance. The demon race of the Abyss was in a similar situation as the demon-killing alliance. The reason why the demon race of the Abyss had more casualties was that the people of the Hao Ranjin sect had limited use of the more powerful exploding flame beads. After 20 years of dormant development, the strength of the Hao Ranjin sect had increased a lot under the huge supply of resources and excellent auxiliary cultivation conditions. Yi Haoran, Su Mengya, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, Li Qingsha, and Ling Xinyu had all reached the 9th heaven of Wusheng. Among them, Ling Xinyu had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of Wusheng. Yi Haoran and the others had reached the late stage of the 9th heaven of Wusheng. They were only one step away from the peak. They would break through in a few years. There were also 100 experts of the 8th heaven of Wusheng and 1,000 experts of the 7th heaven of Wusheng. They were much more powerful than the 7th heaven of Wusheng 20 years ago, when there were less than 600 experts of the 7th heaven of Wusheng. Most of these experts of the 7th and 8th heaven of Wusheng were trained by Yi Tianzong. They were outstanding disciples who had cultivated special constitutions. These people had surpassed many experts of the Hao Ranjin sect and reached the 7th and 8th heaven of Wusheng first. The number of experts of the Hao Ranjin sect below the 7th heaven of Wusheng had increased to 100,000. This was mainly because the Hao Ranjin sect had attracted a lot of hatred from the demon race over the years. As a result, many experts of the Wusheng of the Hao Ranjin sect had died. No one could do anything about the deaths of the experts of the demon race. Yi Tianzong would not interfere in this kind of thing. On the other hand, the survivors of the Wusheng were those with better luck and strength. These people were the mainstays of the Hao Ranjin sect. Although the number of Wusheng was not comparable to that of the Penglai sect, which had never suffered a calamity, it was definitely similar to that of the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. On the other hand, the number of experts below the level of Wusheng, such as Wu Zun and Wu Qing, had doubled, even though many had ascended and many had died. Over the past 20 years, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, as well as the holy lords of the 10 sacred grounds such as Taixian and Piaro Liuyun had gradually learned about Yi Tianzong's visit to the Penglai sect. The upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect also felt that there was no need to hide the matter since they were on the same side. Therefore, they showed the photostone that recorded Yi Tianzong's actions in the Penglai sect to the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect and the 10 great holy lords. Of course, the specifics of the content were reduced, such as robbing the Penglai sect's treasure vault and the 10,000 laws pavilion. At the same time, the the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect and the 10 great holy lords were instructed not to spread the word. After seeing what was recorded in the photostone, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect and the 10 great holy lords were left in awe and shock. They did not expect that the Penglai sect, which was at its peak and insufferably powerful, would be beaten so badly by Yi Tianzong that it was unbearable to look at. Most of their high-end combat forces were wiped out, and even their base camp, the Penglai Divine Mountain, was cut down by Yi Tianzong. What left them even more refreshed was that Yi Tianzong had disguised himself as a demon envoy of the abyssal demon race. That was why the Penglai sect had suffered such heavy casualties, and it was also a form of revenge for them. It was also fortunate that Yi Tianzong had disguised himself as a demon envoy, or the Penglai sect would have long gone to the Hao Ranjun sect to fight for their lives after all these years. After learning of Yi Tianzong's devastating blow to the Penglai sect, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect and the 10 great holy lords became interested in the photostone in their possession. After Yi Tianzong had taught the photostone to the people of the Hall of Treasures, the people of the Hall of Treasures created it. The photostone could store a total of 1 year's worth of information and could be stored for 10 years. After it was introduced, it was very popular among Howran's disciples. After the master of the Lingyun Hall and the others learned about it, they paid a certain price to the Hao Ranjun sect to purchase the manufacturing method of the photostone. Chapter 182. In the past 20 years, 2 more Heavenly Legends competitions had been held in the Central Plains. However, in these 2 competitions, the disciples of Hao Ranjun sect had become more and more powerful. In the most recent Heavenly Legends competition, the 1,000 disciples sent out by Hao Ranjun sect had all made it into the top 2,000. In the top 100 of the competition, the Hao Ranjun sect occupied 45 places, the top 10 places occupied 6 places, and the top 3 places were taken. For Hao Ranjun sect, this was a very good result. However, for the other forces of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains, this result was a nightmare. In the entire Central Plains, there were about 1,200 forces from the human clan and the demon clan participating in the Heavenly Legends competition. With so many super forces and holy lands participating, the Hao Ranjun sect occupied half of the top 2,000 places in the competition. This was only after Hao Ranjun sect had sent out 1,000 disciples to participate in the competition. This was completely unacceptable to them. The Hao Ranjun sect must have cheated. If they were so awesome, how could they survive? Only the forces of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands, who were on the same side as the Hao Ranjun sect, knew the reason why the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect were becoming more and more powerful. It was because of the Raging Fire Formation, the Xian Ice Formation, the Refining Heart Formation, and the Wanxiang Formation set up by Yi Tianzong. In particular, the Wanxiang Formation was used to test the level of combat power. The outstanding disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands all went in to test it out. The result was a big blow. The most outstanding disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands could only last less than 15 minutes in the Heavenly Legends level difficulty before they were beaten out. However, they had all seen with their own eyes that batch after batch of disciples from the righteous sect had persevered longer than them in the Heaven's chosen level of difficulty of the 1,000-elephant array. There were even dozens of people who had broken through the Heaven's chosen level and touched the king level of difficulty. This caused the few outstanding disciples of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands, who had always been high and mighty within their own forces, to suffer a considerable blow. For a long time, they had heard about how powerful the disciples of Howran Orthodox sect were. However, as the most outstanding disciples of Howran Orthodox sect, they had always maintained a skeptical attitude. Most of them were unconvinced. In the end, after coming to Hao Ranjun sect, they realized that there was always someone better than them out there. These outstanding disciples were not the only ones who suffered a blow. The Hall Master of Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect leader, the 10 great holy lords, and the higher-ups of these forces were also greatly affected. They finally understood the gap between their own disciples and the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect. In the Hao Ranjun sect's Wanxiang formation, there were 5 levels, ordinary, elite, heavenly legends, king, and supreme. Half of their own elite disciples could not pass the ordinary level difficulty. The ordinary level difficulty was the average level of the ordinary level disciples of the Haoranzhen sect. Half of their own elite disciples could not pass the ordinary level difficulty. Elite disciples? They could not even beat the ordinary level disciples. This simply made these big shots flustered and embarrassed. They were too embarrassed to look at the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect. This was simply a slap in the face. However, after the embarrassment, they were even more shocked and envious of the disciples of the Haoranzhen sect. They were in charge of a large force. None of them were idiots. They all knew that it was not that their own disciples were too weak, but that the disciples of the Haoranzhen sect were too powerful. The ordinary level disciples were equivalent to their own elite disciples. In the long run, the gap between the two sides would only widen, and it would be difficult to catch up. In order to increase the strength of the Haoranzhen sect quickly, Yi Tianzong spent a lot of precious materials and energy to set up 5 formations. Only those who had reached Wu Zun's level and above knew about the Sumeru formation. It was also hidden from the public. The higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect had also issued a gag order. Therefore, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands only knew about the Blazing Fire formation, the Xian Ice formation, the Refining Heart formation, and the Wanxiang formation. After knowing the functions of these 4 formations, the Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 Great Holy Lands naturally could not resist this temptation. However, this method of increasing the strength of the sect quickly without any side effects was naturally very important to the Haoranzhen sect. The Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were actually not sure whether the Haoranzhen sect would agree to their request. In any case, if it were them, they would not agree to it. However, they had underestimated the breadth of mind and boldness of Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect. The strength of the Haoran disciples increased rapidly, and they became more and more dazzling in the Tianjiao competition. The higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect had long been mentally prepared. They knew that their allies, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect, would definitely come to inquire about it. Similarly, the 10 Great Holy Lands, who were on the same side, would also inquire about it. These 4 formations were set up for all the disciples of the Haoranzhen sect, so it was impossible to hide it. In response to the inquiries of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect readily answered without hiding anything. Over the years, in the battle against the Devil Clan, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, the 10 Great Holy Lands, and the Haoranzhen sect had helped each other, and their relationship was quite good. Especially when the Haoranzhen sect was attacked by the Devil Clan, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands had also readily sent their forces to help. Therefore, Yi Haoran and the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect wanted to maintain their relationship and maintain this state of mutual help. They also wanted to increase the strength of their camp. After a detailed discussion, the Haoranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands finally reached an agreement. The Haoranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands would jointly build a large city called Hidden Dragon City. This city would only allow the people of the 13 forces to come and go, and it would be jointly controlled by them. In the center of this city, the various forces sent out Wusheng experts to open up 4 space secret realms with a radius of 100 miles. In these 4 realms, Yi Tianzong would set up the Raging Fire formation, the Xian Ice formation, the Refining Heart formation, and the Wanxiang formation, respectively, with materials provided by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. The Refining Heart formation and the Wanxiang formation required the most core materials, the illusory chalcedony and the Wanxiang immortal gold, which were required to set up the Refining Heart formation and the Wanxiang formation. Only Yi Tianzong had them, and they were also used as materials provided by the Haoranzhen sect. Each of these 4 space secret realms that were set up with formations required the secret keys of the 13 forces to open them. Similarly, the energy to maintain the operation of the 4 formations was also provided by the 13 forces. Each formation could accommodate a maximum of 1,000 people at a time for cultivation and assessment at the same time. According to the energy consumed each time the 4 formations were used, the Hao Ranjan sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands decided to imitate the merit points model of the Hao Ranjan sect and developed a system that used the 4 formations. After the establishment of Hidden Dragon City, the disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were greatly trained and improved. They were even more outstanding than before. It was believed that in the next Tianjiao City competition, they would definitely surprise all the forces in the Central Plains. The battle with the Devil Clan was still going on for a long time, and it would continue in the future. As long as the existence suppressed in the depths of the world did not escape, the Devil Clan of the Abyss would never disappear. Time passed day by day. The strength of the Hao Ranjan sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands was rapidly increasing. The number of outstanding disciples was endless. It could be foreseen that in the future, there would definitely be many high-end combat forces. 3 years passed in a hurry. On this day, people from the Zhou dynasty came and broke the peace of the Hao Ranjan sect. Ever since the Hao Ranjan sect and the Lingyun Hall set aside the Zhou dynasty and formed the demon-killing alliance with the Kunlun sect and the 10 Great Holy Lands, the Zhou dynasty almost had no contact with the Hao Ranjan sect. Although the overall strength and foundation of the Zhou dynasty were stronger than many of the Holy Lands, because of the fundamental conflict of ideas, the Zhou dynasty was excluded by the forces of the sects in the demon-killing alliance. They did not obtain the position of decision-making elder and only occupied the position of 7-star elder. Chapter 183. With the recovery of the world, the strength of the Zhou dynasty was constantly increasing. However, compared to the Hao Ranjan sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun School, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, their strength was increasing at a much slower rate. Therefore, they had been left behind. Moreover, the performance of the Zhou dynasty in the Tianjiao competition had also shown a weak state. In the end, it was because those young talents with outstanding martial arts aptitude were not very willing to join the Zhou dynasty, which had many rules and restrictions. Anyone who practiced martial arts wanted to obtain great power and thus obtain freedom and control their own destiny. However, once they joined the Zhou dynasty, not only would they be restricted in all aspects, but they would also have to be loyal to the influential class of the Zhou dynasty. They would become someone's hired thug or lackey. Naturally, they would be inferior to the martial artists of other sects. In contrast, joining a sect did not have as many restrictions as joining the Zhou dynasty. Although they still had to be loyal to the sect, they had a lot more freedom. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, no martial artist with outstanding talent would be willing to join the Zhou dynasty. The people from the Zhou dynasty this time were the current Zhou dynasty's Grand Preceptor, the Crown Prince, and the others. There was also an unfamiliar acquaintance, which was the former Princess Lianyue of the Zhou dynasty. This was the first time that the people of the Zhou dynasty had taken the initiative to visit the Hao Ranjan sect in the more than 200 years since the establishment of the demon-killing alliance. After these people arrived at the Hao Ranjan sect, their attitude was more humble and respectful, and they restrained their usual arrogant and bossy habits. After all, the Hao Ranjan sect was now at the peak of its power. Not only was it powerful, but it also had the number 1 invincible master in the Central Plains, Yi Tianzong. Furthermore, it had formed a camp with Lingyun Hall, Kunlun School, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. Its right to speak and strength in the demon-killing alliance far exceeded that of the Zhou dynasty. On the other hand, the Zhou dynasty was already in a very awkward situation, not to mention that they were here to ask for help. They were already being ostracized by all the other sects and forces and were in a bad situation. If they caused trouble in the Hao Ranjan sect, their future would be even more difficult. Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect had basically guessed the purpose of the Zhou dynasty's visit this time. Through Tiangang Tower, an intelligence agency that had spread all over the Central Plains, the Hao Ranjan sect had a relatively good understanding of the situation within the Zhou dynasty. They knew that the situation within the Zhou dynasty was very tense and was about to split. The reason for such a situation was the secret instigation of the super forces and the Holy Lands. Of course, the contribution couldn't be ignored. Ever since the world had recovered, those hidden superforces and holy lands had emerged one after another. Naturally, they found the Zhou dynasty to be an eyesore. In addition, the various family forces and interest groups within the Zhou dynasty were complicated, and they fought openly and covertly. Therefore, those superforces and holy lands secretly contacted those families and interest groups and subdued them, constantly nibbling away at the power and interests of the great Zhou dynasty's royal family. Until now, within the Zhou dynasty, the royal family and the various superforces and holy lands supported the families and interest groups had reached a state of mutual hostility. The Zhou dynasty existed in name only. The real territory controlled by the royal family was less than 1/10 of the entire territory. The families and interest groups supported by the superforces and holy lands had already surrounded the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty. Their purpose was as clear as day. Whether it was those families, interest groups, or the superforces and holy lands behind them, it was impossible for them to let the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty go. If there were no accidents, the destruction of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty was inevitable. As the target, the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty naturally understood their situation very well. Of course, the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty was unwilling to be mercilessly destroyed by the various superforces. They were also looking for a way to continue their survival, but after much thought, they could only seek the protection of the Hao Ranjun sect. The hostility and exclusion of the Zhou dynasty had always existed. Regardless of whether the Zhou dynasty continued to exist or not, the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty was destined to be a thorn in the side of the various superforces and family forces. Moreover, in the mythological era, the antiquity era, and the modern era, there were too many superforces that had a grudge against the Zhou dynasty. Seeking the protection of the superforces and holy lands was unrealistic. They did not have the strength and deterrence to do so. After much thought, they could only rely on the Hao Ranjun sect, which was at its peak. This time, the team that the Zhou dynasty dispatched to the Hao Ranjun sect had experienced heavy encirclement and slaughter. They had lost 60% of their strength before reaching the Hao Ranjun sect. Inside a luxurious manor in Haoran City, the Zhou dynasty's Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince were currently discussing with Princess Lianyue how to obtain the protection of the Hao Ranjun sect. The Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince looked at the pitilessly beautiful Princess Lianyue in awe. The Grand Preceptor said respectfully, "Your Highness, how should we discuss this trip with the Hao Ranjun sect and seek the protection of the Hao Ranjun sect? Does Your Highness have any instructions?" At this moment, Princess Lianyue, who was sitting in the room, had undergone a huge transformation compared to several hundred years ago. If Yi Tianzong were here, he would see that although Princess Lianyue was covered in a thin layer of ever-changing light, he didn't need to look to know that hidden behind the light was a peerless beauty. She was cold and lofty, making others feel incomparable awe and amazement. Not only that, but Princess Lianyue's cultivation had reached the peak of Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer, the same as Yi Tianzong. She was only one step away from breaking through to the myth realm. On the way to the Hao Ranjun sect, when they were ambushed by the various superforces, Princess Lianyue displayed an unimaginable strength. She killed many of Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer experts and easily led the Zhou dynasty's team away. It was no wonder that Great Zhou's Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince were in awe of her. After hearing the Grand Preceptor's words, Princess Lianyue's indifferent and distant voice sounded, "This noble one has her own ways to deal with the Hao Ranjun sect. Once this noble one achieves her goal, the karma between this noble one and the imperial family will be erased. When the time comes, you can return by yourselves. There is no need to ask anything else. Everything will be settled in 3 days." Princess Lianyue then left the room, leaving behind the Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know whether they should believe Princess Lianyue's words or not. After returning to her room, Princess Lianyue looked in the direction of Astral Peak. Her eyes revealed a conflicted expression as she muttered to herself, "Yi Tianzong, this noble one wants to see if you are worthy of this noble one's devotion." Soon, night arrived. Princess Lianyue opened her eyes. Her eyes, as clear as water, seemed to reflect the boundless divine moon. She turned into a ray of divine light and disappeared from the room. Princess Lianyue flew at an extremely high speed in the sky. In just a moment, she arrived above Astral Peak. Looking down at Astral Peak, Princess Lianyue was like a cold and sacred goddess. Her eyes reflected the incomparably vast divine moon. After searching for a while, she finally found Yi Tianzong's figure. Just as Princess Lianyue found Tianzong, Yi Tianzong, who was with Ling Xinyu, suddenly trembled. He felt someone spying on him from above. His expression became gloomy. This person was truly audacious. They actually dared to spy on the Hao Ranjin sect. Yi Tianzong raised his head and looked up. He could feel the spying gaze fixed on him without moving. It seemed that the target was him. While his face was gloomy, Yi Tianzong was also a little surprised and doubtful. The person who was spying on him should have known that he had found him, but he was still watching him. It was obvious that he was leading him there. Who on earth was this person? Yi Tianzong didn't delay. He said to Ling Xinyu, who had already discovered that something was wrong, "Someone is spying on me from above. I want to go and see who is trying to lure me over. You can come with me." After Ling Xinyu nodded, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu followed the direction of the spying gaze and flew tens of thousands of miles up in the sky. After flying tens of thousands of miles, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu finally saw the owner of the gaze. The moment he saw Princess Lianyue, even with Yi Tianzong's mental state, he couldn't help but tremble. For a moment, he was entranced. Compared to during the day, the current Princess Lianyue under the moonlight was peerless. She was flawless, cold, lofty, and unapproachable. After regaining his senses, Yi Tianzong carefully sized up the nearby Princess Lianyue. At this moment, the halo covering her face had already been removed, revealing her entire face to Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong felt an extreme threat from Princess Lianyue's body. It was a feeling that not even the demon envoys could give him. He looked at Princess Lianyue with vigilance and shielded Ling Xinyu, who had just regained her senses, behind him. As Yi Tianzong looked at her, he felt that she was somewhat familiar. He frowned and carefully tried to recall. In the end, Yi Tianzong said with some uncertainty, "Your Excellency is Princess Lianyue of the Zhu dynasty?" After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Princess Lianyue's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, she coldly said, "I didn't expect that after several hundred years, you would still remember this princess. However, Princess Lianyue is already a thing of the past. In the future, you will have to call this sovereign Shenyu." Hearing Princess Lianyue call herself Shenyu, Yi Tianzong was somewhat puzzled. In his mind, this Princess Lianyue definitely couldn't have reached her current level. The reason he remembered her was because when he saw her several hundred years ago, he felt that she was somewhat special. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was special about her, so he didn't think too much about it. However, based on what he saw at that time, it was impossible for Princess Lianyue to cultivate to Wu Sheng's level with her talent. In addition, unless there was a special title, the title this sovereign could not be used carelessly. Let's call her Shenyu for the time being. The Shenyu across from him had already reached the peak of Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer, the same as him. Normally, a female cultivator would call herself this lord or this sage. A female cultivator like Shenyu could also call herself this princesses, but calling herself this sovereign was absolutely abnormal. Wu Zun realm cultivators would call themselves this sovereign, but who would call themselves this sovereign after becoming Wu Sheng? No one. This sovereign, who are you? Why do you call yourself this sovereign? We cultivators don't carelessly use our titles. Princess Lianyue is already a thing of the past, so it's not possible for her to possess you. Do you mean to say that you have awakened? Yi Tianzong asked Shenyu with a serious expression. Shenyu looked at Yi Tianzong with a bit of surprise. Her eyes flashed with praise as she said, "You're very good. I didn't think that you would be able to guess to this degree just from this sovereign's title. It seems you know quite a bit. Then, what about you? Where did you come from? To be able to realize that there is a problem with this sovereign's title, you definitely aren't a native of this world, right?" Hearing Shenyu's words again, Yi Tianzong's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He stared at Shenyu and said in a low voice, "How interesting. It seems my guess was right. I didn't think your background would be so great." Forgive me for my lack of respect. I just don't know if you are this sovereign or a avatar soul. Am I right, Empyrean Shen Yu? Chapter 184. When Shen Yu heard Yi Tianzong's words, there was no change in her expression. She said indifferently, "It seems that you are indeed not from this world. You should also be from a great thousand world. Otherwise, you would not know about the Empyrean realm. Speaking of which, this sovereign was able to awaken thanks to you constantly breaking the seals of heaven and earth and raising the upper limit of heaven and earth. After this sovereign's cultivation increased, this sovereign gradually awakened." Yi Tianzong looked at Shen Yu and said without any change in his tone, "There's no need to talk nonsense. Why did you bring me here? It can't be just to thank me, right?" Shen Yu replied in the same tone, "Before this sovereign awakened, although I only met you twice, Lianyue fell in love with you. In order to catch up to you, she suffered from qi deviation and died. At the moment of life and death, this sovereign awakened and merged with Lianyue's consciousness. This sovereign is here to settle things with you. If you lose this battle, you have to promise this sovereign to protect the great Zhu imperial family for 100 years and help this sovereign resolve this karma. If you win, this sovereign will follow Lianyue's consciousness and submit to you for 100 years. You also have to promise this sovereign to protect the great Zhu imperial family for 100 years. Hearing Shen Yu's arrogant and commanding tone, Yi Tianzong immediately felt annoyed. He said in an unfriendly tone, "If you want to fight, this sovereign will accompany you to the end. You want to order this sovereign to agree to your conditions? Dream on." After saying that, Yi Tianzong said softly to Ling Xinyu, "This person is a strong enemy. Stay away." After Ling Xinyu nodded and left, Yi Tianzong directly took out the boundless divine sword and stared at Shen Yu, his aura rising. Shen Yu was not an ordinary demon envoy. She was a reincarnated Empyrean. It was unknown whether she was her true body or part soul. In the past, she was a super big shot who stood at the peak of Myth City. At his peak, he was only at the 6th heavenly layer of Myth City, the peak of the heavenly god realm. There was still the gap between him and a 9th heavenly layer Empyrean. The gap was simply unimaginable. Shen Yu's strength definitely surpassed any enemy of the same level that Yi Tianzong had faced before. He could not let his guard down, so Yi Tianzong planned to go all out from the start. Seeing that Yi Tianzong was about to start a fight without saying anything, it was obvious that he was going to go all out. Shen Yu frowned slightly on her peerless face. She also realized that there was something wrong with her attitude, but it was absolutely impossible for her to lower her posture and apologize. Moreover, this time she was going to fight with Yi Tianzong. She wanted to gauge his depth, so this was exactly what she wanted. Therefore, after Yi Tianzong assumed a fighting posture, Shen Yu also prepared for battle. Her body erupted with an aura that was not any weaker than Yi Tianzong's aura. In fact, it was even stronger. It collided with Yi Tianzong's aura. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu's aura collided. It filled the vast space of thousands of miles. Ling Xinyu was forced back 5,000 miles by the two's auras. The clouds within thousands of miles were all shattered into nothingness by the collision of their auras. In the clash of auras, Yi Tianzong did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was at the vanguard. However, Yi Tianzong did not take this to heart. Instead, he wielded the boundless godly sword and used the boundless sword technique to battle with Shen Yu, who was waiting with rapt attention. The battle between the two could be said to be the most intense battle since the recovery of the world. Regardless of whether it was Yi Tianzong, who had obtained an unparalleled opportunity and traversed through the heavens, or Shen Yu, who had once suppressed the endless heavens and earth, they both represented the peak of the world's cultivation and battle power. Looking from afar, the battle between Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu was like an intense battle between the invincible heaven fighting sword god and the supreme goddess. The divine sword could cut through the heavens, and the waning moon could suppress the heavens and earth. The two of them wantonly moved about in the vast and endless sky. They fought in the space of millions of miles. In the center of the battle, the extreme power of the battle tore apart the space of the profound spirit world, forming numerous spatial cracks. Then, they were repaired by the power of the world itself. Yi Tianzong's battle power had already been raised to the limit. The boundless divine sword was combined with the boundless sword technique. Every time he waved it, an unstoppable sword light that was hundreds of feet long collided fiercely with the divine moon's divine light that suppressed the world and froze everything. Wherever the two of them passed by, the heaven and earth yuan qi within a radius of thousands of miles would go berserk, resulting in an energy storm that shattered all the surrounding clouds. Even Ling Xinyu could only watch the battle from thousands of miles away. She could not get too close to avoid being injured. It was too strenuous. This was the only feeling Yi Tianzong had when he fought with Xinyu. Even though he had raised his battle power to the peak and used his strongest attack, Yi Tianzong still did not gain any advantage in the battle with Xinyu. He was only evenly matched with Xinyu. The threat of the divine light from Xinyu's divine light was too great. Yi Tianzong felt that if he was careless and was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured or even half crippled. Therefore, he could only fight with all his might. The mana in his body was being consumed very quickly. After fighting for half an hour, Yi Tianzong had already consumed more than 30% of his mana. It must be known that Yi Tianzong's own mana was at least 10 times thicker than the mana of an ordinary martial artist of the same level in the profound spirit world. Not to mention, the density of his mana was also far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist of the same level. Even when he fought with so many Wu Sheng 9th and 8th layer experts of the Penglai divine sect, he did not consume his mana as quickly as he did now. Little did he know that it was not only Yi Tianzong who felt that the battle was difficult. Even Xinyu, who had always been indifferent, felt that Yi Tianzong was difficult and dangerous to deal with. What Yi Tianzong did not know was that the Xinyu in front of him was actually the reincarnation of her original self. Xinyu was originally born on the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds. She was the master of the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds. Her talent was unparalleled, and she was responsible for maintaining the balance of yin and yang in the Great Thousand Worlds. After countless years of cultivation and tribulations, she finally became a supreme heavenly lord. She was only one step away from transcending the Great Thousand Worlds. However, because she was too stunning and beautiful, she was coveted by the rulers of the various supreme forces in the Great Thousand Worlds. After rejecting everyone's pursuit, Xinyu was targeted and besieged by the other supreme heavenly lords. After a great battle, Xinyu was unable to fight against the crowd. Unwilling to be sealed and enslaved, Xinyu not only self-detonated, but also detonated the entire divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds, perishing together with all the heavenly lords who besieged her. As for Xinyu, she used the source power of the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds to protect a trace of her soul when she self-detonated. She entered the endless space-time turbulence and drifted for countless years. Finally, she was stranded in the profound spirit world and reincarnated as a human. Princess Lian Yu was not Xinyu's first reincarnation. Xinyu's first reincarnation was during the mythological era. However, Xinyu's reincarnation did not go smoothly, and she never awakened. It was probably because Xinyu had once detonated the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds, causing the entire Great Thousand Worlds to be in turmoil. Countless creatures died because of the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds' self-detonation. As a result, Xinyu obtained an unimaginable amount of karma. Although she had accumulated countless merits, it was nothing in front of the endless amount of karma. Fortunately, Xinyu drifted in the endless space-time turbulence, far away from the Great Thousand Worlds where she was originally, and preserved a trace of life. However, Xinyu's soul carried endless karma, and she did not dare to approach any Great Thousand Worlds or Middle Thousand Worlds. Once she approached, she would be discovered by the heavenly Tao or the will of heaven and earth and be ruthlessly destroyed. During the mythological era, the profound spirit world had a great war because of the invaders from the Great Thousand Worlds. The will of heaven and earth was heavily injured and could not even take care of itself. Thus, Xinyu seized the opportunity to enter the world through the space-time turbulence and reincarnate as a human. However, after the will of heaven and earth emerged, Xinyu, who had snuck in, was targeted. Therefore, every time Xinyu reincarnated, she either died prematurely or suffered a lot of hardships. Originally, under the targeting of the will of heaven and earth, Xinyu's remaining trace of soul power gradually dissipated after many reincarnations. Perhaps Shun Yu would sink into oblivion and never awaken. However, in this reincarnation, Princess Lian Yu, because she had witnessed Yi Tianzong break the seal of heaven and earth, she had fallen in love with Yi Tianzong. Coupled with the recovery of heaven and earth, the will of heaven and earth paid less attention to Shun Yu, which gave Shun Yu a chance to catch her breath. Even Yi Tianzong did not know how vast and majestic his fortune was after he was chosen by the Heaven's Expanse immortal mansion and gradually became the disciple of an almighty figure in the myriad of worlds. Chapter 185. Originally, she wanted to divide it into 3 chapters, but she forgot about it and decided to just distribute it in 2 chapters. Finally, she asked for a bookmark and a subscription. Yi Tianzong might or might not know, but the hidden Shun Yu's soul was able to sense it. Although it had not awakened at that time, the inexorable survival instinct still influenced the reincarnated Princess Lian Yu to fall in love with Yi Tianzong. Moreover, within the Zhou dynasty, Princess Lian Yu was also closer to the Hao Ranjin sect's endorsements. She used her own identity to help the Hao Ranjin sect's endorsements solve some problems. As a result, she had an indirect connection with Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranjin sect were the pioneers of an era. They broke the seal of heaven and earth and gave the profound spirit world the hope and opportunity to return to its peak. Naturally, they would receive the favor and care of the will of heaven and earth. Those who were related to the Hao Ranjin sect and Yi Tianzong would also receive good fortune. Therefore, Shun Yu's soul that was about to dissipate finally grasped a chance of survival. After passing the final test of heaven and earth, which was the life and death crisis of Princess Lian Yu due to her impatience to cultivate, she finally succeeded in awakening. After successfully awakening, Shun Yu did not publicize it. Instead, she kept a low profile and cultivated. Even when the upper echelons of the Great Zhou Empire wanted to betroth her to other powers, Shun Yu only revealed her high level of mastery and rejected them forcefully, stating that she wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Until today, when the Zhou dynasty was facing a life and death crisis, Shun Yu proposed to go with them to the Hao Ranjin sect. After several hundred years of cultivation, Shun Yu had some residual memories in her soul. After awakening, Shun Yu had undergone earth-shattering changes. Her strength had reached an unfathomable level. Towards Yi Tianzong, who gave her a chance of survival, even someone as arrogant as Shun Yu felt a trace of gratitude. No matter how powerful and noble she was in the past, no matter how stunning she was now only a remnant soul. To be able to smoothly cultivate to the 9th layer of the Wu Sheng sect, she had basically exhausted her last bit of foundation. Moreover, her memories were incomplete. In the future, she would have to struggle step by step on the path to the myth realm, just like an ordinary person. In order to make her cultivation smoother, Yi Tianzong, who had great fortune, became Shun Yu's first choice. Shun Yu, who had suffered a loss once, was very clear that it was impossible for a loner to cultivate alone. Only by creating a tyrannical force to serve her would she be able to go further. The Zhou dynasty's method, of course, Shun used to become the Hao Ranjin sects to become a core member to the upper echelons of the Hao Ran. In this way, she could only form a close relationship with Yi Tianzong. Otherwise, even if she said that she sincerely wanted to join the Hao Ranjin sect, they would definitely not accept her. But in the end, it was still because of her arrogance. Even though she knew that she would need Yi Tianzong's help to make her cultivation smoother in the future, she was still an arrogant person. Shun Yu believed that even if she needed Yi Tianzong's help, she should let Yi Tianzong know how powerful she was and take the initiative to help her. But she did not expect that her unknowingly arrogant attitude would actually annoy Yi Tianzong, causing them to fight. If she annoyed him, then so be it. As long as she could defeat Yi Tianzong with her own strength, then everything would be fine. But to Shun Yu's surprise, Yi Tianzong was actually so powerful. She originally thought that with her memories and experience as a supreme celestial, defeating Yi Tianzong with her current strength would not be easy, but it should not be too difficult. But the reality was that Yi Tianzong's fierceness and strength were beyond her expectations. Not only was he unable to defeat her for a long time, but his sword, which could cut through everything in the world, was almost on par with her Waning Moon Divine Light. Waning Moon Divine Light was a very powerful divine ability in her memories. Now that she had not reached the myth realm, she could only use it as a martial skill. Every time she used it, it consumed a lot of her magic power. Now that she was fighting Yi Tianzong, she had consumed more than 40% of her magic power. If it were not for the moonlight at night, she might have been at a disadvantage. Right now, Shun Yu was riding a tiger and had no way to back down. If they continued to fight, both sides might suffer in the end. But there was no hope for the purpose of coming here. It was very likely that they would be enemies in the future. In this world, to become enemies with Yi Tianzong, who was blessed by the heavens and earth, Shun Yu, whose luck was thin, knew that she would face a difficult situation. If she was not careful, she might be besieged by countless experts and forces. In the end, she still could not escape the fate of death. But this time, she would completely die, and there would be no chance for her to reincarnate. This was unacceptable to Shun Yu, who had gone through a disaster and finally grasped a chance to awaken. If they stopped fighting and apologized, there would still be room for reconciliation. But this was also unacceptable to the arrogant Shun Yu. At this time, Shun Yu was already regretting. She regretted being so arrogant and commanding before. She regretted her somewhat laughable and lamentable inexplicable arrogance. It was this inexplicable arrogance that had caused her to die in the past. Only a trace of her soul had managed to escape and survive in this world. He had once been a supreme celestial of a super great thousand world. Although he had been a peerless talent and had been coveted by many powerful celestial venerables and forces, he had been too arrogant and reclusive. He had offended too many people and had almost no friends. In the end, he would not have been besieged and killed by so many experts. Now, it was this inexplicable arrogance that caused what should have been a simple matter to become an irresolvable dilemma. This made Shun Yu feel both laughable and lamentable. At this time, she was asking for help, yet she was still so arrogant. She really did not know what she was talking about. She deserved to die. Just as Shun Yu was regretting, as the battle continued, Yi Tianzong, who had already used up 60% of his energy, became more and more serious. Then, the remaining magic power in his body began to boil, and his aura soared. From afar, he looked like a golden sun rising in the sky, illuminating the darkness. Yi Tianzong raised the boundless god sword, and an indomitable aura exploded forth. It looked like he was going to burn his magic power to unleash his strongest attack and decide the outcome of this battle with Shun Yu. Seeing Yi Tianzong burn his magic power to go all out, Shun Yu, who had less than 20% of her magic power left, began to panic. This final attack could not be used by Yi Tianzong, or there would be no room for reconciliation. Shun Yu gritted her teeth and forcefully suppressed her arrogance. Then, she stood in the air with her hands behind her back, calming the magic power in her body. She looked at Yi Tianzong without any resistance, and did not have any intention of continuing the battle. Shun Yu's attitude of not resisting caused Yi Tianzong, who was gathering his power to unleash the final attack, to be somewhat puzzled. Yi Tianzong stopped gathering power and stood about 100 meters away from Shun Yu. He pointed his sword at her and looked at her warily. He asked in an unfriendly tone, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Hearing Yi Tianzong's hostile tone, Shun Yu could not help but bitterly smile and sigh. She made a decision in her heart and forcefully threw away her inexplicable arrogance. Her tone was somewhat weak as she said, "Just now, I was wrong. I should not have ordered you around like that. I don't want to fight with you anymore. I admit defeat. This time, I came here with the sincere intention of joining Hao Ranjin sect. However, I did not expect that my arrogance would cause things to turn out this way." After saying these words, Shun Yu looked at Yi Tianzong, who was opposite her, who was still looking at her vigilantly. The divine sword in his hand had not been put down. Shun Yu bitterly laughed at herself and then continued, "I know that what happened just now made you feel disgusted with me, and that you do not believe me. Let me tell you about my origin. I was once a supreme god of a super boundless world, and was born from the divine moon origin of that world, until my reincarnation, Princess Lian Yu, fell in love with you and used her identity to help your Hao Ranjin sect. Back then, the spokesperson force of the Zhou dynasty solved some problems for you. Because of this, I indirectly formed a connection with you. You yourself have great luck, and you also broke the seal of heaven and earth, receiving the blessing of heaven and earth. And because of my indirect connection with you, I finally passed the test of heaven and earth's will and successfully awakened at the moment of life and death. Based on my incomplete memories, I have cultivated to this level. Now, I have nothing, and my luck is thin. There is no difference between me and an ordinary martial artist. My past experiences made me understand that if I want to have a smoother path of cultivation, I have to have a powerful force as my backing. To me, the most suitable thing is to have a close relationship with you, join the righteous faction, and share in your blessings and blessings. Now that I have merged with Lian Yu's consciousness, I actually have a good impression of you from the bottom of my heart. There is not much resistance to becoming your woman. However, as you can see, it was my arrogance that caused things to turn out this way. In the past, my arrogance caused me to offend too many people. In the end, I even died bearing a huge amount of karma. Now, it is my arrogance that has caused things that could have been easier to become difficult to advance or retreat. I sincerely want to join Hao Ranjin's sect, and I hope that you can give me a chance. With my current strength, there is nothing in Hao Ranjin's sect that is worthy of me scheming. The Zhu dynasty is simply not suitable for me. Only Hao Ranjin's sect, under your leadership, can become a powerful force in the future that can protect me. After Shun Yu finished speaking, her incomparably peerless face and clear eyes looked at Yi Tianzong with an expectant gaze. After Shun Yu explained her background and goal, Yi Tianzong put away the boundless godsword, and the boiling Fa Li in his body also calmed down. His expression was uncertain as he considered Shun Yu's words. With regards to Shun Yu's words, Yi Tianzong actually believed most of them. However, he was still not completely convinced. He was considering whether to give Shun Yu a chance to join Hao Ranjin's sect. Just as Yi Tianzong was considering, Ling Xinyu, who was originally watching the battle from afar, saw that the two people had stopped fighting. She flew over and stood beside Yi Tianzong. Seeing Ling Xinyu's somewhat doubtful gaze, Yi Tianzong repeated what Xinyu had said to Ling Xinyu. Of course, regarding Xinyu's words about wanting to be his woman, Yi Tianzong directly skipped it. He did not take it to heart. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyu looked at Xinyu, then looked at Yi Tianzong. Her beautiful and cold face was conflicted for a moment. Then, she made a decision, and said softly to Yi Tianzong, "As long as it does not harm you or the sect, it is fine to let her join. She is very strong, and can be your helper. In the future, when you face the demon envoys, you will not have to fight alone." After Ling Xinyu finished speaking, she even hugged Yi Tianzong's arm tightly. Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyu in astonishment. Just now, he did not mention that Xinyu wanted to be his woman, but Ling Xinyu did not believe that Ling Xinyu did not feel it. At the beginning, Xinyu said that Lian Yu loved him, and she had fused with Lian Yu's consciousness. Now, she came to find him to end things, and now, she admitted defeat. Although it was not said clearly, Ling Xinyu definitely understood what it meant for Xinyu to join the Hao Ranjin sect. Yi Tianzong did not expect that Ling Xinyu would actually agree to let Xinyu join the Hao Ranjin sect. This made Yi Tianzong and Xinyu somewhat flabbergasted. Feeling Ling Xinyu hugging his arm tightly, Yi Tianzong smiled, then dotingly hugged Ling Xinyu into his embrace, kissed her forehead, and said lovingly, "Little girl, you are really all right. You will always be my most beloved woman. I will not give up on you. Don't worry." After comforting Ling Xinyu, Yi Tianzong looked at the somewhat envious and nervous Xinyu in the distance, and said calmly, "You can join the Hao Ranjin sect and become a member of the Elder Hall. As for the Zhu dynasty, if they want to obtain the protection of my Hao Ranjin sect, it will depend on their sincerity. Don't play politics with me, otherwise, I will exterminate them." 3 days later, my father and the higher-ups of Hao Ranjin sect will meet them in Haoran City. Seeing that Yi Tianzong had finally agreed to let her join the Hao Ranjin sect, Xinyu's somewhat nervous mood finally calmed down. With a somewhat happy expression, she said to Yi Tianzong, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Don't worry, I will not do anything that will harm the Hao Ranjin sect. As for the Zhu dynasty, I will tell them what to do." Then, with a solemn expression, she softly said to Ling Xinyu, "Thank you." After Ling Xinyu slightly nodded, Xinyu smiled sweetly at Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu. In the instant that peerless face blossomed into a smile, It was as if the world had lost its color. It was too beautiful and unparalleled. Yi Tianzong's calm mind couldn't help but fiercely tremble. Even the originally cold and beautiful Ling Xinyu was mesmerized for a moment. Seeing the faintly discernible figure turn into a ray of divine light and disappear into the night sky, Yi Tianzong held Ling Xinyue's pretty cheeks with both hands and said, "Little girl, you have to have confidence in yourself, do you understand? All right, let's go back. This Xunyu's strength is truly a formidable opponent. After fighting for half a day, I'm also tired. Let's go back and have a good rest." After saying this, Yi Tianzong carried Ling Xinyu back to Qiangang Peak. On the other side, Xinyu had also returned to her room in Haoran City. Sitting on the bed, she thought about how Ling Xinyu had agreed to let her join the Haoranzhen sect not long ago, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Xinyu, the past is the past. It's time to let go of your previous arrogance. Now that you have been reborn, it's time to live with a new attitude. Chapter 186. The next day, Xinyu, using her identity as Princess Lianyu, found the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince. She said to them indifferently, "Last night, I met with the Haoranzhen sect's young sect master. If you want to obtain the protection of the Haoranzhen sect, it will depend on your sincerity. Don't play politics, or else he will have the Haoranzhen sect join the ranks of exterminating the imperial family. In addition, don't even think about protecting the Zhou dynasty. In this world, other than the Zhou dynasty, the rest are all sects and clans. These forces, including the Haoranzhen sect, will not allow the Zhou dynasty to continue existing. The dynasty can only be disbanded. Only under this premise can you obtain the protection of the Haoranzhen sect. Otherwise, even if you have to pay a great price, the Haoranzhen sect will not protect the imperial family. In addition, as a price, regardless of whether we succeed or not, I will join the Haoranzhen sect and become a member of the Haoranzhen sect. I will work for the Haoranzhen sect and will have nothing to do with the imperial family in the future. Starting today, in 2 days, the Haoranzhen sect's sect master and upper echelons will come to Haoran City to meet you. As for how to obtain the protection of the Haoranzhen sect, you can discuss it yourselves. I will not ask." In order to get rid of her identity as a member of the Great Zhou dynasty, Xinyu directly changed the concept. She said that she wanted to join the Haoranzhen sect as the price for the opportunity to negotiate with the Haoranzhen sect. After she finished speaking, she left. It was clear that Xinyu's words shattered the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince's fantasies. Before, they had indeed wanted to pay a price in exchange for the Haoranzhen sect's help. They wanted to borrow the power and status of the Haoranzhen sect to protect the Zhou dynasty and make those superforces and holy lands not dare to act rashly. To them, borrowing power was an instinct. Although they knew that it would be difficult to protect the Zhou dynasty, they did not expect Xinyu's words to directly shatter their fantasies. According to Xinyu's words, the Haoranzhen sect's young sect master did not care what price they had to pay. If they wanted to obtain the protection of the Haoranzhen sect and allow the imperial family to survive, they had to dissolve the Zhou dynasty. This was the prerequisite. Yi Tianzong's words basically represented the intentions of the entire Haoranzhen sect. Thus, the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince could only think of countermeasures with grief and indignation in their hearts. No matter what, the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty had to survive. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in this encirclement, interception, and heavy casualties. As for the matter of Xinyu joining the Haoranzhen sect, they could no longer care about it. Furthermore, in their hearts, they hoped that Xinyu could join the Haoranzhen sect. It would be best if she could form a relationship with Yi Tianzong or the core upper echelons of the Haoranzhen sect. She could also fight for benefits for the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the empire, regardless of whether a woman's martial talent or cultivation was high or low, in the eyes of the entire empire's ruling class, they were all targets for marriage. If they wanted to obtain freedom, they would have to be as powerful as Xinyu. But even so, although the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince respected Xinyu, they still treated Xinyu as a candidate for marriage alliances. It was because she understood this point that Xinyu could not wait to draw a clear line between herself and the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty and join the Haoranzhen sect. because she knew that in the future, when faced with enemies or huge benefits, the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty could not be relied on. 2 days later, Yi Haoran and some of the higher-ups of the Haoran Orthodox school met them at the city lord's mansion in Haoran City. The Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince were anxious. Yi Tianzong had already spoken to his family and the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect regarding Shun Yu's matter. They knew that Shun Yu was second only to Yi Tianzong in terms of battle prowess. In the future, she would leave the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty and join the Hao Ranjin sect to serve the sect. With Yi Tianzong's guarantee, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect naturally did not have any objections. The addition of an almost invincible super expert to the sect was of course to everyone's delight. Moreover, although Yi Tianzong did not go into detail, he could not prevent the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect from guessing that Shun Yu's relationship with Yi Tianzong was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, why would the almost invincible Shun Yu join the Hao Ranjin sect after hundreds of years? There must be something going on. Wasn't it just protecting the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty? As long as they knew what was good for them, with the current strength and status of the Hao Ranjin sect, it would not be a problem. Therefore, when they saw the imperial preceptor and the crown prince, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect had already prepared a draft. As the sect master, Yi Haoran, did not open his mouth. However, the hall master of the administrative hall, Zhao Xian, went straight to the point and said, "Let's not waste any more time. We also know the purpose of your visit. Let's get straight to the point. The Zhou dynasty must be disbanded. Right now, this world belongs to the sects and clans. The imperial dynasty will not be allowed to continue existing. We also cannot go against the world's powers for you. If you want the Hao Ranjin sect to protect the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty, that's fine. Show your sincerity and don't play any bargaining games with us. Also, we can only protect you for 100 years at most. These are the preconditions of our negotiation. If you can accept it, then we will continue to negotiate. If you can't accept it, then you can leave. To tell the truth, if we protect you, then the Hao Ranjin sect will be stealing the fruits of the hard work of many sects and clans. We will become enemies with them and leave behind a future threat like you. If it wasn't for your Princess Lian Yu's strength being good and agreeing to work for the Hao Ranjin sect, we definitely would not have come to see you. Now, tell us the price you want to pay." The hall master of the administrative hall, Zhao Xian's words completely blocked most of the imperial preceptor and the crown prince's paths of retreat. They were undoubtedly very angry and felt very humiliated. Had the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty fallen to such a state? However, they could not leave. Although they did not want to admit it, no one knew the Zhou dynasty's current situation better than them. It was already on the verge of destruction. They really did not have time to delay. In the end, the imperial preceptor said dejectedly, "The imperial family will use 20% of the Zhou dynasty's resources and 50% of the secret manuals in exchange for the protection of the Hao Ranjin sect for 100 years. The administrative hall master, Zhao Xian, said, "We don't lack resources. 20% is fine. The Hao Ranjin sect wants copies of all your secret manuals. Remember, all of them. Don't use those useless and incomplete secret manuals to fool us. In addition, the Hao Ranjin sect will help you mediate with the other factions. However, as the price of suppressing the other factions' dissatisfaction, you will have to pay for those resources." The imperial preceptor and the crown prince looked at each other and finally said helplessly, "Okay." After the imperial preceptor and the crown prince agreed, Yi Haoran finally said, "In that case, the Hao Ranjin sect will immediately send people to the imperial city of the Zhou dynasty with you to mediate with the other factions. However, I'll say the ugly words first. The Hao Ranjin sect will protect the imperial family of the Zhou dynasty for 100 years. However, you can't use the name of the Hao Ranjin sect to stir up trouble and secretly plot against the Hao Ranjin sect. Otherwise, our agreement will be null and void." The imperial preceptor's body stiffened. Some of the small calculations in his heart failed again. He forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, Lord Yi. The imperial family will not do such a thing. However, If other factions take the initiative to attack the imperial family, then we will not sit and wait for death. Yi Haoran said, "This is up to you. The Hao Ranjun sect is only responsible for protecting the imperial family from destruction. You can't use the name of the Hao Ranjun sect to make enemies everywhere and smear the name of the Hao Ranjun sect. We won't care about anything else." After Yi Haoran finished speaking, he began to arrange the team to go to the Great Zhou dynasty's imperial city. This negotiation involved hundreds of super factions and holy lands. He could only lead the team himself. The others couldn't because they didn't have enough weight. The next day, Yi Haoran led Yi Haoyun and more than 300 experts of the Hao Ranjun sect who were above the seventh heaven of Wu Sheng. They took the transmission formation with the imperial preceptor and the crown prince to the Great Zhou dynasty's imperial city. The actions of the Hao Ranjun sect naturally couldn't be hidden from the various factions who had been paying attention to the Zhou dynasty. Regarding the interference of the Hao Ranjun sect, the superfactions and holy lands who participated in the plot against the Zhou dynasty all had a bad premonition in their hearts. While they secretly hated the fact that they couldn't stop the Zhou dynasty's group, they were also very dissatisfied with the interference of the Hao Ranjun sect. They made up their minds to not give in easily. As for provoking and killing the people of the Hao Ranjun sect, they didn't have the guts to do so. After Yi Haoran and the others arrived at the Great Zhou dynasty's imperial city, the family heads, sect heads, and sacred lords of the various factions all brought their people to the Great Zhou dynasty's imperial city one after another. They were ready to negotiate with the Hao Ranjun sect. Chapter 187. My cold is quite serious. I went for an infusion today and only wrote 2 chapters. I feel much better now. I will write more tonight and see if I can write one more chapter tomorrow. While waiting for the leaders of the various factions to arrive at the Great Zhou imperial city, the imperial tutor and the crown prince had already informed the emperor of the Zhou dynasty and the decision-makers of the imperial family of the results of the negotiations with the Hao Ranjun sect. It was obvious that both the emperor and the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty were very dissatisfied with the results of the negotiations. However, the severe situation and the attitude of the Hao Ranjun sect forced them to compromise. Yi Haoran had already said that if the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty did not agree to this condition, they would not interfere and they could do whatever they wanted. In the end, the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty suppressed their anger and humiliation and compromised. After all the leaders of the various factions had arrived, the Hao Ranjun sect and the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty began to negotiate with the various factions. After 3 days of intense negotiations, they finally reached an agreement. The result of the negotiations was that the Zhou dynasty would be dissolved. The remaining imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty would no longer be able to use the title of imperial family. They would be changed to the Zhou clan. They would only be able to occupy an area with a radius of 3 million miles. They would also have to give up 60% of their resources and all their secret manuals except for the core secret manuals. They would also have to promise that they would not take the initiative to attack the various factions for 1,000 years in exchange for the survival of the Zhou clan. In the past few days of negotiations, the Great Zhou royal family had truly felt the thoughts and determination of the various major forces to kill them. If it weren't for the Haoran Orthodox sect standing there to deter the various major forces, they might have been annihilated on the spot by the various major forces who had come. After experiencing the dangerous situation of being targeted by everyone, the imperial family of the Great Zhou dynasty no longer mentioned that the Hao Ranjun sect was taking advantage of the situation. Their attitude towards the Hao Ranjun sect had changed greatly. There were some things that one would never know the dangers of without experiencing it personally. If it weren't for the Hao Ranjun sect, the members of the Great Zhou royal family felt that the hundreds of forces would have destroyed them. After settling the matter of the Zhou dynasty, Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect returned to Tiangang Peak. They would continue to develop Hao Ranjun sect with peace of mind and improve their strength. Shun Yu also officially joined the Hao Ranjun sect and became a member of the Elders' Hall. In the days that followed, Yi Tianzong studied the various secret manuals he had obtained from the Penglai sect and the Zhou dynasty, absorbing their essence and fusing them into his Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture, Haoran's True Heaven's Wind formula, and Haoran's Heaven's Wind holy technique. He also created a myth realm cultivation method that was suitable for everyone in the Hao Ranjun sect to cultivate. Other than that, he would occasionally give lectures on martial arts in the martial arts lecture hall and spar with Shen Yu. Because the two of them were almost equal in strength, if Yi Tianzong didn't use the Heaven's Expanse sword and sword techniques, he wouldn't be able to defeat Shen Yu. After battling with Shen Yu again and again, not only did the Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture become more perfect, Yi Tianzong also further unearthed some of his own potential, and his battle strength increased by another level. Martial arts like the World Suppression Fist and the Heaven Covering Palm were also deduced by him to become more profound and mysterious. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, with Shen Yu as his sparring partner, Yi Tianzong's battle strength had not only increased by 2 times, reaching a level where he could fight Shen Yu barehanded, but even Ling Xinyue's battle strength had also improved greatly. With her current strength at the peak of Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly stage, she was able to deal with about 40 ordinary 9th heavenly stage powerhouses of Wu Sheng. At the same time, Yi Tianzong had comprehended a variety of cultivation methods, martial skills, secret techniques, and other secret techniques. Once again, he had improved the Haoran Heavenly Dipper True Incantation and the Haoran Heavenly Dipper Saint Incantation. The two improved martial arts cultivation methods were superior to the previous ones in all aspects. At the same time, the martial arts and sword techniques that came with them were also more powerful. After the improved cultivation methods, the strength of everyone in the Hao Ranjun sect increased again. At the same time, in these 10 years, the Hao Ranjun sect also established a relationship with the Sea tribe and launched a series of cooperation. The one who contacted the Hao Ranjun sect was a Sea tribe that was 3 million miles away from the coast of the Central Plains, the Mermaid Clan. The Mermaid Clan was relatively close to the Central Plains and was also one of the stronger Sea tribes. They ruled the sea area with a radius of 5 million miles. The Mermaid Clan was also born in the mythological era and had been passed down since then. In the process of the recovery of the world, they gradually came into being and occupied the vast sea area. Because the Mermaid Clan was relatively close to the land, they had more frequent exchanges with the human clan of the Central Plains. In ancient times, they had even helped the Central Plains to resist the ravages of the Abyss Demon clan. Since Yi Tianzong's previous trip to the Penglai sect, Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect realized that the vast and boundless sea contained unimaginable resources and treasures. It was definitely a treasure trove of resources. Moreover, some of the specialties in the sea area were very helpful for the martial arts cultivation of warriors. Therefore, after making preparations, the Hao Ranjun sect began to try to contact the Sea tribe in the boundless sea area in the hope of achieving cooperation and mutual benefit. After all, many of the treasures and spiritual materials on the land were also needed by the Sea tribes. Because they had made inquiries in advance, the people of the Hao Ranjun sect directly went to one of the 3 powerful Sea tribes in the coastal area, the Mermaid Clan. In the coastal area, there were a total of 3 powerful tribes in a radius of 10 million miles. One was the Mermaid Clan, one was the Dino Suchu's clan, and the other was the Sea Lion clan. Among the 3 tribes, the Dino Suchu's clan was the most powerful, but they were not interested in the human clan. The Mermaid Clan and the Sea Lion clan were equal in strength. The Mermaid Clan was the closest to the land, while the Sea Lion clan was the furthest. The Hao Ranjun sect's contact with the Mermaid Clan in the coastal area was relatively smooth. Because the Mermaid Clan had more contact with the human clan on the coast, they naturally had some understanding of the Hao Ranjun sect that was famous in the Central Plains. After some discussion, the Hao Ranjun sect and the Mermaid Clan reached an agreement. The Mermaid Clan would be responsible for providing the Hao Ranjun sect with the specialties of the sea area, while the Hao Ranjun sect would provide the Mermaid Clan with elixirs and weapons that could improve their strength. As a show of sincerity, the Hao Ranjun sect deployed medium-distance and short-distance teleportation formations for the Mermaid Clan. In order to facilitate the trade and cooperation, the Hao Ranjun sect also built a coastal city that covered an area of 100 miles on the coast of the Central Plains. With the continuous supply of spiritual materials, spiritual herbs, and other specialties from the sea area provided by the Mermaid Clan, the strength of the Hao Ranjun sect improved even faster. At the same time, The mermaid clan's overall strength also improved rapidly because of the elixirs and weapons provided by the Haurangian sect. In 10 years, the mermaid clan's strength had increased by more than 20%, and they were more confident in facing the threat of the Dinosuchu's clan. Just as the Haurangian sect was developing its strength with peace of mind, the demon-killing alliance was defeated by the demon clan. The demon-killing alliance suffered heavy losses and was forced to retreat thousands of miles. The bad news of the 6 demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances being destroyed spread throughout the Central Plains. When this shocking news came out, all the forces in the Central Plains did not believe it at first. After confirming it again and again, nervousness and fear followed. After the demon-killing alliance was defeated by the demon clan, the Haurangian sect was also the first to receive the news. It turned out that during the war with the demon clan, there were 6 places where the demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances were fighting. The strength of this demon-killing alliance's sub-alliance was too terrifying and unbelievable. All the experts of Wu Sheng who fought against this demon-killing alliance, including those at the 9th heaven, could not resist 2 moves. Those at the 8th heaven and 7th heaven of Wu Sheng could not resist even 1 move. They were all crushed by the demon-killing alliance. The demon-killing alliance suffered heavy casualties, and a large number of Wu Sheng's experts died. The demon-killing alliance took the opportunity to launch a big counterattack. The death of a large number of experts caused the demon-killing alliance to have almost no power to fight back under the attack of the demon clan. The demon-killing alliance was forced to retreat thousands of miles before the demon-killing alliance stopped chasing. During this process, 6 of the demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances were destroyed by the demon army led by the 6 demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances. Not only these 6 sub-alliances that were destroyed, but the strength of the demon-killing alliance in the other places where the demon-killing alliance was fighting was also at least twice as strong as before. The demon-killing alliance was completely defeated. Each place where the demon-killing alliance fought had to retreat at least hundreds of thousands of miles. After this defeat, the entire demon-killing alliance lost at least 40% of its strength. Every force that joined the demon-killing alliance suffered either light or heavy losses, especially the Haurangian sect. In this battle with the Abyss Demon Clan, the Haurangian sect was the focus of the demon-killing alliance's attack. More than 200,000 of the 300,000 Hauran disciples in the demon-killing alliance were killed or injured in this battle. Less than 100,000 disciples returned to the demon-killing alliance in good condition. Chapter 188. When the Haurangian sect received the news, Yi Hauran and the other higher-ups of the Haurangian sect were heartbroken. There were more than 300,000 disciples in the demon-killing alliance. Half of them were the elites among Hauran's disciples, and there were more than 50 chosen ones. According to the report of the surviving Elder Hauran, after this battle, other than the heavy casualties of the elite disciples, only 7 of the more than 50 supreme disciples returned alive. Of the more than 300 martial sage elders who led the team, only 20 were left alive. Among the 36 forces in the demon-killing alliance, the Haurangian sect suffered the heaviest loss. They lost so many elite and chosen ones, as well as Wusheng elders, all at once. This was a huge loss that had never happened in the past hundreds of years. The entire Haurangian sect was in an uproar, followed by endless anger and killing intent. They had to take revenge. After hearing the news, all the Haurangian sect elders and disciples begged to take revenge for their dead comrades. Yi Hauran personally went to Yi Tianzong, who was in seclusion, and told Yi Tianzong about the huge loss of the Haurangian sect in the battle with the demon race. After Yi Tianzong heard this, the anger in his heart surged out. The righteous sect had spent a lot of resources to nurture each and every one of them. It would be unbearable for them to suffer a single casualty. More than 200,000 of them were killed or injured in one go, including many elite disciples, Skypride disciples, and martial saint elders. Those prodigious disciples had all been nurtured with countless resources to become outstanding seeds with unique constitutions. They were the future mainstays of the righteous path, and there was hope for them to break through to the myth realm. However, only 7 out of 50 of them were still alive. Of the 60 to 70,000 elite disciples who had died, at least a third of them could break through to the martial saint realm in the future. Many of the martial saint elders who had died had been with the righteous path for hundreds of years, and they had all died just like that. After Yi Tianzong came out of seclusion, he flew into a rage in Haoran's main hall. He gritted his teeth and said, "We must take revenge. I will do it myself. Leave those demon envoys to me and Shen Yu. This time, the Hao Ranjun sect will use 80% of our strength. We have armors, weapons, pills, exploding flame beads, and formation discs. We must make the demon race pay a heavy price." Just as the Colossus Hao Ranjun sect was preparing for war, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the sacred masters of the 10 great holy lands came to the door. This time, the demon-killing alliance suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the demon race. They and the Hao Ranjun sect formed a united camp and suffered the most casualties. Among their camp, the Hao Ranjun sect suffered the heaviest casualties. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands, who had not suffered such heavy losses for hundreds of years, could not swallow their anger. But according to the information they had gathered, they knew that the 6 blue-purple existences that appeared among the demon race were the demon envoys. Until now, the terror of the demon envoys was still fresh in their minds. They were very clear that they could not deal with the 6 demon envoys by themselves. Without Yi Tianzong from the Hao Ranjun sect to deal with those demon envoys, no matter how many people they sent, it would be useless. Until the Hao Ranjun sect absolutely could not swallow their anger, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the sacred masters of the 10 great holy lands came to the door. They wanted to discuss with the Hao Ranjun sect how to take revenge. As for the demon-killing alliance, to be honest, they did not expect the demon-killing alliance to do anything. It was not that the demon-killing alliance was useless and could not help them. It was just that the demon-killing alliance was too large and had too many members. Now that they had suffered a defeat, it was impossible for them to organize a strong force to fight the demon race again in a short period of time. By the time the demon-killing alliance had accumulated enough strength, the demon race would have been ready. If they wanted to take revenge on the demon race as soon as possible, they still had to rely on the alliance formed by the demon-killing alliance and the Hao Ranjun sect. When the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the sacred masters of the 10 great holy lands arrived at the Hao Ranjun sect, they found that the entire Hao Ranjun sect had been mobilized and was wantonly preparing for war. After seeing Yi Haoran, the master of Kunlun sect asked directly, "Lord Yi, may I know why your sect has made such a big move?" Although he did not say the latter part of his sentence clearly, everyone present knew what he meant. Yi Haoran did not keep them in suspense. With a serious face, he said, "Yes, just as you think, the demon race killed more than 200,000 disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect this time, including hundreds of senior Wusheng elders, and more than 50 talented disciples, but only 7 of them are left. The Hao Ranjun sect can't take this lying down, so we must avenge our dead disciples. This time, we will use all our resources and mobilize 80% of our strength. Tianzong will deal with those demon envoys, and the rest of the demon race, the Hao Ranjun sect, will definitely make them pay the price. This time, we will not stop until we destroy several important strongholds of the demon race and slaughter hundreds of millions of demons." Although they were mentally prepared, the Lingyun Hall master, the master of Kunlun sect, and the 10 sacred masters were still very shocked when they heard Yi Haoran's resolute tone and the decision of the whole Hao Ranjun sect. Although they knew that the Hao Ranjun sect would make a big move this time, they did not expect that they would mobilize 80% of their strength and use all their resources. They were going to fight the demon race to the death. However, when they heard Yi Haoran say that only 7 of the talented disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect were left, they understood why the Hao Ranjun sect was so desperate. There were at most a dozen talented disciples in their respective sects, and all the talented disciples who had reached the level of Heaven's Pride were blessed with good luck and peerless talent. In the future, they had a lot of hope to become strong masters of the myth realm, which was related to the future of the whole sect. As a result, more than 40 disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect died at once. No wonder the Hao Ranjun sect was going all out. If they were in the same situation, they would also go all out. However, after seeing the determination of the Hao Ranjun sect, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the 10 sacred masters also expressed their determination to avenge their dead disciples and were willing to act together with the Haoranzhen sect. Anyway, Yi Tianzong would deal with the demon envoys, so they did not need to worry. They were not afraid at all. They directly sent 60% of their strength and gathered together with the Haoranzhen sect to form an army of 18 million people. These 18 million people were all strong masters of the martial lord realm and above. None of them were warriors below the martial lord realm. The army of 18 million people did not split up. Instead, they merged together and went straight to the strongholds of the demon race. Through the teleportation channel and teleportation formation that the Haoranzhen sect had secretly built in the past, they were directly teleported to the stronghold of the demon race where the demon envoys had appeared. During the battle between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race, a purple-blue demon envoys appeared in each of the 6 strongholds of the demon race. There were a total of 6 of them. Yi Tianzong alone was not enough to deal with these 6 demon envoys. Even if he had the boundless god sword, he would not be able to deal with them in a short time. After all, 7 demon envoys had died one after another at the hands of Yi Tianzong. No matter how stupid the demon race was, they would definitely have a way to deal with it. Since they knew that Yi Tianzong had a powerful divine sword, and those demon envoys dared to appear again, they definitely had something to rely on. Moreover, the strongholds of the demon race were all connected by teleportation channels. As long as Yi Tianzong appeared in one of the strongholds, the demon envoys from the other 5 strongholds would definitely support him through the teleportation channels. If Shen Yu did not appear, then Yi Tianzong would be in a disadvantageous situation of being surrounded by 6 demon envoys. Chapter 189. However, what the demons didn't know was that the Haoranzhen sect had added Shen Yu, a superfighter whose strength was on par with Yi Tianzong's. In order to increase Shen Yu's strength, Yi Tianzong not only gave Shen Yu a battle armor that could defend against Wu Sheng's 9 heavens attack, but he also found a glass sword for her from his collection in the Immortal Mansion. This glass sword was a spoil of war that Yi Tianzong had obtained from killing a supreme elder of the Clear Sky sect, who was equivalent to the 3rd heaven of Myth Realm. In these 10 years, Yi Tianzong had gradually accepted the fact that Shen Yu had sincerely joined the Haoranzhen sect. He was no longer as guarded against her as he was in the beginning. He allowed her to comprehend the countless ancient books and records in the Haoranzhen sect's collection, and she never lacked cultivation resources. Shen Yu herself was the reincarnation of a former Supreme Venerable's soul. Although the soul's power and foundation had been exhausted, her comprehension and aptitude were second only to Yi Tianzong in the Haoranzhen sect, surpassing Ling Xinyu. Therefore, she only lacked the conditions for external resources. With the countless ancient books and records in the Haoranzhen sect as a reference, Shen Yu didn't spend too much time creating a set of Shen Yu Heaven Sutra that suited her. In addition to the defensive armor and glass sword provided by Yi Tianzong, her strength had increased by about 10% compared to before she joined the Haoranzhen sect. With Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu, it was definitely enough to deal with the siege of the 6 demon envoys. After 6 days of continuous teleportation through 2 underground tunnels and 3 long-distance large-scale teleportation formations, the army of 18 million from the Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands finally arrived in the vicinity of the demon's stronghold. Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall's master, the Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 great sacred masters sent a message to the demon-killing alliance's main alliance at the same time. The general content was that the failure of the battle with the demon race was due to the demon race's premeditated plan and the appearance of the 6 demon envoys. Right now, our Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred lands have gathered most of their forces to take revenge. Leave the demon envoys to us. If you want to take revenge, then gather your forces and take action. If you don't have the guts, then obediently keep an eye on the demons in other places and don't drop the ball. Would the major forces of the Central Plains, who had been utterly defeated by the devil race and had suffered heavy losses, be willing to accept this? Of course not. After learning that the 6 terrifying demons had once fought with the Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, and Kunlun sect, and that Yi Tianzong, as the alliance master of the demon-killing alliance, directly took on the task of dealing with the 6 demon envoys, The major forces that wanted to take revenge also began to mobilize their forces and take action. When it came to dealing with the demon race, both the human race and the demon race in the Central Plains were relatively united. Most of the forces began to mobilize their forces to take revenge. However, no matter when, there would always be people who dropped the ball. This time, there were 34 superforces and 2 Holy Lands that had no intention of taking revenge against the demon race. Instead, they negatively affected the other forces. These forces that dropped the ball were all recorded. While the demon-killing alliance was still gathering their forces and consolidating their forces, the army of 18 million soldiers formed by the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had already engaged in a fierce battle with an important stronghold of the demon race. Although it was a fierce battle for the demon race, it was a fierce battle for the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, and the other forces that wanted to take revenge on the demon race were delighted. This time, in order to take revenge, the Hao Ranjin sect directly brought along 70% of their stockpile of exploding flame pearls, which amounted to 140 million exploding flame pearls. More than 1.6 million members of the Hao Ranjin sect, who were at the Marquis Wu realm and Wu King realm, stood at the front of the army of 18 million soldiers and threw exploding flame pearls at the demon race. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions sounded. All the demons below the Wu Zun realm who stood in front of the Hao Ranjin sect were killed by the exploding flame pearls. The Wu Zun realm and Wu Sheng realm experts of the demon race were also surrounded by the people of the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. They were besieged and killed. It was just an important stronghold of the demon race. Although it was powerful, it was far from being a match for the 13 forces including the Hao Ranjin sect and Lingyun Hall. Hundreds of millions of low-level demons were bombarded by the exploding flame pearls by the more than 1.6 million disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect, who were at the Marquis Wu realm and Wu King realm. The exploding flame pearls caused the demons of the Marquis Wu realm and Wu King realm within a radius of 1 kilometer to be either smashed into pieces or seriously injured. The people of the Hao Ranjin sect hated the Abyss demons so much that they didn't fight the demons at all. They directly bombarded them with exploding flame pearls without stopping. Soon, the demons of the stronghold of the demon race, which had a population of nearly 200 million, suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the exploding flame pearls by the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect. In the sky, the members of the Wu Zun realm and Wu Sheng realm of the demon race were quickly killed by the experts of the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, who outnumbered them by 3 to 1. They didn't intend to leave any survivors. The number of experts of the demon race was decreasing rapidly, both on the ground and in the sky. This time, the allied forces of the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands took revenge very quickly and suddenly. They even traveled through the transmission channels and transmission formations secretly built by the Hao Ranjin sect. Their movements were also very secretive. The demon race didn't have time to respond at all. They were caught unprepared by the allied forces of the 13 forces including the Hao Ranjin sect. They didn't have time to activate many defensive measures. In a short period of time, they suffered heavy casualties. They were pushed to the vicinity of the demon race's nest and were about to be attacked. When the demon race's defense collapsed under the attack of the exploding flame pearls of the Hao Ranjin sect, the Hao Ranjin sect stopped attacking. They joined forces with the troops of the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands and set up an encirclement around the tunnel of the demon race's nest. They planned to encircle the demon race and wait for their reinforcements. From the beginning of the attack to the arrival of the demon race's underground nest, only less than 2 hours had passed. More than 80% of the experts of the demon race on the sky battlefield had been killed. The remaining experts of the demon race couldn't hold on for much longer. In less than 2 hours, the demon race in the underground nest had enough time to find reinforcements. Encircling this stronghold of the demon race and waiting for the demon race underground to find reinforcements. Then, they would eliminate the demon race. This was the battle strategy decided by Yi Haoran, the Lord of Lingyun Hall, the Master of Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lords. To put it bluntly, It was to encircle the stronghold and attack the reinforcements. The main purpose of this revenge against the demon race was to eliminate as many experts of the same level as Wu Zun and Wu Sheng of the demon race as possible. When the demon race underground went to other places to seek reinforcements, the first reinforcements who came were also experts of the same level as Wu Zun and Wu Sheng. As long as this stronghold of the demon race was defended, there would be an endless stream of experts of the demon race from other places. Now, the demon-killing alliance was still gathering strength. The Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands formed a force. It was equivalent to a lone army penetrating deep into the enemy territory without any reinforcements. The demon race would never let go of this good opportunity to eliminate the allied forces of the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, and the other forces. They would definitely send a large number of experts. On the other hand, if this stronghold was completely destroyed, the allied forces would have to spend a lot of time traversing a long distance to find the next important stronghold of the demon race. It would be very troublesome. Chapter 190. Just as the experts of the Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were carrying out their final encirclement against the experts of the demon clan, Shen Yu was currently engaged in an intense battle with a demon envoy that was guarding the stronghold of the demon clan. Yi Tianzong was watching from the side. Shen Yu had never come into contact with a demon envoy before, so Yi Tianzong handed this demon envoy over to her to deal with. At the same time, she could also familiarize herself with the methods and strength of the demon envoy. This time, the demon envoy that appeared had black and red sharp claws on its 2 claws. Although it was not as good as the colored glass divine sword in Shen Yu's hands, it was still able to exchange blows with Shen Yu. Shen Yu held the colored glass divine sword in her hands and used her self-created sky moon sword technique. Every time she waved her divine sword, there would be a crescent moon sword light that attacked the demon envoy. Yi Tianzong's strength had been raised several times, and his battle prowess was 2 levels higher than the first time he faced the demon envoy in the Hao Ranjun sect. Shen Yu's strength was on par with Yi Tianzong's, so dealing with a single demon envoy was naturally not a problem. Even though the demon envoys that appeared this time had weapons in their hands and their attack power had increased by quite a bit, their sharp black claws could easily tear through space. However, after less than 2 hours of intense battle, Shen Yu still firmly held the upper hand. Yi Tianzong paid attention to the battle between Shen Yu and the demon envoy, while also paying attention to the situation of the demon clan's stronghold below. Right now, the demon envoy that was fighting with Shen Yu was already at a complete disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before he was destroyed by Shen Yu. However, in order to avoid any accidents, Yi Tianzong still joined forces with Shen Yu to eliminate the demon envoy in front of them, reducing the number of demon envoys that they would have to face. After eliminating the demon envoy, Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu returned to the ground, guarding above the stronghold of the demon clan. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianzong noticed that a large number of demon powerhouses had appeared in the tunnel of the demon stronghold. It seemed that the reinforcements of the demons had arrived. The first to come out were the 3 blue-purple demon envoys. After the 3 demon envoys appeared, they immediately saw Yi Tianzong standing above the passage, his entire body emitting a powerful aura. After seeing Yi Tianzong, these 3 demon envoys knew that the demon envoys guarding this place had already been eliminated by Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong was the enemy of the entire demon race, as well as the number 1 enemy of these demon envoys. All the demon envoys that came in contact with Yi Tianzong had been eliminated by Yi Tianzong. These demon envoys who became demon envoys later on hated Yi Tianzong to the core. With eyes filled with resentment and dense killing intent, the 3 demon envoys who appeared first simply didn't care about the other Wu Sheng powerhouses that they could easily kill, and directly rushed towards Yi Tianzong. When Yi Tianzong saw the 3 demon envoys rushing towards him, he didn't stop. Instead, he flew 10,000 li high up in the sky, and the 3 demon envoys followed closely behind. Shen Yu stayed above the passage of the demon clan's stronghold, paying attention to the traces of the other demon envoys. The demon race didn't know that Yi Tianzong had a helper, so it was very likely that the 3 demon envoys would delay Yi Tianzong, and then the remaining 2 demon envoys would be sandwiched between the Wu Sheng level powerhouses of the demon race, and start a massacre against the powerhouses of the Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. After the 3 demon envoys chased Yi Tianzong for 10,000 li high up in the sky, a large number of demon race powerhouses rushed out from the passage behind the 3 demon envoys. Then, they started a fierce fight with the powerhouses of the Wu Sheng and Wu Zun of the Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. In the huge passage that was 10 li wide, numerous demon race powerhouses rushed out at an extremely fast speed like a huge black torrent. In a short while, hundreds of thousands of demon race powerhouses of the level of Wu Sheng and Wu Zun had appeared, and started a fierce battle with the powerhouses of the allied forces in the vast sky. Although the allied forces of the Wu Sheng and Wu Zun had launched a group attack against these demon race powerhouses the moment they appeared, the number of demon race powerhouses increased much faster than the number of demon race powerhouses being eliminated. That sky-reaching black torrent seemed to have no end, and a large number of demon race powerhouses were emerging from the ground at every moment. When more than 3 million demon race powerhouses had appeared, although the reinforcements of the demon race were still coming in a steady stream, the speed and number of their appearance had greatly decreased. It seemed that the demon race powerhouses that had rushed out at an extremely fast speed just now had only appeared after they had gathered underground. After all, it took time for the transmission passage to transport demon race powerhouses, and it was impossible for countless demon race powerhouses to appear at once. Fortunately, the allied forces of the Wu Sheng and Wu Zun were still able to deal with the 3 million plus demon race powerhouses of the allied forces of Wu Sheng and Wu Zun. The two sides fought fiercely in the vast sky, and it was a life and death struggle. The reinforcements of the demon race were still coming in, and Shen Yu, who had been waiting above the passage, finally discovered new demon envoys. Sure enough, as Yi Tianzong had expected, under the observation of Shen Yu, 3 demon envoys appeared in the passage of the demon race's stronghold. Because Shen Yu had concealed her aura, these 3 demon envoys did not discover her immediately. After the 3 demon envoys appeared, except for 1 demon envoy who flew up to 10,000 li to support the other 3 demon envoys in besieging Yi Tianzong, the remaining 2 demon envoys directly attacked the allied forces of Wu Sheng. After seeing the 3 demon envoys appear, Shen Yu was very surprised. She did not expect that the demon race still had a card up their sleeves. There were a total of 7 demon envoys. Some time ago, when the demon-killing alliance suffered a crushing defeat, the demon race did not dispatch all of their demon envoys, but instead hid one. However, it did not matter whether they hid it or not. 4 demon envoys besieging Yi Tianzong, although it would be difficult, Shen Yu believed that Yi Tianzong would be able to withstand it. Then, the remaining 2 demon envoys would be left to her. After seeing the 2 demon envoys kill several Wu Sheng experts of Lingyun Hall and Heavenly Snow Holy Land in an instant, Shen Yu did not delay, and shot out 2 rays of waning moon divine light at the 2 demon envoys. The 2 demon envoys were not prepared, and were ambushed by Shen Yu, who was much stronger than them, and were immediately hit. Although the waning moon divine light that Shen Yu shot out would consume a large amount of her magic power, the power of the waning moon divine light was very strong, enough to meet Yi Tianzong's boundless sword head-on. When the 2 demon envoys were hit by Shen Yu's waning moon divine light, it was equivalent to being slashed by Yi Tianzong's boundless sword. They immediately suffered a great loss and were seriously injured. While you're sick, I'll take your life. After awakening, Shen Yu had inherited the ruthlessness of a supreme celestial venerate. After ambushing the 2 demon envoys, Shen Yu directly launched an attack on one of the demon envoys. She held the colored glass divine sword in her hand, and slashed out streaks of condensed and sharp waning moon sword light, which directly hit the demon envoys that were hastily defending themselves. The immense power of the waning moon sword light directly hit the demon envoys, who were hastily defending themselves, hundreds of miles away. Shen Yu followed closely behind, not letting the demon envoys off, and shot out another ray of waning moon divine light. The speed of the waning moon divine light's attack reached the demon envoys in an instant, and the flying demon envoys could not react at all, and were hit again. The demon envoys, who were already seriously injured, were continuously attacked by the waning moon divine light, and directly lost most of their combat power. Shen Yu caught up with them while they were still flying, and ended their lives with a single sword strike. Then, according to Yi Tianzong's instructions, she shot out a ray of magic power flame and burned the already dead demon envoys, leaving only a drop of blood that was filled with dense dark evil power. Shun Yu waved her hand and put it into her storage bag. Then, she turned around to look for the other seriously injured demon envoys. Originally, she was surprised that she had not been attacked or blocked by the other demon envoys when she had been continuously attacking the dead demon envoys. However, when she took a closer look, it turned out that the other seriously injured demon envoys had been blocked by Ling Xinyu. At this moment, Ling Xinyu was engaged in a fierce battle with the seriously injured demon envoys. Ever since Ling Xinyu became Yi Tianzong's woman, under Yi Tianzong's constant support and guidance, her physique had continuously improved, and her foundation had also strengthened. Her corresponding strength had also increased. Before Xinyu's arrival, she had always been the second strongest person in the Hao Ranjin sect, second only to Yi Tianzong.